Section 1 of Lives of the Queens of England, of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Sophia Dorothea of Zell, wife of George I. Chapter 1. George of Brunswick-Zell and Eleanor d'Olbreuse. Woden, the father in the line of Brunswick, the 7 brothers at dice for a wife, Desmier d'Olbreuse and his daughter Eleanore, love passages and a marriage, a bishop of Osnaburg, birth of Sophia Dorothea. When George I ascended the throne of England, the heralds provided him with an ancestry. They pretended that his Majesty, who had few godlike virtues of his own, was descended from that deified hero, Woden, whose virtues, according to the bards, were all of a godlike quality. The two had little in common, save lack of true-heartedness toward their wives. The more modest builders of ancestral pride, who ventured to water genealogical trees for all the branches of Brunswick to bud upon, did not dig deeper for a root, or go farther for a fountainhead, than into the Italian soil of the year 1028. Even then they found nothing more or less noble than a certain Azon d'Este, Marquis of Tuscany, who, having little of sovereign about him, except his will, joined the banner of the Emperor Conrad, and hoped to make a fortune in Germany, either by cutting throats or by subduing hearts whose owners were heiresses of unencumbered lands. Azon espoused Kunigunde of Guelph, a lady who was not only wealthy, but who was the last of her race. The household was a happy one, and when an heir to its honours appeared in the person of Guelph d'Este, the robust, the court poet who foretold brilliant fortunes for his house failed to see the culminating brilliancy which awaited it in Britain. This same Prince Robust, when he had come to man's estate, wooed no maiden heiress as his father had done, but won the widowed sister-in-law of our great Harold, Judith, daughter of Baldwin de Lisle, Count of Flanders, and widow of Tostig, Earl of Kent. He took her by the hand while she was yet seated under the shadow of her great sorrow, and looking up at Guelph the Robust, she smiled and was comforted. Guelph was less satisfactorily provided with wealth than the comely Judith, but Guelph and Judith found favour in the eyes of the Emperor Henry IV, who forthwith ejected Otto of Saxony from his possessions in Bavaria, and conferred the same, with a long list of rights and appurtenances, to the newly married couple. These possessions were lost to the family by the rebellion of Guelph's grandson against Frederick Barbarossa. The disinherited prince, however, found fortune again by help of a marriage and an English king. He had been previously united to Maud, the daughter of Henry II, and his royal father-in-law took unwearied pains to find someone who could afford him material assistance. He succeeded, and Guelph received from another emperor the gift of the countships of Brunswick and Lüneburg. Otto IV raised them to duchies, and William, Guelph, was the first Duke of the United Possessions about the year 1200. The early dukes were for the most part warlike, but their bravery was rather of a rash and excitable character than heroically, yet calmly firm. Some of them were remarkable for their unhappy tempers, and they acquired names which unpleasantly distinguished them in this respect. Henry was not only called the Young, from his years, and the Black from his swarthiness, but the Dog because of his snarling propensities. So Magnus, who was surnamed the Collared, in allusion to the gold chain which hung from his bull neck, was also known as the Insolent and the Violent, from the circumstance that he was ever either insufferably haughty or insanely passionate. The House of Brunswick has at various times been divided into the branches of Brunswick-Lüneburg, Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, Brunswick-Zell, Brunswick-Danneberg, etc. These divisions have arisen from marriages, transfers, and interchanges. The first duke who created a division was Duke Bernard, who, early in the 15th century, exchanged with a kinsman his duchy of Brunswick for that of Lüneburg, and so founded the branch which bears or bore that double name. The 16th Duke, Otto, was the first who is supposed to have brought a blot upon the ducal scutcheon, by honestly marrying rather according to his heart than his interests. His wife was a simple lady of Brunswick, named Matilda de Campen. It became the common object of all the dukes of the various Brunswick branches to increase the importance of a house which had contributed something to the imperial greatness of Germany. They endeavoured to accomplish this common object by intermarriages, but the desired consummation was not achieved until a comparatively recent period, when the branch of Brunswick-Lüneburg became electors, and subsequently kings of Hanover, and that of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, sovereign dukes of Brunswick. The grandfather of our George I, William, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, had 7 sons, and all these were dukes like their father. On the decease of the latter, they affected to discover that if the 7 heirs, each with his little dukedom, were to marry, the greatness of the house would suffer alarming diminution. They accordingly determined that one alone of the brothers should form a legal matrimonial connection, and that the naming of the lucky refounder of the dignity of Brunswick should be left to chance. The 7 brothers met in the hall of state in their deceased father's mansion, and there threw dice as to who should live on in single blessedness, and which should gain the prize, not of a wife, but of permission to find one. Double sixes were thrown by George, the 6th son. The lady whom he cavalierly wooed and readily won was Anne Eleanore, daughter of the Landgraf of Hesse-Darmstadt. The heir apparent of this marriage was Frederick Ernest Augustus, who in 1659 married Sophia, the daughter of Frederick and Elizabeth, the short-lived king and queen of Bohemia. The latter, the daughter of James I. The eldest child of this last marriage was George Louis, who ultimately became King of Great Britain. When Louis XIV revoked the Edict of Nantes, the French Protestants who refused to be converted were executed or imprisoned. Some found safety with suffering in exile, and confiscation made beggars of thousands. When towns where the Protestants were in the majority exhibited tardiness in coming over to the king's way of thinking, dragoons were ordered thither, and this order was of such significance that when it was made known, the population, to escape massacre, usually professed recantation of error in a mass. This daily accession of thousands who made abjuration under the sword, and walked thence to confession and reception of the sacrament under an implied form in which they had no faith, was described to the willingly duped king by the ultramontane bishops as a miracle as astounding as any in Scripture. Of some few individuals, places at court for themselves, commissions for their sons, or honours which sometimes little deserved the name, for their daughters, made, if not converts, hypocrites. Far greater was the number of the good and faithful servants who left all and followed their master. Alexander Desmier, Seigneur d'Olbreuse, a gallant Protestant gentleman of Poitou, preferred exile and loss of estate to apostasy. When he crossed the frontier, a banished man, he brought small worldly wealth with him, but therewith one child, a daughter, who was to him above all wealth, and, to uphold his dignity, the memory of being descended from the gallant Fulk Desmier, the valiant and courteous lord of L'Olbois. Father and daughter sojourned for a time beyond the northern frontier of the kingdom, having their native country within sight. There they tabernacled in much sorrow, perplexity, and poverty, but friends ultimately supplied them with funds, and Monsieur Desmier, Seigneur d'Olbreuse, found himself in a condition to appear in Brussels without sacrifice of dignity. Into the gay circles of that gay city he led his daughter Eleanore, who was met by warm homage from the gallants and much criticism at the hands of her intimate friends, the ladies. The sharpest criticism could not deny her beauty, and her wit and accomplishments won for her the respect and homage of those whose allegiance was better worth having than that of mere petits maîtres with their stereotyped flattery. Eleanore, like the lady in Goethe's tragedy, loved the society and the good opinion of wise men, while she hardly thought herself worthy of either. She was a Frenchwoman, and consequently she was not out of love with gaiety. She was the fairest and the liveliest in the train of the brilliant Duchess of Taranto, and she was following and eclipsing her noble patroness at a ball, when she was first seen by George William, second son of George Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, and heir to the pocket but sovereign dukedom of Zell. The heir of Zell became an honest wooer. He whose gallantry had been hitherto remarkable for its dragooning tone was now more subdued than Simon in the subduing presence of Iphigenia. He had hated conversation because he was incapable of sustaining it, but now love made him eloquent. He had abhorred study, and knew little of any other language than his own, but now he took to French vocabularies and dictionaries, and long before he had got so far as to ask Eleanore to hear him conjugate the verb aimer, to love, he applied to her to interpret the difficult passages he met with in books, and throughout long summer days the graceful pair might have been seen sitting together, book in hand, fully as happy and twice as hopeful as Paolo and Francesca. George William was sorely puzzled as to his proceedings. To marriage he could have condescended with alacrity, but unfortunately there was a promise in bar. With the view common to many co-heirs of the family, he had entered into an engagement with his brother Ernest Augustus of Brunswick-Lüneburg and Bishop of Osnaburg never to marry. This concession had been purchased at a certain cost, and the end in view was the further enlargement of the dominions and influence of the House of Brunswick. If George William should not only succeed to Zell, but should leave the same to a legitimate heir, that was a case which Ernest Augustus would be disposed to look upon as a grievous wrong. A price was paid, therefore, for the promised celibacy of his brother, and that brother was now actively engaged in meditating as to how he might, without disgrace, break a promise and yet retain the money by which it had been purchased. His heart leaped within him as he thought how easily the whole matter might be arranged by a morganatic marriage, in other words, with the left hand, an union sanctioned by the church, but so far disallowed by the law that the children of such wedlock were, in technical terms, enfants nullius, children of nobody, and could, of course, succeed to nobody's inheritance. George William waited on the Seigneur d'Olbreuse with his morganatic offer. The poor refugee noble entertained the terms with much complacency, but left his child to determine on a point which involved such serious considerations for herself. They were accordingly placed with much respect at Eleanor's feet, but she mused angrily thereon. She would not listen to the offer. In the meantime, these love passages of young George William were productive of much unseemly mirth at Hanover, where the Bishop of Osnaburg was keeping a not very decorous court. He was much more of a dragoon than a bishop, and indeed his flock were more to be pitied than his soldiers. The diocese of Osnaburg was supplied with bishops by the most curious of rules. The rule was fixed at the period of the peace which followed the religious wars of Germany, and this rule was, that as Osnaburg was very nearly divided as to the number of those who followed either church, it should be alternately a Protestant and a Romanist bishop. The result has been that Osnaburg has had sad scapegraces for her prelates, but yet, in spite thereof, has maintained a religious respectability which might be envied by dioceses blessed with two diverse bishops at once, for ever anathematizing the flocks of each other and their shepherds. The Protestant Prince Bishop of Osnaburg made merry with his ladies at the wooing of his honest and single-minded brother, whom he wounded to the uttermost by scornfully speaking of Eleanore d'Olbreuse as the Duke's madame. It was a sorry and unmanly joke, for it lacked wit and insulted a true-hearted woman, but it had the effect also of arousing a true-hearted man. George William had now succeeded to the little dukedom of Zell, not indeed without difficulty, for as the ducal chair had become vacant while the next heir was absent, paying homage at Brussels to a lady rather than receiving it from his liege in Zell, his younger brother John Frederick had played his lord suzerain a shabby trick by seating himself in that chair and fixing the ducal parcel-gilt coronet on his own brows. George William, having toppled down the usurper from his ill-earned elevation, and having bought off further treason by pensioning the traitor, returned to Brussels with a renewal of his former offer. He added weight thereto by the intimation that if a morganatic marriage were consented to now, he had hopes, by the favour of the Emperor, to consolidate it at a subsequent period by a legal public union, whereat Eleanore d'Olbreuse should be recognised Duchess of Zell, without chance of that proud title ever being disputed. Thereupon a family council was holden. The poor father thought a morganatic marriage might be entered upon without derogation. Au reste, he left all to his daughter's love, filial and otherwise. Eleanore did not disappoint either sire or suitor by her decision. She made the first happy by her obedience, her lover by her gentle concession, and she espoused the ardent duke with the left hand, because her father advised it, her lover urged it, and the council and the suit were agreeable to the lady, who professed to be influenced by them to do that for which her own heart was guide and warrant. The marriage was solemnized in the month of September 1665, the bride being then in the 26th year of her age. With her new position she assumed the name and style of Lady von Harburg, from an estate of the Duke's so called. The Bishop of Osnaburg was merrier than ever at what he styled the mock marriage, and more unmanly than ever in the coarse jokes he flung at the Lady of Harburg. But even this marriage was not concluded without fresh concessions made by the Duke to the Bishop, in order to secure to the latter the undivided inheritance of Brunswick, Hanover, and Zell. His mirth was founded on the idea that he had provided for himself and his heirs, and left the children of his brother, should any be born, and these survive him, to nourish their left-handed dignity on the smallest possible means. The first heiress to such dignity, and to much heart-crushing and to undeserved sorrow, soon appeared to gladden for a brief season, to sadden for long and weary years, the hearts of her parents. Sophia Dorothea was born on the 15th of September, 1666. Her birth was hailed with more than ordinary joy in the little court of her parents. At that of the bishop it was productive of some mirth and a few bad epigrams. The bishop had taken provident care that neither heir nor heiress should affect his succession to what should have been their own inheritance, and simply looking upon Sophia Dorothea as a child whose existence did not menace a diminution of the prospective greatness of his house, he tolerated the same with an ineffable gracious condescension. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 2, Wives and Favourites. A ducal household. Elevation in rank of the mother of Sophia Dorothea. Births and deaths. A lover for Sophia. The Bishop of Osnaburg, an imitator of the Grand Monarch. 2 successful female adventurers at Osnaburg. Such a household as the one maintained in sober happiness and freedom from anxiety by the Duke and his wife was a rare sight in German courts. The Duke was broadly ridiculed because of his faithful affection for one who was worthy of all the truth and esteem which a true-hearted wife could claim. The only fault ever brought by the bitterest of the enemies of the wife of the Duke of Zell against that unexceptional lady was, that she was over fond of nominating natives of France to little places in her husband's little court. Considering that the Germans, who looked upon her as an intruder, would not recognise her as having become naturalised by marriage, it is hardly to be wondered at that she gathered as much of France around her as she could assemble in another land. 3 other children were the fruit of this marriage, whose early deaths were deplored as so many calamities. Their mother lived long enough to deplore that Sophia Dorothea had survived them. The merits of the mother won, as they deserved to do, increase of esteem and affection on the part of the Duke. His most natural wish was to raise her to a rank equal to his own, as far as a mere name could make assertion of such equality. It was thought a wonderful act of condescension on the part of the emperor that he gave his imperial sanction to the elevation of the Lady of Harburg to the rank and title of Countess of Wilhelmsburg. The Bishop of Osnaburg was harder to treat with than the emperor. He bound down his brother by stringent engagements, solemnly engrossed in lengthy phrases, guarding against all mistake by horribly technical tautology, to agree that the encircling his wife with the coronet of a countess bestowed upon her no legal rights and conferred no shadow of legitimacy, in the eye of the law, on the children of the marriage, actual or prospective. For such children, modest yet sufficient provision was secured, but they were never to dream of claiming cousinship with the alleged better-born descendants of Henry the Dog or Magnus the Irascible. Duke George William, however, was resolved not to rest until his wife should also be his duchess. He appealed to the Estates of Germany. The Estates thought long and adjourned often before they came to a tardy and reluctant conclusion, by which the boon sought was at length conceded. The emperor added his consent. The concession made by the Estates and the sanction superadded by the emperor were, however, only obtained upon the military bishop withholding all opposition. The princely prelate was, in fact, bought off. Again his muniment box was unlocked. Once more he and his staff of lawyers were deep in parchments and curious in the geography of territorial maps and plans. The result of much dry labour and heavy speculation was an agreement entered into by the two brothers. The Duke of Zell contracted that the children of his marriage with the daughter of the Poitevin seigneur should inherit only his private property, and the empty title of counts or countesses of Wilhelmsburg. The territory of Zell, with other estates added to the sovereign dukedom, were to pass to the prince-bishop or his heirs. On these terms, Eleanore of Obreuse, Lady of Harburg and Countess of Williamsburg, became Duchess of Zell. "Ah!" exclaimed the very apostolic bishop to the dissolute disciples at his court, on the night that the family compact was made an accomplished fact. "My brother's French madame is not a jot the more his wife for being duchess." Which was true, for married is married, and there is no comparative degree of intensity which can be applied to the circumstance. "But she has a dignity the more, and therewith may madame rest content," which was not true, for no new title could add dignity to a woman like the wife of Duke George William. When Sophia Dorothea was but 7 years old, she had for an occasional playfellow in the galleries and gardens of Zell and Kallenberg a handsome lad, Swedish by birth, but German by descent, whose name was Philip Christopher von Königsmark. He was a few years older than Sophia Dorothea, some accounts say 10 years older, and he was in Zell for the purpose of education, and he fulfilled the office of page. Many of his vacation hours were spent with the child of George William, who was his father's friend. When gossip saw the two handsome children, buoyant of spirit, beaming with health, and ignorant of care, playing hand in hand at sports natural to their age, those gossips prophesied of future marriage. But their speculation had soon no food whereon to live, for the young Königsmark was speedily withdrawn from Zell, and Sophia bloomed on alone, or with other companions, good, graceful, fair, accomplished, and supremely happy. But, even daughter as she was of a left-handed marriage, there was hanging to her name a dower sufficiently costly to dazzle and allure even princely suitors. To one of these she was betrothed before she was 10 years old. The suitor was a soldier and a prince. Augustus Frederick, Crown Prince of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, was allured by the beaux yeux de la cassette of the little heiress, which contained, after all, only 100,000 thalers, £15,000 sterling, but a humble dower for a duke's only daughter. In the meantime, the affianced lover had to prove himself, by force of arms, worthy of his lady and her fortune. To the siege of Philipsburg in the year 1676 repaired the chivalrous Augustus of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. He bore himself with a dignity and daring which entitled him to respect, but a fatal bullet slew him suddenly. A brief notice in a dispatch was his soldierly requiem, and when the affianced child bride was solemnly informed by circumstance of Hofmarschall that her lord was slain and her heart was free, she was too young to be sorry and too unconscious to be glad. Meanwhile, the two courts of the Bishop of Osnaburg and the Duke of Zell continued to present a striking contrast. The bishop was one of those men who think themselves nothing unless they are imitating some greater man, not in his virtues, but his vices. There was one man in Europe whom Ernest Augustus described as a paragon, and that distinguished personage was Louis XIV. The vices, extravagance, the pomposity of the great king were the dear delights of the little prince. As Louis neglected his wife, so Ernest Augustus disregarded his. Fortunately, Sophia, the wife of the latter, had resources in her mind which made her consider with exemplary indifference the faithlessness of her lord. At this court of Hanover, two sisters, Catherine and Elizabeth von Meisenbuch, had for some time set the fashion of a witchery of costume, remarkable for its taste, and sometimes for outraging it. They possessed, too, the great talent of Madame de Sillery-Genlis, and were inimitable in their ability and success in getting up little fêtes, at home or abroad, in the salon or al fresco, formal and fully dressed, or rustic and easy, where major generals were costumed as agricultural swains, and ladies of honour as nymphs or dairymaids, with costumes rural of fashioning, but as resplendent and costly as silkman and jeweller could make them. At a sort of masque, invented by the sisters von Meisenbuch, one appeared as Diana, the other as Bellona, and they captivated all hearts, from those of the Prince Bishop and his son to that of the humblest aspirant in the court circle. These young ladies came to court to push their fortunes. They hoped in some way to serve the sovereign bishop, or, failing him, to be agreeable to his heir, George Louis, afterwards George I of England. But even this prince, a little and not an attractive person, to say nothing of the bishop, seemed for a time a flight above them. They could wait a new opportunity, for as for defeat in their aspirations, they would not think of it. They had the immense power of those persons who are possessed by one single idea, and who are under irresistible compulsion to carry it out to reality. They could not all at once reach the Prince Bishop or his heir, and accordingly they directed the full force of their enchantments at two very unromantic-looking personages, the private tutors of the young princes of Hanover. The ladies were soon mighty at Greek particles, learned in the aorists, fluent on the digamma, and familiar with the mysteries of the differential calculus. Catherine and Elizabeth von Meisenbuch opened a new grammar before their learned pundits, the Herren von Büscher and von Platen. The latter was of a noble and ancient house. And truth to tell, the philosophers were nothing loath to pursue the new study taught by such professors. When this educational course had come to a close, the public recognized at once its aim, quality, and effects, by learning that the sage preceptors had actually married two of the liveliest and lightest-footed of girls who had ever danced a branle at the balls in Brunswick. The wives, on first appearing in public after their marriage, looked radiant with joy. The tutors wore about them an air of constraint, as if they thought the world needed an apology, by way of explaining how two elders had permitted themselves to be vanquished by a brace of Susannas. Their ideas were evidently confused, but they took courage as people cheerfully laughed, though they may have lost it again on discovering that they had been drawn into matrimony by two gracefully graceless nymphs, whose sole object was to use their spouses as stepping stones to a higher greatness. There must have been many attendant advantages in connection with such an object, or the two married philosophers would hardly have worn the air of content which they put on as soon as they saw the aim of their estimable wives, and felt the gain thence accruing. Elizabeth von Meisenbuch, the wife of von Platen, was the true mistress of the situation. Von Platen, principally through her intrigues, had been appointed Prime Minister of the sovereign bishop. The time passed by von Platen with his sovereign master afforded him ample leisure to talk of his wife, praise her political abilities, and over-eulogize her. The Prince Bishop felt his curiosity excited to study more nearly this phoenix of a woman. It was therefore the most natural of consequences that von Platen should lead his lady to his master's feet, though it perhaps was not so natural that he should leave her there to improve the position thus reached. The lady lost no time in justifying all that her husband had advanced in warranty of her talent, skill, and willingness to use them for the advantage of the bishop and his dominions. The powerful prelate was enchanted with her in every sense. To sum all up, Madame von Platen became the mistress of her husband's master, and her sister, who had given her hand to von Büsche, gave herself, body and soul, to the bishop's son, Georges Louis. This arrangement seemed in no way to disturb the equanimity of the bishop's wife, the prince's mother. End of section 2.
Chapter number 3 of The Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Brunswicker in England by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 3. Prince Augustus of Wolfenbüttel, the accepted lover of Sophia. Superstition of the Duke of Zell. Intrigues of Madame von Platen. A rival lover. Prince George Louis makes an offer of marriage to Princess Anne. Policy of the Prince of Orange. Prince George in England. Festivities on account of his visit. Execution of Lord Stafford. Illness of Prince Rupert. The Bill of Exclusion and the Duke of York at Holyrood. Probable succession of the House of Brunswick. Prince George recalled. Successful intrigues of Sophia, wife of Ernest, a group for an artist. Ill-fated marriage of Sophia Elizabeth, Queen of Bohemia. Goody Polesgrave. The Electress Sophia and her intellectual skirmishes. While all was loose and lively at the court of the bishop, the daily routine of simple pleasures and duties alone marked the course of the events at the modest court of the Duke of Zell. The monotony of the latter locality was, however, agreeably interrupted by the arrival there of His Serene Highness Prince Augustus William of Wolfenbüttel. He had just been edified by what he had witnessed during his brief sojourn in the episcopal circle of Osnaburg, where he had seen two ladies exercising a double influence, Madame von Platen ruling her husband and his master, while her sister Caroline von Busch was equally obeyed by her consort and His Highness George Louis, the bishop's son. Prince Augustus of Wolfenbüttel was the brother of that early suitor of the little Sophia Dorothea who had met a soldier's death at the siege of Philipsburg. He was, like his brother, not so rich in gold pieces as in good qualities, and was more wealthy in virtues than in acres. He was a bachelor prince, with a strong inclination to lay down his bachelorship at the feet of a lady who would, by addition of her dowry, increased the greatness and material comforts of both. Not that Augustus of Wolfenbüttel was mercenary, he was simply prudent. A little princely state in Germany costs a great deal to maintain, and when the errant prince went forth in search of a lady with a dower, his last thought was to offer himself to one who had no heart or could have no place in his own. If there was some system, a little method, and an air of business about the passion and principle of the puissant prince, Augustus, something thereof must be laid to the charge of the times, and a little to the princely matter-of-fact good sense. He is a wise and merciful man, who, before he comes to conclusions with a lady on the chapter of matrimony, first weighs prospects and establishes, as far as in him lies, a security of sunshine. Augustus Wolfenbüttel had long suspected that the son of his future home was to be found at Zell, and in the person of his young cousin Sophia Dorothea. Even yet, tradition exists among Brunswick maidens as to the love passages of this accomplished and handsome young couple. Those passages have been enlarged for the purposes of romance writers, but divested of all exaggeration, there remains enough to prove, as touching this pair, that they were well assorted both as to mind and person, that their inclinations were toward each other, and that they were worthy of a better fate than that which fell upon the honest and warm affection which reigned in the hearts of both. The love of these cousins was not the less ardent for the fact of its being partially discouraged. The Duke of Zell looked upon the purpose of Prince Augustus with an unfavorable eye. The simple-minded Duke had an unfeigned superstitious awe of the new lover, and the idea of consenting to a match under the circumstances as they presented themselves seemed to him tantamount to a species of sacrilege, outraging the manes and memory of the defunct brother. The Duke loved his daughter, and the daughter assuredly loved Augustus of Wolfenbüttel, and added thereto, the good Duchess Eleanora was quite disposed to see the cherished union accomplished, and to bestow her benediction upon the well-favored pair. The father was influenced, however, by his extensive reading in old legendary ballad lore, metrical and melancholy German romances, the commonest incident in which is the interruption of a marriage ceremony by a spiritual personage professing priority of right. The opposition to the marriage was not, however, all surmounted when the antagonism of the Duke had been successfully overcome. Madame von Platen has the credit of having carried out her opposition to the match to a very successful issue. It is asserted of this clever lady that she was the first who caused the Bishop of Osnaburg thoroughly to comprehend that Sophia Dorothea would form a very desirable match for his son, George Louis. The young lady had lands settled on her which might as well be added to the territory of that electoral Hanover of which the Prince Bishop was soon to be the head. Every acre added to the possessions of the chief of the family would be by so much an increase of dignity, and little sacrifices were worth making to effect great and profitable results. The worthy pair, bishop and female prime minister, immediately proceeded to employ every conceivable engine whereby they might destroy the fortress of the hopes of Sophia Dorothea and Augustus of Wolfenbüttel. They cared for nothing, save that the hand of the former should be conferred upon the bishop's eldest son, George Louis, who had as little desire to be matched with his cousin, or his cousin with him, as kinfolks can have who cordially detest each other. George Louis was not shaped for a lover. He was mean in person and in character. George was brave indeed. To none of the princes of the House of Brunswick can be denied the possession of bravery. In all the bloody and useless wars of the period, he had distinguished himself by his dauntless courage and his cool self-possession. He was not heroic, but he really looked heroic at the head of his squadron, charging across the battlefield and carrying his sword and his fringed and feathered hat into the very thickest of the fray. He did not fail, it may be added, in one of the characteristics of bravery, humanity on the field. For a wounded foe he had a thorough respect. Out of the field of battle, George Lewis was an extremely ordinary personage, except in his vices. He was coarsely minded and coarsely spoken, and his profligacy was so extreme of character, it bore about it so little of what Lord Chesterfield recommended when he said a man might be gentlemanlike even in his vices, that the bishop, easy as he was both as parent and prelate, and rich as he was himself an evil example to a son who needed no such warrant to plunge headlong into sin, even the bishop felt uncomfortable for a while. He thought, however, that marriage would cure profligacy. George Lewis was now in his 22nd year. He was born in 1660, and he was recently acquired increase of importance from the tact of his sire having succeeded to the estates, grandeur, and expectations of his predecessor, Duke John Frederick. The latter was on his way to Rome in 1679, a city which he much loved, holding in respect a good portion of what is taught there. He was proceeding thither with the view of a little more pleasure and something therewith of instruction, when a sudden attack of illness carried him off, and his death excited as much grief in the bishop as it possibly could in one who had little reverence for the duke, by whose death he profited largely. When the bishop, now Duke Ernest Augustus of Hanover, as a natural consequence of this death, established a gayer court at Hanover than had ever yet been seen there, and had raised George Lewis to the rank of a crown prince, a title given to many heirs who could inherit nothing but coronets, the last named individual began to consider speculatively as to what royal lady he might, with greatest prospect of advantage to himself, make offer of his hand. At this time Charles II was king in England. The king's brother James, Duke of York, had a daughter, Lady Anne, who is better known to us all by her after title of Good Queen Anne. In the year 1680, George of Hanover came over to England with matrimonial views respecting that young princess. He had on his way visited William of Orange at the Hague, and when that calculating prince was made the confidential depository of the views of George Lewis respecting the Princess Anne of England, he listened with much complacency, but is suspected of having forthwith set on foot the series of intrigues which, helped forward by Madame von Platen, ended in the recall of George from England, and in his hapless marriage with the more hapless Sophia Dorothea. George of Hanover left the Hague with the conviction that he had a friend in William, but William was no abettor of marriages with the Princess Anne, and least of all could he wish success to the hereditary Prince of Hanover, whose union with one of the heiresses of the British throne might, under certain contingencies, miserably mar his own prospects. The Sydney Diary fixes the arrival of George Lewis at Greenwich on the 6th of December, 1680. On the 29th of the month, Viscount Stafford was beheaded on Tower Hill, and at this lively spectacle George of Hanover was probably present, for on the 30th of the month he sends a long letter to Her Serene Highness, his mother, stating that they cut off the head of Lord Stafford yesterday, and made no more ado about it than if they had chopped off the head of a pullet. In this letter the writer enters into details of the incidents of his reception in England. The tenor of his epistle is that he remained one whole day at anchor at Brunswick, which is his reading of Greenwich, while his secretary, Mr. Beck, went ashore to look for a house for him and find out his uncle Prince Rupert. Scant ceremony was displayed, it would appear, to render hospitable welcome to such a visitor. Hospitality, however, was not altogether lacking. The zealous Beck found out Uncle Robert, as the Prince Ungermanus's Rupert, and the uncle, having little of his own to offer to his nephew, straightway announced to Charles II the circumstance that the princely lover of his niece was lying in the mud off Brunswick. His Majesty, says George Lewis, immediately ordered them apartments at Rithal, and he then proceeds to state that he had not been there above the 2 hours when Lord Hamilton arrived to conduct him to the king, who received him most obligingly. He then adds, Prince Robert had preceded me and was at court when I saluted King Charles. In making my obeisance to the king, I did not omit to give him the letter of your Serene Highness, after which he spoke of your Highness, and said that he remembered you very well. When he had talked with me some time, he went to the Queen, and as soon as I arrived, he made me kiss the hem of Her Majesty's petticoat. The next day I saw the Princess of York, the Lady Anne, and I saluted her by kissing her, with the consent of the king. The day after I went to visit Prince Robert, who received me in bed, for he had a malady which makes him very often keep his bed. It appears that it is so without any pretext, and he has to take care of himself. He had not failed of coming to see me one day. All the lords came to see me. Sans pretendre la main chez moi. Probably, rather meaning without ceremony, without kissing hands, than, as has been suggested, that they came without venturing to shake hands with him. Cold and deaf did the Princess Anne remain to the suit of the Hanoverian wooer. The suit, indeed, was not pressed by any sanction of the lady's father, who during the 3 months' sojourn of George Lewis in England remained in rather secluded state at Holyrood. Neither was the suit opposed by James. James was troubled but little touching the suitor of his daughter. He had personal troubles enough of his own, wherewith to be concerned, and therewith sundry annoyances. Among the celebrations of the visit of George Lewis to this country was the pomp of the ceremony which welcomed him to Cambridge. Never had the groves or stream of Cam been made vocal by the echoes of such laudation as was given and taken on this solemnly hilarious occasion. There was much feasting, which included very much drinking, and much expenditure of heavy compliment in very light Latin. George and his trio of followers were made doctors of law by the scholastic authorities. The honor, however, was hardly more appropriate than when a similar one was conferred in after years upon Blücher and the celebrated artillery officer Gneisenau. "Ah," exclaimed the veteran leader, "they are going to make me a doctor." But it was Gneisenau that furnished all the pills. That Parliament was convened at Oxford, whereby there was, as Evelyn remarks, great expectation of His Royal Highness's cause, as to the succession against which the House was set, and therewith there was, according to the same diarist, an extraordinary sharp cold spring, not yet a leaf upon the trees, frost and snow, lying while the whole nation was in the greatest ferment. Such was the Parliament, and such the spring, when George Lewis was suddenly called home. He was highly interested in the bill, which was read a first time at that Parliament, as also in the expedients, which were proposed in lieu of such bill, and rejected. The expedients proposed instead of the bill of exclusion in this Parliament were that the whole government, upon the death of Charles II, should be vested in a regent, the Princess of Orange, and if she died without issue, then the Princess Anne should be regent. But if James, Duke of York, should have a son, educated a Protestant, then the regency should last no longer than his minority, and that the regent should govern in the name of the father while he lived, but that the father should be obliged to reside 500 miles from the British dominions, and if the duke should return to these kingdoms, the crown should immediately devolve on the regent, and the duke and his adherents he deemed guilty of high treason. Here was matter in which the Hanoverian suitor was doubly interested, both as man and as lover, nor was there anything unnatural or unbecoming in such concern. The possible inheritance of such a throne as that of England was not to be contemplated without emotion. An exclusive Protestant succession made such a heritage possible to the House of Brunswick, and if ever the heads of that house, before the object of their hopes was realized, ceased to be active for its realization, it was when assurance was made doubly sure and action was unnecessary. It is not easy to determine what part William of Orange had in the recall of George Lewis from England, but the suddenness of that recall was an object of some admiring perplexity to a lover who left a lady who was by no means inconsolable, and who 2 years afterwards was gaily married at St. James's to the Prince of Denmark, on the first leisure day between the executions of Russell and of Sidney. George Lewis, however, obeyed the summons of his sovereign and father, but it was not until his arrival in Hanover that he found himself called upon to transfer the prosecution of his matrimonial suit from one object to another. The writing idea in the mind of Ernest Augustus was that however he might have provided to secure his succession to the dominion of Zell, the marriage of his son with the Duke's only child would add many broad acres to his possessions in Hanover. Sophia Dorothea was still little more than a child, but that very circumstance was made use of in order to procure the postponement of her marriage with Augustus of Wolfenbüttel. The Duke of Zell did not stand in need of much argument from his brother to understand that the union of the young lovers might more properly be celebrated when the bride was 16 than a year earlier. The Duke was ready to accept any reasoning, the object of which was to enable him to retain his daughter another year at his side. The 16th birthday of Sophia Dorothea had arrived, and George Lewis had made no impression on her heart. The image of the absent Augustus still lived there, and the whole plot would have failed but for the sudden and active and efficient energy of one who seemed as if she had allowed matters to proceed to extremity in order to exhibit the better her own powers when she condescended to interfere personally and remedy the ill success of others by a triumph of her own. That person was Sophia, the wife of Ernest, a lady who rivaled Griselda in one point of her patience, that which she felt for her husband's infidelities. In other respects she was crafty, philosophical, and free-thinking, but she was as ambitious as any of her family, and as she had resolved on the marriage of her son George Lewis with Sophia Dorothea, she at once proceeded to accomplish that upon which she had resolved. It had suddenly come to her knowledge that Augustus of Wolfenbüttel had made his reappearance at the court of Zell. Coupling the knowledge of this fact with the remembrance that Sophia Dorothea was now 16 years of age, and that at such a period her marriage had been fixed, the mother of George Lewis addressed herself at once to the task of putting her son in the place of the favored lover. She ordered out the heavy coach and heavier Mecklenburg horses by which German potentates were wont to travel stately and leisurely by post some 2 centuries ago. It was night when she left Hanover, and although she had not further to travel than an ordinary train could now accomplish in an hour, it was broad daylight before this matchmaking and match-breaking lady reached the portals of the ducal palace of Zell. There was something delightfully primitive in the method of her proceeding. She did not despise state, except on occasions when serious business was on hand. The present was such an occasion, and she therefore waited for no usher to marshal her way and announce her coming to the Duke. She descended from her ponderous coach, pushed aside the sleepy sentinel, who appeared disposed to question her before he made way, and entering the hall of the mansion, loudly demanded of the few servants who came hurrying to meet her to be conducted to the Duke. It was intimated to her that he was then dressing, but that his Highness would soon be in a condition to descend and wait upon her. Too impatient to tarry, and too eager to care for ceremony, she mounted the stairs, bade a groom of the chamber point out to her the door of the Duke's room, and her order having been obeyed, she forthwith pushed open the door, entered the apartment, and discovered the dismayed Duke in the most negligee of deshabilles. She neither made apology nor would receive any, but, intimating that she came upon business, at once asked, "Where is your wife?" The flurried Duke of Zell pointed through an open door to a capacious bed in the adjacent room, wherein lay the wondering Duchess, lost in eiderdown in deep amazement. The old Sophia could have wished, it would seem, that she had been further off. She was not quite rude enough to close the door, and so cut off all communication and listening, but, remembering that the Duchess of Zell was but very indifferently acquainted with German, she ceased to speak in the language that then common to the German courts, French, and immediately addressed the Duke in hard Teutonic phrase, which was unintelligible to the vexed and suspecting Duchess. Half undressed, the Duke occupied a chair close to his toilet table, while the astute wife of Ernest Augustus, seated near him, unfolded a narrative to which he listened with every moment an increase of complacency and conviction. The Duchess Eleanora, from her bed in the adjacent room, could see the actors, but could not comprehend the dialogue. But if the narrative was unintelligible to her, she could understand the drift of the argument, as the names of her daughter and lover were being constantly pronounced with that of George Lewis. The case was forcibly put by the mother of George. She showed how union makes strength, how little profit could arise from a match between Sophia Dorothea and Augustus of Wolfenbüttel, and how advantageous most be a union between the heir of Hanover and the heiress of the domains which her provident father had added to Zell, and had bequeathed to his daughter. She spoke of the certainty of Ernest Augustus being created arch-standard-bearer of the Empire of Germany, and therewith Elector of Hanover. She hinted at the possibility even of Sophia Dorothea one day sharing with her son the throne of Great Britain. The hint was something premature, but the astute lady may have strengthened her case by reminding her hearer that the crown of England would most probably be reserved only for a Protestant succession, and that her son was, if a distant, yet not a very distant, and certainly a possible heir. The obsequious Duke of Zell was bewildered by the visions of greatness presented to his mind by his clever sister-in-law. With ready lack of honesty, he consented to break off the match between Sophia Dorothea and her lover, and to bestow her hand upon the careless prince for whom it was now demanded by his mother. The latter returned to Hanover perfectly satisfied with the work of that night and morning. The same satisfaction was not experienced by the Duchess Eleanora. When she came to learn the facts, she burst forth in expressions of grief and indignation. The marriage, which had now been definitely broken, had been with her an affair of a mother's heart. It had not been less an affair of a young girl's heart with Sophia Dorothea. Duke Anton Ulrich of Wolfenbüttel came in person to Zell to ask the fulfillment of the promise of her hand to his son. On learning that the alleged promise had been broken, he left Zell with the utmost indignation, and romance, at least, says of Königsmark that he, too, had left it with a feeling of sorrow that Sophia Dorothea was to be sacrificed to such an unworthy person as George Lewis. It was a pitiable case. There were 3 persons who were to be rendered irretrievably wretched, in order not that any one might be rendered happy, but that a man without a heart might be made a little more rich in the possession of dirt. The acres of Zell were to bring misery on their heiress, and every acre was to purchase its season of sorrow. No entreaty could move the Duke. In his dignity, he forgot the father, and the prayers and tears of his child failed to touch the parent, who really loved her well, but whose affection was dissolved beneath the fiery heat of his ambition. He was singularly ambitious, for the possible effect of a marriage with George Lewis was merely to add his own independent Duchy of Luneburg to the dominions of Hanover. His daughter, moreover, detested her cousin, and his wife detested her sister-in-law. Above all, the newly accepted bridegroom, if he did not detest, had no shadow, nor affected to have any shadow of respect, regard, or affection for the poor young victim who was to be flung to him with indecent and unnatural disregard of all her feelings as daughter and maiden. Sophia Dorothea's especial distaste for George Lewis was grounded not only in her knowledge of his character, but also of his want of respect for her mother, of whom he always spoke in contemptuous terms. Sophia Dorothea's inclinations, her father said, he would never constrain, but when this seemed to give her some hope of release, her father observed that a good daughter's inclinations were always identical to those of her parents. She had a heart to listen to, she thought. She had a father whom she was bound to obey, he said. and said it with terrible iteration. Her aversion is reported to have been so determined that when the portrait of her future lord was presented to her, she flung it against the wall with such violence that the glass was smashed and the dismounted diamonds were scattered over the room. The matter, however, was urged onward by Sophia of Hanover, and in formal testimony of the freedom of inclination with which Sophia Dorothea acted, she was brought to address a formal letter to the mother of her proposed husband, expressive of her obedience to the will of her father, and promissory of the same obedience to the requirements of her future mother-in-law. It is a mere formal document, proving nothing but that it was penned for the assumed writer by a cold-hearted inventor, and that the heart of the copier, subdued by sickness, was far away from her words. This document is in the British Museum. During the time that intervened before George Lewis arrived at Zell to take his bride to Hanover, Sophia Dorothea seemed to have passed years instead of weeks. It was only when her mother looked sadly at her that she contrived painfully to smile. She even professed a sort of joyful obedience, but when the bridegroom dismounted at her father's gate, Sophia Dorothea fainted in her mother's arms. After a world of misery and mock wooing, crowded into a few months, the hateful and ill-omened marriage took place at Zell on the 21st of November, 1682. The bride was 16, the bridegroom 22. Of the splendor which attended the ceremony, court historiographers wrote in loyal ecstasy and large folios, describing every character and dress, every incident and dish, every tableau and trait, with a minuteness almost inconceivable, and a weariness saddening even to think of. They thought of everything but the heart of the principal personage of the ceremony, that of the bride. They could describe the superb lace which veiled it, and prate of its value and workmanship, but of the worth and woe of the heart which beat beneath it, these courtly historians knew no more than they did of honesty. Their flattery was of the grossest, but they had no comprehension of the situation. To them all mortals were but as ballet dancers and pantomimists, and if they were but bravely dressed and picturesquely grouped, the describers thereof thought of nothing beyond. The bride preserved her mournful dignity on that dark and fierce November day. Tradition says that there was a storm without as well as sorrow within, and that the moaning of the wind and strange noises in the old castle seemed as if the elements and the very home of the bride's youth sympathized with her present and her future destiny. End of chapter 3. Read by Paige Eissinger, St. James, Missouri, April 24th, 2024.
Section 4 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 4. The Household of George and Sophia. Reception of Sophia at the court of Ernest Augustus. Similar position of Marie Antoinette and Sophia. Misfortune of the Abigail Use. Compassionated by the Duchess of Zell. Intrigues and revenge of Madame von Platen. A new favorite, Mademoiselle Ermengarda von der Schulenburg. A marriage fete and intended insult to the Princess Sophia. Gross vice of George Louis. It is said that a certain becomingness of compliment was paid to the bride in an order given to Catherine von Buch to absent herself from the palace when the bride was brought home. The mistress, it is alleged, deferred her departure till it was too late, and from a window of Madame von Platen's bedchamber, the sisters witnessed the sight of George Louis dismounting from his horse, and hastening to help his wife to descend from the carriage. Madame von Platen, as she gazed, may have thought that her sister's influence was over. If she did, Madame von Buch felt convinced of the contrary. The latter took her departure for a season. The other prepared herself to join in the splendid court festivities held in honor of the event by the command of Ernest Augustus. Sophia Dorothea, subdued by past suffering, was so gentle that even Madame van Platen would have found it difficult to have felt offended with her sister's rival. For a few months after Sophia Dorothea's husband had taken her to Hanover, she experienced perhaps a less degree of unhappiness than was ever her lot subsequently. Her open and gentle nature won the regard even of Ernest Augustus. That is, he paid her as much regard as a man so coarsely minded as he was could feel for one of such true womanly dignity as his daughter-in-law. His respect for her, however, may be best appreciated by the companionship to which he sometimes subjected her. He more frequently saw her in society with the immoral Madame van Platen than in the society of his own wife. Ernest looked gratefully upon her as the pledge of the future union of the two duchies under one duke. On this account, even if she had possessed less attractive qualities, he would have held Sophia Dorothea in great esteem. A certain measure of esteem Ernest experienced for all who had in any way furthered his scheme. His mistress, Madame van Platen, had always pretended to think favorably of the scheme, and admiringly of the wisdom of the schemer, in return for which Ernest made his mistress's husband a baron, and afterwards a count. Let us employ the higher dignity. In the beginning, George Louis seemed fairly in love with his wife. There appeared a promise of increased felicity when the first child of this marriage was born at Hanover, on the 30th of October, 1683. His father conferred on him the names of George Augustus. He expressed pleasure at having an heir, and he even added some words of regard for the mother. The second child of this marriage was a daughter born in 1687. She was that Sophia Dorothea who subsequently married the King of Prussia. In tending these two children, the mother found all the happiness she ever experienced during her married life. Soon after the birth of the daughter, George Louis openly neglected and openly exhibited his hatred of his wife. He lost no opportunity of irritating and outraging her, and she could not even walk through the rooms of the palace which she called her home without encountering the abandoned female favorites of her husband, whose presence beneath such a roof was the most flagrant of outrages. Her very sense of helplessness was a great grief to her. All that her own mother could do when her daughter complained to her of the presence near her of her husband's mistress was to advise her to imitate, on this point, the indifference of her mother-in-law, and make the best of it. The Countess von Platen kept greater state in Hanover than Sophia Dorothea herself. In her own palatial mansion, 24 servants helped her helplessness. Every morning she had a circle, as if she were a royal lady holding a court. Her dinners were costly banquets. Her evenings were renowned for the brilliancy of her fêtes and the reckless fury of gambling. Sophia Dorothea, whose talent for listening and for putting apt and sympathetic questions when the conversation required it, gave considerable satisfaction to her clever but somewhat pedantic mother-in-law, failed to at all satisfy the Countess van Platen. This lady had tried to bring the princess into something like sympathy with herself, but she found only antipathy. She detested Sophia Dorothea accordingly, and she obtained permission to invite her sister, Madame von Buch, to return to Hanover. The prime mover of the hatred of George Louis for his consort was the Countess van Platen, and this fact was hardly known to George Louis himself. There was one thing in which that individual had a fixed belief: his own sagacity, and, it may be added, his own imaginary independence of outward influences. He was profound in some things, but, as frequently happens with persons who fancy themselves deep in all, he was very shallow in many. It was often impossible to guess his purpose, but quite as often his thoughts were as clearly discernible as the pebbles in the bed of a transparent brook. The Countess von Platen saw through him thoroughly, and she employed her discernment for the furtherance of her own detestable objects. Sophia Dorothea had, however, contrived to win the good opinion of her mother-in-law, and also the warm favor of Ernest Augustus. The latter took her with him on a journey he made to Switzerland and Italy. It was on this journey that her portrait was taken, at Venice, by Gascar, who, when in England, had painted, among others, that of Louise de Curaie, Duchess of Portsmouth. This portrait of Sophia Dorothea is still in existence in Germany. The beauty of the lady represented is so remarkable, it is said, as to justify the admiration she generally excited. This admiration sometimes went beyond decent bounds. One French adorer, the celebrated and eccentric Marquis de Lassay, was impudent enough not only to address declarations of love to her, but subsequently in his memoirs to publish his letters. It has not yet occurred to the ever-busy autograph fabricators on the continent to forge the supposed replies of the princess. After the return of Ernest Augustus and his daughter-in-law to Hanover, the praise of Sophia Dorothea was ever the theme which hung on the lips of the former, and such eulogy was as poison poured in the ears of Madame von Platen. She dreaded the loss of her own influence over the father of George Louis, and she fancied that she might preserve it by destroying the happiness of the wife of his son. Her hatred of that poor lady had been increased by a circumstance with which she could not be connected, but which nearly concerned the Duchess of Zell. Ernest Augustus used occasionally to visit Madame von Platen at her own residence, with more than enough of publicity. He was more inclined to conversation with her than with his prime minister, her husband, and she had wit enough, if not worth, to give warrant for such preference. Now and then, however, the ducal sovereign would repair to pay his homage to the lady without previous notice being forwarded of his coming, and it was on one of these occasions that, on arriving at the mansion, or in the gardens of the mansion of his minister's spouse, he found not the lady of the house, who was absent, but her bright-eyed, ordinary-featured, and quick-witted handmaid, who bore a name which might have been given to such an official in Elizabethan plays by Ford or Fletcher. Her name was Use. Ernest Augustus found the wit of Use much to his taste, and the delighted Abigail was perfectly self-possessed, and more brilliant than common in the converse which she sustained for the pleasure of the sovereign, and her own expected profit. She had just, it is supposed, come to the point of some exquisitely epigrammatic tale, for the prince was laughing with his full heart, and her hand in his, and the tiring maiden was as radiant as successful wit and endeavour could make her, when Madame von Platen interrupted the sparkling colloquy by her more fiery presence. She affected to be overcome with indignation at the boldness of a menial who dared to make merry with a sovereign duke, and when poor Use had been rudely dismissed from the two presences, the one august and the other angry, the Countess von Platen probably remonstrated with Ernest Augustus, respectfully or otherwise, upon his deplorable want of dignity and good taste. Revenge certainly followed, whether remonstrance may or may not have been offered. Ernest Augustus went to sojourn for a time at one of his rural palaces, and he had no sooner left his capital than the Countess committed the terrified Use to close imprisonment in the common gaol. The history of little German courts assures us that this exercise and abuse of power were not at all uncommon with the favourites of German princes. Their word was all potential as the Duke's, and doubtless the Countess von Platen's authority was as good warrant for a Hanoverian gaoler to hold Use in custody as if he had shut up that maid, who offended by her wit, under the sign manual of Ernest Augustus himself. Use was kept captive, and very shabbily treated, until the Countess von Platen had resolved as to the further course which should be ultimately adopted towards her. She could bring no charge against her, save a pretended accusation of lightness of conduct and immorality, scandalous to Hanoverian decorum. Under this charge she had her old handmaid drummed out of the town, and if the elder Sophia heard the tap of the drums which accompanied the alleged culprit to the gates, we can only suppose that she would have expelled the Countess to the same music. But, in the first place, the wives of princes were by no means so powerful as their favourites, and secondly, the friend of the philosophical Leibniz was too much occupied with the sage to trouble herself with the affairs which gave concern to the Countess von Platen. Use found herself outside the city walls, friendless, penniless, with a damaged character, and nothing to cover it but the light costume which she had worn in the process of her march of expulsion to the roll of dry drums. When she had found a refuge, her first course was to apply to Ernest Augustus for redress. The prince, however, was at once oblivious, ungrateful, and powerless, and confining himself to sending to the poor petitioner a paltry eleemosynary half-dozen of gold pieces, he forbade her to return to Hanover, counselled her to settle elsewhere, and congratulated her that she had not received even rougher treatment. Use next made full statement of her case to the Duchess of Zell, and that lady, deeming the case one of particular hardship, and the penalty inflicted on a giddy girl too unmeasured for the pardonable offence of amusing an old prince who encouraged her to the task, after much consideration, due weighing of the statement, and befitting inquiry, took the offender into her own service, and gave to the exiled Hanoverian a refuge, asylum, and employment in Zell. These are but small politics, but they illustrate the nature of things as they then existed at little German courts. They had, moreover, no small influence on the happiness of Sophia Dorothea. The Countess von Platen was enraged that the mother of that princess should have dared to give a home to one whom she had condemned to be homeless, and she in consequence is suspected of having been fired with the more satanic zeal to make desolate the home of the young wife. She adopted the most efficient means to arrive at such an end. Her wicked zeal was stimulated by the undisguised contempt with which Sophia Dorothea treated her on all public occasions. She urged her sister, Madame von Buch, to recover her power over George Louis. Madame von Buch embraced with alacrity the mission with which she was charged, again to throw such meshes of fascination as she was possessed of around the heart of the not over-susceptible prince. But George Louis stolidly refused to be charmed, and Madame von Buch gave up the attempt in a sort of offended despair. Her sister, like a true genius, fertile in expedients, and prepared for every emergency, bethought herself of a simple circumstance, whereby she hoped to attain her ends. She remembered that George Louis, though short himself of stature, had a predilection for tall women. At the next fete, which he was present at the mansion of Madame von Platen, he was enchanted by a majestic young lady, with a name almost as long as her person. It was Ermengarda Melusina von der Schulenburg. She was more shrewd than witty, this tall mock-in, as the Electress Sophia once called the lofty Ermengarda. And, as George Louis was neither witty himself, nor much cared for wit in others, she was the better enabled to establish herself in the most worthless of hearts. This was the work of the Countess, who saw in the tender blue eyes, the really fine features, the imposing figure, and the 19 years of Ermengarda means to an end. When the Countess hinted at the distinction that was within reach of her, the tall beauty is said to have blushed and hesitated, and then to have yielded herself with alacrity to the glittering circumstance. She and the prince first met on his return from a campaign in Hungary. He was at once subjected to her magic influences. She was an inimitable flatterer, and in this way she fooled her victim to the very top of his bent. She exquisitely cajoled him, and with exquisite carelessness did he surrender himself to be cajoled. Gradually, by watching his inclinations, anticipating his wishes, admiring even his coarseness, and lauding at his candor, she so won upon the lazily excited feelings of George Louis that he began to think her presence indispensable to his well-being. If he hunted, she was in the field, the nearest to his saddle-bow. If he went out to walk alone, he invariably fell in with Ermengarda. At the court theatre, when he was present, the next conspicuous object was the towering von der Schulenburg, in all her diamonds, beneath the glare of which, and the blazing impudence of their wearer, the modest Sophia Dorothea was almost extinguished. Ermengarda was speedily established at Hanover as Hofdame, or lady-in-waiting. Madame von Platen had announced a festival to be celebrated at her mansion, which was to surpass in splendor anything that had ever been witnessed by the existing generation. The occasion was the second marriage of her sister, Madame von Buch, who had worried the poor ex-tutor of George Louis into the grave, with General Way, a gallant soldier, equal, it would seem, to any feat of daring. Whenever the Countess von Platen designed to appear with more than ordinary brilliancy in her own person, she was accustomed to indulge in the extravagant luxury of a milk bath, and it was added by the satirical or the scandalous that the milk which had just lent softness to her skin was charitably distributed among the poor of the district, wherein she occasionally affected to play the character of Dorcas. The fete and the giver of it were not only to be of a splendor that had never been equaled, but George Louis had promised to grace it with his presence, and had even pledged himself to walk a measure with the irresistible Ermengarda Melusina von der Schulenburg. Madame von Platen had thought that her cup of joy and pride and revenge would be complete and full to the brim if she could succeed in bringing Sophia Dorothea to the misery of witnessing a spectacle, the only true significance of which was that the faithless George Louis publicly acknowledged the gigantic Ermengarda for his favorite. More activity was employed to encompass the desired end than if the aim in view had been one of good purpose. It so far succeeded that Sophia Dorothea intimated her intention of being present at the festival given by the Countess von Platen, and when the latter lady received the desired and welcome intelligence, she was conscious of an enjoyment that seemed to her an antepast of paradise. The eventful night at length arrived. The bride had exchanged rings with the bridegroom, congratulations had been duly paid, the floor was ready for the dancers, and nothing lacked but the presence of Sophia Dorothea. There walked the proudly eminent von der Schulenburg, looking blandly down upon George Louis, who led her by the hand, and there stood the impatient von Platen, eager that the wife of that light-o'-love cavalier should arrive and be crushed by the spectacle. Still she came not. Finally her lady of honor, Fraulein von Nisbeck, arrived, not as her attendant but her representative, with excuses for the non-appearance of her mistress, whom unfeigned indisposition detained at her own hearth. The course of the festival was no longer delayed. In it the bride and bridegroom were forgotten, and George and Ermengarda were the hero and heroine of the hour. After that hour no one doubted as to the bad eminence achieved by that lady, unworthy daughter of an ancient and honorable race. So narrowly and sharply observant was the lynx-eyed von Niesbeck of all that passed between her mistress's husband and that husband's mistress, that when she returned to her duties of Dame de Tour, she unfolded a narrative that inflicted a stab in every phrase and tore the heart of the despairing listener. End of section 4. Section 5 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 5. The Electorate of Hanover. The House of Hanover ranges itself against France. Ernest Augustus created Elector. Domestic rebellion of his son Maximilian. His accomplice, Count von Moltke, beheaded. The electors of Germany. While Sophia Dorothea was daily growing more unhappy, her father-in-law was growing more ambitious, and the prospects of her husband more brilliant. The younger branch of Brunswick was outstripping the elder in dignity, and not merely an electoral, but a kingly crown seemed the prize it was destined to attain. When Ernest's elder brother, John Frederick, died childless, and left him the principalities of Calenberg and Grubenberg, with Hanover, or a residence, he hailed an increase of influence, which he hoped to see heightened by securing the Duchy of Zell also to his family. He had determined that George Louis should succeed to Hanover and Zell united. In other words, he established primogeniture, recognized his eldest son as heir to all his land, and only awarded to his other sons moderate appanages, whereby to support a dignity which he considered sufficiently splendid by the glory which it would receive, by reflection, from the head of the house. This arrangement by no means suited the views of one of Ernest's sons, Maximilian. He had no inclination whatever to borrow glory from the better fortune of his brother, and was resolved, if it might be, to achieve splendor by his own. He protested loudly against the accumulation of the family territorial estates upon the eldest heir, claimed his own share, and even raised a species of domestic rebellion against his sire, to which weight, without peril, was given by the alleged adhesion of a couple of confederates, Count von Moltke and a conspirator of burgher degree. Ernest Augustus treated Max like a rude child. He put him under arrest in the paternal palace, and confined the filial rebel to the mild imprisonment of his own room. Maximilian was as obstinate as either Henry the Dog or Magnus the Violent, and he not only opposed his sire's wishes with respect to the aggrandizement of the family by the enriching of the heir apparent, but went counter to him in matters of religion. In after years, he was not only a good Jacobite, but he also conformed to the faith of the Stuarts, and Maximilian ultimately died, a tolerable Roman Catholic, in the service of the emperor. In the meanwhile, his domestic antagonism against his father was not productive of much inconvenience to himself. His arrest was soon raised, and he was restored to freedom, though not to favor or affection. It went harder, however, with his friend and confederate Count von Moltke, against whom, as nothing could be proved, much was invented. An absurd story was coined to the effect that at the time when Maximilian was opposing his father's projects, Count von Moltke, at a court entertainment, had presented his snuff-box to Ernest Augustus. This illustrious individual, having taken therefrom the pungent tribute respectfully offered, presented the same to an Italian greyhound which lay at his feet, who thereon suddenly sneezed, and swiftly died. The Count was sent into close arrest, and the courtly gossips forged the story to account for the result. The unfortunate von Moltke was, indeed, as severely punished as if he had been a murderer. He was judged in something of the old Jedburgh fashion, whereby execution preceded judgment, and the head of Count von Moltke had fallen before men could well guess why he had forfeited it. The fact was that this penalty had been enacted as a vicarious infliction on Prince Maximilian. The more ignoble plotter was only banished, and in the death of a friend and the exile of a follower, Maximilian, it was hoped, would see a double suggestion from which he would draw a healthy conclusion. This course had its desired effect. The disinherited heir accepted his ill fortune with a humor of the same quality, and openly, at least, ceased to be a trouble to his more ambitious than affectionate father. The next important public circumstance was the raising Hanover to an electorate, and this was not effected without much bribery and intrigue. In those warlike times, when France and the German Empire were in antagonism, the attitude assumed by such a state as Hanover was a matter of interest to the adverse powers. It is said that the last argument which decided the emperor's course was a hint from de Groot, the Hanoverian minister, that Ernest Augustus might cast in his lot with France. A prince who had so often well served the empire was not to be allowed to assist France for a lack of flinging to him the title of elector. This title was granted, but under heavy stipulations. The two Dukes of Hanover and Zell bound themselves, as long as the war lasted, on the side of the emperor against the French and against the Turks, to pay annually $500,000, to furnish a contingent amounting to 9,000 men, to uphold the claim of the Archduke Charles on the Spanish throne, and at any election of a new emperor, to vote invariably for the eldest heir of the House of Habsburg. The 19th of December, 1692, was the joyful day on which Ernest Augustus was nominated Elector of Hanover. The day, however, was anything but one of joy to the branch of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. That elder branch felt itself dishonored by the august dignity which had been conferred upon the younger scion of the family. The elder branch, and the sacred college with it, affirmed that the emperor was invested with no prerogative by which he could, of his own spontaneous act, add a 9th elector to the 8 already existing. Originally, there were but 7, and the accession of one more to that time-honored number was pronounced to be an innovation by which ill fortune must ensue. Something still more deplorable was vaticinated as the terrible consequence of a step so peremptorily taken by the emperor, in despite of the other electors. It was said by the supporters of the emperor and Hanover that the addition of a 9th and Protestant elector was the more necessary, that there were only 2 electors on the sacred roll who now followed the faith of the Reformed Church, and that the sincerity of one, at least, of these was very questionable. The Reformed states of Germany had a right to be properly represented, and the emperor was worthy of all praise for respecting this right. With regard to the nomination, it was stated that, though it had been made spontaneously by the emperor, it had been confirmed by the Electoral College, a majority of the number of which had carried the election of the emperor's candidate. Now, this last point was the weak point of the Hanoverians, for it was asserted by many adversaries, and not denied by many supporters, that in such a case as this, no vote of the Electoral College was good unless it were a unanimous vote. To this objection, strongly urged by the elder branch of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, no answer was made, except indeed by praising the new elector, of whom it was correctly stated that he had introduced into his states such a taste for masquerades, operas, and ballets as had never been known before, and that he had made a merry and a prosperous people of what had been previously a dull nation, as regarded both manners and commerce. The emperor only thought of the good service which Ernest Augustus had rendered him in the field, and he stood by that accomplished fact of which he was the chief author. The college was to the full as obstinate, and would not recognize any vote tendered by the elector of Hanover, or of Brunswick, as he was at first called. For nearly 16 years was this opposition carried on. At length, on the 30th of June, 1708, this affair of the 9th electorate was adjusted, and the 3 colleges of the empire resolved to admit the elector of Hanover to sit and vote in the electoral college. In the same month he was made general of the imperial troops, then assembled in the vicinity of the Upper Rhine. His original selection by the emperor had much reference to his military services. The efforts of Louis XIV to get possession of the Palatinate, after the death of the Palatine Louis, had caused the formation of the German Confederacy to resist the aggression of France, an aggression not checked till the day when Marlborough defeated Tallard at Blenheim. Louis was hurried into the war by his minister, Louvois, who was annoyed by his interference at home in matters connected with Louvois' department. It was to make the Confederation more firm and united that Ernest Augustus was created, rather than elected, a 9th elector. The 3 Protestant electors were those of Saxony, Brandenburg, and Hanover, the 3 Roman Catholic, Bohemia, Bavaria, and the Palatinate, and the 3 spiritual electors, the Prince Archbishops of Metz, Treves, and Cologne. The history of the creation of the 9th electorate would not be complete without citing what is said in respect thereof by the author of a pamphlet suppressed by the Hanoverian government, and entitled Impeachment of the Ministry of Count Munster. It is to this effect. During the war between Leopold I and France, at the close of the 17th century, Ernest Augustus, Duke of Brunswick and administrator of Osnabrück, father of George I, had been paid a considerable sum of money on condition of aiding the French monarch with 10,000 troops. The emperor, aware of the engagement and anxious to prevent the junction of these forces with the enemy, proposed to create a 9th electorate in favor of the duke, provided he brought his levies to the imperial banner. The degrading offer was accepted, and the envoys of Brunswick-Lüneburg received the electoral cap, the symbol of their master's dishonor, at Vienna on the 19th of December, 1692. From the opposition of the college and princes, Ernest was never more than nominally an elector, and even his son's nomination was with difficulty accomplished in 1710. It was in connection with this new dignity that Hanover, a name till then applied only to a principal and almost independent city of the Dukedom of Brunswick, became known in the list of European sovereignties. But while the court of Hanover was engaged in the important or trivial circumstances which have been already narrated, a notable individual had been pursuing fortune in various countries of Europe, and had made his appearance on the scene at Hanover to play a part in a drama which had a tragical catastrophe, namely Count Königsmark. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1 by John Doran. Chapter 6. The Königsmarks. The circumstance of the sojourn of a Count of Königsmark at Zell during the childhood of Sophia Dorothea has been before noticed. Originally the family of the Königsmarks was of the Mark of Brandenburg, but a chief of the family settled in Sweden, and the name carried lustre with it into more than one country. In the army, the cabinet, and the church, the Königsmarks had representatives of whom they might be proud, and generals, statesmen, and prince-bishops, all labouring with glory in their respective departments, sustained the high reputation of this once celebrated name. From the period, early in the 17th century, that the first Königsmark, Count John Christopher, withdrew from the imperial service and joined that of Sweden, the men of that house devoted themselves almost exclusively to the profession of arms. This Count John is famous as the subduer of Prague in 1648, at the end of the 30 Years' War. Of all the costly booty which he carried with him from that city, none has continued to be so well cared for by the Swedes as the silver book containing the Meso-Gothic Gospels of Bishop of Philas, that still preserved with pride at learned Upsal. John Christopher was the father of 2 sons, Otho William, a Marshal of France, a valued friend of Charles XII, and a gallant servant of the state of Venice, whose government honoured his tomb with the inscription Semper Victoriae, was the younger. He was pious as well as brave, and he enriched German literature with a collection of very fervid and spiritual hymns. The elder son, Conrad Christopher, was killed in the year 1673 when fighting on the Dutch and imperial side at the siege of Bonn. He left 4 children, 3 of whom became famous. His sons were Charles John and Philip Christopher. His daughters were Maria Aurora, mother of the famous Maurice of Saxony, and Amelia Wilhelmina. The latter was fortunate enough to achieve happiness without being celebrated. If she had not been talked of beyond her own Swedish fireside, she passed there a life of calm felicity, as she and her husband Charles von Lohenhaupt could enjoy when they had relations so celebrated and so troublesome as Counts Charles John and Philip Christopher, and the Countess Maria Aurora, the favourite of Augustus of Poland, and the only royal concubine, perhaps, who almost deserved as much respect as though she had won greatness by a legitimate process. It was this Philip Christopher who was for a brief season the playfellow or companion of Sophia Dorothea in the young days of both in the quiet gardens and galleries of Zell. It is only told of him that after his departure from Zell he sojourned with various members of his family, travelled with them, and returned at intervals to reside with his mother, Maria Christina of the German family of Wrangel, who unhappily survived long enough to be acquainted with the crimes as well as the misfortunes of 3 of her children. In the year 1682, Philip Christopher was in England, the elder brother, who had more than once been a visitor to this country, and a welcome, because a witty, one at the court of Charles II, had brought his younger brother hither in order, so it was said, to have him instructed more completely in the tenets of the Protestant religion, and ultimately to place him at Oxford. In the meantime, Charles John lodged Philip with a governor at the riding academy near the Haymarket of that Major Foubert, whose second establishment, where he taught noble horsemanship, is still commemorated by the passage out of Regent Street, which bears the name of the French Protestant refugee and professor of equestrianism. The elder brother of these two Königsmarks was a superb scoundrel. He had led a roving and adventurous life, and was in England when not more than 15 years of age in the year 1674. During the next half-dozen years he had rendered the ladies of the court of France ecstatic at his impudence, and had won golden opinions from the Marine Knights of Malta, whom he had accompanied on a caravan or cruise against the Turks, wherein he had took hard blows cheerfully, and had well nigh been drowned by his impetuous gallantry. At some of the courts of southern Europe he appeared with an eclat which made the men hate and envy him, but nowhere did he produce more effect than at Madrid, where he appeared at the period of the festivities held to celebrate the marriage of Charles II with Maria Louisa of Orleans. The marriage of the last named August pair was followed by the fiercest and finest bullfights which had ever been witnessed in Spain. At one of these, Charles John made himself a champion of a lady, fought in her honour in the arena with the wildest bull of the company, and got dreadfully mauled for his pains. His horse was slain, and he himself, staggering and faint, and blind with the loss of blood, and with deep wounds, had finally only strength enough left to pass his sword into the neck of the other brute, his antagonist, and to be carried half dead and quite senseless out of the arena, amid the approbation of the gentle ladies, who purred applause upon the unconscious hero, like satisfied tigresses. In 1681, at the age of 22, master of all manly vices and ready for any adventure, he was once more in England, where he seized the opportunity afforded him by the times and their events, and hastened to join the expeditions against Tangier. On the conclusion of the warm affair at Tangier, he went as an amateur against the Algerines, and without commission inflicted on them and their uncle, as the word Dey implies, as much injury as though he had been chartered general at the head of a destroying host. When he returned to England, he was received with enthusiasm. His handsome face, his long flaxen hair, his stupendous periwig for state occasions, and his ineffable impudence made him the delight of the impotent people of those impudent times. Now, of all those people, the supercilious Charles John cared for but one, and she, there is reason to believe, knew little and cared less for this presuming scion of the house of Königsmark. Jocelyn, 11th Earl of Northumberland, who died in 1670, the last of the male line of his house, left an only daughter, 4 years of age, named Elizabeth. Her father's death made her the possessor, awaiting her majority, of vast wealth, to which increase was made by succession to other inheritances. Her widowed mother married Ralph Montague, English ambassador in Paris. When the widow of Jocelyn espoused Montague, her daughter Elizabeth went to reside with the mother of Jocelyn, Dowager Countess of Northumberland, and co-heiress of the Suffolk estates, destined to be added to the possessions of little Elizabeth. She was an intriguing, indelicate, self-willed, and worthless old woman, and with respect to the poor little girl of whom she was the unworthy guardian, she made her the subject of constant intrigues with men of power who wished for wealth, and with rich men who wished for rank and power. Before the unhappy little heiress had attained the age of 13, her grandmother had bound her in marriage with Henry Cavendish, Earl Ogle. Though the ceremony was performed, the parties did not, of course, reside together. The Dowager Countess and the Earl were satisfied that the fortune of the heiress was secured, and they were further content to wait for what might follow. That which followed was what they least expected: death. The bridegroom died within a year of his union with Elizabeth Percy, and this child, wife and widow, was again at the disposal of her wretched grandmother. The heiress of countless thousands was anything but the mistress of herself. At this period, the proprietor of the house and domain of Longleat in Wiltshire was that Thomas Thynne, whom Dryden has celebrated as the Eissinger of his Absalon and Achitophel. He was the friend of the Duke of Monmouth, who was spoken of as Tom of 10,000, and was a very unworthy fellow, although the member of a worthy house. Tom's 10,000 virtues were that of mettle, which the Dowager Countess of Northumberland most approved, and her granddaughter had not been many months the widow of Lord Ogle when her precious guardian united her by private marriage to Thynne. The newly married couple were at once separated. The marriage was a result of an infamous intrigue between infamous people, some of whom, subsequently to Thynne's death, sued his executors for money which he had bound himself to pay for services rendered to further the marriage. When Charles John Königsmark returned to England in January 1682, all England was talking of the match wherein a poor child had been sold, although the purchaser had not yet possession of either his victim or her fortune. The common talk must have had deep influence on the Count, who appears to be impressed with the idea that if Thynne were dead, Count Charles John Königsmark might succeed to his place and expectations. On the evening of Sunday the 12th of February 1682, Thynne was in his coach, from which the Duke of Monmouth had only just previously alighted, and was riding alone that part of Pall Mall which abuts upon Cockspur Street, when the carriage was stopped by 3 men on horseback, one of whom discharged a carbine into it, whereby Tom of 10,000 was so desperately wounded that he died in a few hours. The persons charged with this murder were chiefly discovered by means of individuals of ill repute with whom they associated. By such means were arrested a German, Captain Vratz, Borotsky, a Pole, and a fellow half-knave, half-enthusiast described as Lieutenant Stern. Vratz had accompanied Königsmark to England. They lodged together first in the Haymarket, next in Rupert Street, and finally in St. Martin's Lane. Borotsky had been clothed and armed at the Count's expense, and Stern was employed as a likely tool to help them in this enterprise. It was proved on the trial that, after the deed was committed, these men were at the Count's lodgings, that a sudden separation took place, and that the Count himself, upon sudden fear, took flight to the waterside. There he lay hid for a while, and then dodged about the river in various disguises, in order to elude pursuit, until he finally landed at Gravesend, where he was pounced upon by 2 expert thief-catchers. The confessions of the accomplices, save Vratz, did not affect the Count. His defence took a high Protestant turn, made allusion to his Protestant ancestors and their deeds on behalf of Protestantism, lauded Protestant England, alluded to his younger brother, brought expressively here to be educated in Protestant principles, and altogether was exceedingly clever, but in no wise convincing. It was known that the king would learn with pleasure that the Count had been acquitted, as this knowledge was possessed by judges who were removable at the king's pleasure. It had a strong influence, and the arch-murderer, the most cowardly of the infamous company, was acquitted accordingly. In this case, the verdict, as regarded him, was given in last. The other 3 persons were indicted for the actual commission of the fact. Königsmark, as an accessory before the fact, hiring them and instigating them to the crime. Thrice he had heard the word guilty pronounced, and despite his recklessness, was somewhat moved when the jury was asked as to their verdict respecting him. Not guilty, murmured the foreman, and then the noble Count, mindful only of himself, and forgetful of the 3 unhappy men whom he had dragged to death, exclaimed in his unmanly joy, "God bless the king and this honourable bench." The meaner assassins were flung to the gallows. Vratz went to his fate like Pierre, declared that the murder was a result of a mistake, and that entertaining a quarrel with Mr. Thynne, whom he was about to challenge. When the Pole, mistaking his orders and inclinations, discharged his carbine into the carriage and slew the occupant, the other 2 confessed to the murder as the hired instruments of Vratz. Count Charles John repaired to the court of France, where he was received in that sort of gentlemanly fashion which Vratz looked for in paradise. His sword gleamed in many an action fought in various battlefields of Europe during the next few years, at the head of the French regiment of which he was colonel. Finally, in 1686, he was in the service of the Venetians in the Morea. On the 29th of August he was before Argos, when a sortie was made by the garrison, and the bloody struggle which ensued, he was mortally wounded. For Thynne's monument in Westminster Abbey, a Latin inscription was prepared, which more than merely hinted that Königsmark was the murderer of Tom of 10,000. Small, servile Sprat, then the Dean of Westminster, would not allow the inscription to be set up, and his apologists, who in advance in his behalf that he would have done wrong had he allowed a man cleared of a jury from a charge of murder to be permanently set down in hard record of marble as an assassin, have much reason in what they advance. The youthful maid, wife and widow, Lady Ogle, remained at Amsterdam, whither she had gone, some persons said fled, after her marriage with Thynne, until the 3 of his murderers who had been executed had expiated their crime, as far as human justice was concerned, upon the scaffold. She then returned to England, but the young lady did not appear public, as the phrase went, for 6 or 7 weeks, and when she did so, it was found he had just married Charles Seymour, 3rd Duke of Somerset, a match which made one of two silly persons and a couple of colossal fortunes. This red-headed lady died in the 56th year of her age, in AD 1722, and the Duke, then 64, found speedy consolation for his loss in the marriage with the youthful Lady Charlotte Finch, who was at once his wife, nurse, and secretary. It is said of her that one day in the course of conversation tapped her husband familiarly on the shoulder with her fan, whereupon that amiable gentleman indignantly cried out, "Madam, my first wife was a Percy, and she never took a liberty." Königsmark, whose fate was so bound up with that of Sophia Dorothea, left England with her brother, and like his brother, he led an adventurous and roving life, never betraying any symptom of the Christian spirit of the religion of the Church of England, of which he first tasted, but little could be found, in Major Foubert's riding school. A portion of his time was spent in Hamburg with his mother and two sisters. His renown was sufficient for a cavalier who loved to live splendidly, and when he appeared at the court of Hanover in search of military employment, he was welcomed as cavaliers are who are so comfortably endowed. In 1688 we first hear of him in the electoral capital, bearing arms under the Elector, and a guest at the table of Charles Louis and Sophia Dorothea. This was a year after the birth of the second and last child of that ill-matched couple. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1 by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 7. Königsmark at Court. The estimation in which Count Philip Christopher von Königsmark was held at the court of Hanover was soon manifested by his elevation to the post of Colonel of the Guards. He was the handsomest colonel in the small electoral army, and passed for the richest. His household, when thoroughly established in 1690, consisted of 29 servants, and 100 horses and mules were stalled in his stables. His way of life was warrant for the opinion entertained of his wealth. But more flimsy warrant could hardly have existed, for the depth of a purse is not to be discovered by the manner of life of him who owns it. He continued withal to enchant everyone with whom he came in contact. The spendthrifts reverenced him, for he was royally extravagant. The few people of taste spoke of him encouragingly, for at an era when little taste was shown, he exhibited much both in his dress and his equipages. These were splendid, without being gaudy. Scholars even could speak with him, and of him without a sneer expressed or reserved, for Philip Christopher was intellectually endowed, had read more than most of the mere cavaliers of his day, had a good memory, with an understanding whose digestive powers a philosopher might have envied. He spelt, however, and he wrote little better than his grooms. He was not less welcome of the soldier than the scholar, for he had the experience in the tented field, and had earned in the imminently deadly breach much reputation, without having been himself, in the slightest degree, illustriously maimed. Königsmark was as daring in speech as in arms. It is said of him that when George Louis, in crowded court, once asked him why he had quitted the Saxon service, Königsmark replied, "It moved me to anger to see a prince poisoning the life and happiness of his lovable young wife by his connection with an impudent and worthless mistress." The whole audience gaped with astonishment, and the speech was reported in many a ballroom. But ballrooms also re-echoed with the ringing eulogisms of his gracefulness, and his witty sayings are reported as having been in general circulation. But they have not been strong enough to travel by the rough paths of time down to these later days. He is praised too as having been satirical, without any samples of his satire having been offered for our opinion. He was daringly irreligious, for which free-thinkers applauded him as a man of liberal sentiments, believing little and fearing less. He was preeminently gay, which in modern and honest English means that he was terribly licentious, and such was the temper of the times, that probably he was as popular for this characteristic as for all the other qualities by which he was distinguished, put together. There was nothing remarkable in the fact that he speedily attracted the notice of Sophia Dorothea. She may, without fault, have remembered with pleasure the companion of her romping youth, and have wished him well and no harm done, as Pierre says. He was not a mere stranger, and the two met just as the husband of Sophia Dorothea had publicly insulted her by ostentatiously parading his attachment and his bad taste for women, no more to be compared with Herod worth and virtue than lace with Lucretia. Up to this time, the only confidants of her secret sorrows were her mother and her faithful von Niesbeck. She had repulsed the affected sympathy of the Countess von Platen, and had concealed her feelings when her jealousy was stirred by allusions to the Countess's sister, and to Ermengarde von de Schulerberg. The Countess von Platen, mature of age, casting admiring eyes on Königsmark. It is asserted that the Count had scarcely been made Colonel of the Guards when the Countess von Platen fixed upon him as one of the instruments by which she would ruin Sophia Dorothea, and relieve Georges Louis of a wife whose virtues were a continual reproach to him. The princess had been taking exercise in the gardens of the palace, returning from which she met her little son, George Augustus, whom she took from his attendant, and with him in her arms began to ascend the stairs which led to her apartments. Her goodwill was greater than her strength, and Count Königsmark happened to see her at the moment when she was exhibiting symptoms of weakness and irresolution. Embarrassed by her burden, and not knowing how to proceed with it, the Count at once, with ready gallantry, not merely proffered, but gave his aid. He took the young prince from his mother, ascended the stairs, holding the future King of England in his arms, and at the door of the apartment of Sophia Dorothea again consigned him to maternal keeping. They tarried for a few brief moments at the door, exchanging a few conventional terms of thanks and civility, when they were seen by the ubiquitous von Platen, and out of this simple fact she is supposedly to have gradually worked this terrible calamity, which may be said to have slain both victims, for Sophia Dorothea was only for years slowly accomplishing death, which fell upon the cavalier so surely and so swiftly. The incident was reported to Ernest Augustus, Monseigneur, as the Countess used to call him, with much exaggeration of detail and liberal suggestion, not warranted by the facts. The conduct of the princess was mildly censured as indiscretion, that of the Count as disloyal impertinence, and thereto a mountain of comments seems to have been added, and a misty world of hints, which annoyed the Duke without convincing him. Foiled in her first attempt to ruin Sophia Dorothea, von Platen addressed herself to the task of cementing strict friendship with the Count, and he, a gallant cavalier, was nothing loath, naught suspecting. Of the terms of this friendly alliance little is known. They were only to be judged of by the conduct of the parties whom that alliance bound. A perfect understanding appears to have been established between them, and the Countess von Platen was often heard to rally the Count upon the love passages in his life, and even upon his alleged admiration of Sophia Dorothea. What was said jokingly, or was intended to be seen as if said jokingly, was soon accepted by casual hearers as a sober and as sad as sober truth. The Countess referred often to his visits paid to Sophia Dorothea as rendezvous, but at these Fraulein von Niesbeck was, as she subsequently affirmed, present from first to last, and two other ladies in waiting, pages, women, and Georges Louis' own servant, Soliman, a Turk, had free and frequent ingress and egress. The first step having been made, no time was lost in pursuing the object for which it had been accomplished. At one of those splendid masquerades in which Ernest Augustus especially delighted, Königsmark distinguished himself above all the other guests by the variety as well as richness of his costume, and by the sparkling talent with which he supported each assumed character. He excited a universal admiration, and, so it was said by the Countess von Platen, in none more than in Sophia Dorothea. This may have been true, and the poor princess may possibly have found some oblivion for her domestic trials in allowing herself to be amused with the exercise of the Count's dramatic talent. She honestly complimented him on his ability, and on the advantages which the fates derived from his presence, his talent, and his good nature. Out of this compliment, the Countess forged another link of the chain, whereby she intended to bind the princess to a ruin from which she could not escape. At this time, the Countess is said to have hated the handsome Königsmark as much as he had previously admired him. He had met her liberal advances with disregard, or had disregarded her after reciprocating them. In either case, the offence was deadly. The next incident told is more dramatic, of character perhaps than any of the others. The Countess had engaged the Count in conversation in a pavilion of the gardens in the electoral palace, when, on making the approach of two gentlemen, an excuse for retiring, they withdrew together. The gentlemen alluded to were George Louis and the Count von Platen, and these entering the pavilion, which had just been vacated, the former picked up a glove which had been dropped by the Countess. The Prince recognised it by the embroidery, and perhaps by a crest or some mark impressed upon it, as being a glove belonging to his consort. He was musingly examining it when a servant entered the palace, professedly in search of a glove which the Princess had lost. On some explanation ensuing, it was subsequently discovered that the Madame von Wey, the sister of the Countess von Platen, had succeeded in persuading Prince Maximilian to procure for her this glove, on pretext that she wished to copy the pattern of the embroidery upon it, and that the Prince had thoughtlessly done so, leaving the glove of Madame von Wey in its place. But this, which might have accounted for its appearance in the pavilion, was not known to George Louis, who would probably have been there indeed with the excellent Countess von Platen, who acknowledged the fact, adding that no glove was on the ground when she was there, and that the one found could not have been hers, insomuch as she never wore Netherland gloves, as the one in question was. But gloves altogether of a different make and quality. Königsmark had been there, and the glove of the Princess Sophia Dorothea had been found there, and this German specimen of Mrs. Candour knew nothing beyond. Thenceforth, George Louis was not merely rude and fatalist to his wife, but cruel in the extreme. The degrading blow, so it was alleged, but following the harsh word. The Elector of Hanover was more than just his rash and worthless son. He disbelieved the insinuations made against his daughter-in-law. The Electress was less reasonable, less merciful, less just to her son's wife. She treated her with a coolness which interpreted a belief in the slander uttered against her, and when Sophia Dorothea expressed a wish to visit her mother, the electoral permission was given with an alacrity which testified to the pleasure with which the Electress of Hanover would witness the departure of Sophia Dorothea from her court. Sophia Dorothea, as soon as she descended at the gates of her father's residence, found her mother there, indeed, ready to receive her with the arms of her mother's love, and to feel that love was showered upon a daughter worthy of it, not of like quality with the old Duke's feelings. Communications had been made to him from Hanover to the effect that his daughter was obstinate, disobedient, disrespectful to the Elector and Electress, neglectful of her children, faithless in heart, if not in fact, to their father. The Duke of Zell had been, as he thought, slow to believe the charges brought against his child's good name, and applied to the Elector for some further explanation. But poor honest Augustus was just then perplexed by another domestic quarrel. His son, the ever-troublesome Prince Maximilian, having long entertained a suspicion that Countess von Platen's denial of the light offence laid to her charge of wearing rouge was also a playful denial, mischievously proved the fact one day by not very gallantly flicking from his finger a little of water in which peas had been boiled, and which was then a popular mischievous test to try the presence of rouge. As if the latter were there, the pea water left an indelible fleck or stain upon it. At this indignity the Countess von Platen was more enraged, as her denial had been disproved. She rushed to the feet of the Elector, and told her complaint with an energy as if the whole state were in peril. The Elector listened, threatened Prince Maximilian with arrest, and wished his family were as easy to govern as his electoral dominions. He had scarcely relieved himself of this particular source of trouble by binding Prince Maximilian to his good behaviour, when he was applied to by the Duke of Zell on the subject of his daughter. He angrily referred the Duke to 3 of his ministers, who, he said, were acquainted with the facts. Now, these ministers were men who expressly distorted them. These worthy persons, if report may be trusted, performed their wicked office with as wicked an alacrity. However the result was reached, its existence cannot be denied, and its consequences were fatal to Sophia Dorothea. The Electress Sophia is said to have at last so thoroughly hated her daughter-in-law as to have entered partly into the misrepresentations which acquired for her the temporary wrath of her father. But of this enmity of her mother-in-law, the younger Sophia does not appear to have suspected anything. Sophia Dorothea, at all events, bore her father's temporary aversion with a wandering patience, satisfied that time and the hour would at length do her justice. The Duke's prejudice, however, was rather stubborn of character, and he was guilty of many absurdities to show, as he thought, that his obstinacy of ill-merited feeling against his own child was not ill-founded. He refused to listen to her own statement of her wrongs, in order to show her how he guarded himself against duly biased. The mother of the princess remained her furthest friend and truest champion. If misrepresentations had shaken her confidence for a moment, it was only for a moment. She knew the disposition of Sophia Dorothea too well to lend credit to false representations which depicted her as a wife, compared with whom Petruchio's Catherine would have been the gentlest of Griseldas. As little did she believe, and to the expression of her disbelief she gave much indignant force of phrase, as little did she believe in the suggestions of the ministers of the Elector that the familiar terms which, as they alleged, existed between the electoral princess and the Count Königsmark were such as did wrong to her husband George Louis. Those judges of morality had jumped to the conclusion that youth and good looks were incompatible with propriety of conduct. The worst that could have been alleged against Sophia Dorothea at this period was that some letters had passed between her and Count Königsmark, and that the latter had once or two had private audiences with the electoral princess. Whatever may be thought of such things here in England and in the present age, they have never been accounted of in Germany but as commonplace circumstances, involving neither blame nor injury. A correspondence between two persons of respective ranks of the electoral princess and the count was not an uncommon occurrence, save that it was not often that two such persons had either the taste or capacity to maintain such intercourse. As to an occasional interview, such a favour granted by ladies of rank to clever conversational men was as common an event as any throughout the empire, and as harmless as the interviews of Leonora and that very selfish personage, the poet Tasso. The simple fact appears to have been that, out of a very small imprudence, if imprudence it may be called, the enemies of Sophia Dorothea contrived to rear a structure which would threaten her with ruin. Her exemplary husband, who affected to hold himself wronged by the alleged cause adopted by his consort, had abandoned her in the worst sense of the word. He had never, in absence, made her hours glad by letters, whose every word is a dew to a soul, a thirst for assurances of even simple esteem. In his own household his conversation was seldom or never addressed to his wife, and, when it was, never to enlighten, raise, or cheer her. She may have conversed and corresponded with Königsmark, but no society then construed such conversation and correspondence as crimes, and even if they had approached in this case to a limit which would have merited censure, the last man who should have stooped to pick up a stone to cast at the reputation of his consort was that George Louis, whose affected indignation was expressed from a couch with Mademoiselle von der Schulenburg at his side, and their very old-fashioned, as to look but not less legitimate to the fact, baby, playing in much unconsciousness of a future distinction between them. It was because Sophia Dorothea had not been altogether tamely silent of her own wrongs, she had found enemies, trumpet-tongued publishing, a forged record of her transgressions. When Count von Moltke had become implicated in the little domestic rebellion of Prince Maximilian, some intimation was conveyed to him that, if he would contrive, in his defence, to mingle the name of Sophia Dorothea in the details of the trumpery conspiracy so as to attach suspicion to such name, his own acquittal would be secured. The Count was a gallant man, refused to injure an unoffending lady, and was beheaded, as though he had conspired to overthrow a state instead of having tried to help a discontented heir in the disputed settlement of some family accounts. The contempt of Sophia Dorothea on discovering at what lengths the intimacy of George Louis and Ermengarde von der Schulenburg had gone found bitter and eloquent expression. Where an angry contest was to be maintained, George Louis could be eloquent too, and in these domestic quarrels not only is he said to have been as coarse as any of his own grooms, but, at least on one occasion, to have proceeded to blows. His hand was on her throat, and the wife and mother of a king of England would have been strangled by her exasperated lord had it not been for the intervention of the courtiers who rushed in and presumably prevented murder. To such a story wide currency was given, and, if not exact to the letter, neither can it be said to be without foundation. The circumstances which led Sophia Dorothea to formally complain of the treatment she experienced at her husband's hands were these. One evening, after being one of a group in the open air witnessing an eclipse of the moon, and listening to Leibniz's explanations, Sophia Dorothea, attended by Fräulein Niesbeck and Madame Sasdorf, returned towards the castle. The ladies missed their way in the dark, but they found themselves at last at the door of the newly erected building, which Sophia Dorothea entered, despite Frau Sasdorf's entreaties to the contrary. She equally disregarded the same lady's urgent entreaties not to enter her room at the end of the antechamber where the ladies were standing together. Sophia Dorothea opened the door of the room, and there beheld Mademoiselle von der Schulenburg on a couch, one hand in that of George Louis, who with the other was rocking a sleeping baby, the future Countess of Chesterfield, in a cradle. After the scene of unseemly violence which followed, and after Sophia Dorothea's recovery from a consequent illness, she made an indignant complaint to her husband's parents. Old Sophia censured her son, and found fault with Sophia Dorothea's rashness. Ernest Augustus intimated that all princes had their little weaknesses, and it was her duty to condone her husband's. This treatment led Sophia Dorothea to Zell, but the wrath of her husband and the intrigues of von Platen made that of residence anything but a refuge. The Duke refused to give permission to his daughter to remain longer in his palace than was consistent with the limit of an ordinary visit. She petitioned most urgently, and her mother seconded her prayer with energy as warm, that for the present she might make of Zell a temporary home. Her angry father would not listen to the request of either petitioner. On the contrary, he intimated to his daughter that if she did not return to Hanover by a stated period, she would be permanently separated from her children. On the expression of this threat, she ceased to press for leave to remain longer absent from Hanover, and when the day named for her departure arrived, she set out once more for the scene of her old miseries, anticipation of misery yet greater in her heart, and with nothing to strengthen her but a mother's love, and to guide her but a mother's counsel. Neither was able to save her from the ruin under which she was so soon overwhelmed. Her return had been duly announced to the court of Hanover, and so much show of outward respect was vouchsafed her as consistent in the portion of the electoral family repairing to the country residence of Herrenhausen to meet her on the way, and to accompany her to the capital. Of this attention, however, she was unaware, or was scornfully unappreciative, and she passed Herrenhausen at as much speed as could be shown by the electoral post-horses. It is said that her first intention was to have stopped at the country mansion where electoral party was waiting for her to do her honour, but that she was unaware of the latter fact, but that she hurried on her way for the reason that she saw the Countess von Platen seated at one of the windows looking on to the road, and that rather than encounter her, she offended nearly a whole family, who were more nice touching matters of etiquette than they were touching matters of morality. The members of this family in waiting to receive a young lady against whom they considered that they were not without grounds of complaint were lost in a sense of horror which was farcical, and of indignation at violated proprieties which must have been as comical to look at as it no doubt was intense. The farcical nature of the scene is to be founded in the fact that these good people, by piling their agony beyond measure, made it ridiculous. There was no warrant for their horror, no cause for their indignation, and when they all returned to Hanover, following on the track of a young princess, whose contempt of ceremony tended to give them strange suspicions as to whether she possessed any remnant of virtue at all, these very serene princes and princesses were as supremely ridiculous as any of the smaller people worshipping ceremony in that never-to-be-forgotten city of Kotzebue painting called Kragwinkel. When Sophia Dorothea passed by Herrenhausen, regardless of the company who awaited her there, she left the persons of a complicated drama standing in utter amazement on one of the prettiest of theatres. Herrenhausen was a name given to trim gardens, as well as to the edifice surrounded by them. At the period of which we are treating the grounds was such a scene of delight, the fountains tasteful, the basins large, and the water abundant. The maze or wilderness was the wonder of Germany, and the orangery the pride of Europe. There were also what may be still seen in some of the pleasure grounds of German princes, a perfectly rustic theatre, complete in itself, with but little help from any hand but that of nature. The seats were cut out of the turf, the verdure resembled green velvet, and the chances of rheumatism must have been many. There was no roof but the sky, and the dressing rooms of the actors were lofty bowers constructed near the stage. The whole was adorned with a profusion of gilded statues, and kept continually damp by an incessant play of spray-scattering waterworks. The grand tableau of rage in this locality, as Sophia Dorothea passed unheedingly by, must have been a spectacle worth the contemplating. Perhaps she had passed the more scornfully as George Louis was there, who, of all men, must at this time have been to her the most hateful. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 8. The Catastrophe. With the return of Sophia Dorothea to Hanover, her enemies appeared to have commenced more actively their operations against her. George Louis was languidly amusing himself with Ermengarde von der Schulenburg and their little daughter Petronilla Melusina. The Countess von Platen was in a state of irritability at the presence of Sophia Dorothea and the absence of Königsmark. The last-mentioned person had, in his widespread adoration, offered a portion of his homage to both the Countess and her daughter. The elder lady, while accepting as much of the incense for herself as was safe to inhale, endeavoured to secure the Count as a husband for her daughter. Her failure only increased her bitterness against the Count, and by no means lent less asperity to the sentiment with which she viewed Sophia Dorothea. She was, no doubt, the chief cause, primarily and approximate, of the ruin which fell upon both. It was not merely the absence of Königsmark, who was on a visit to the riotous court of Augustus of Saxony, which had scared her spirit. The reports which were made to her of his conversation there gave fierceness to her resentment, and called into existence that desire of vengeance which she accomplished, but without profiting by the wickedness. There was no more welcome guest at Dresden than Königsmark. An individual so gallant of bearing, handsome of feature, easy of principle, and lively of speech, was surely to be warmly welcomed at that dissolute court. He played deeply, and whatever sums he might lose, he never lost his temper. He drank as deeply as he played, and he then became as loquacious as Cassio, but more given to slander. He spoke ill of others out of mere thoughtlessness, or at times out of mere vanity. He possessed not what Swift calls the lower prudence of discretion. His vanity, and the stories to which it prompted him, seemed to amuse and interest the idle and scandalous court where he was so welcome a guest. He kept the illustriously wicked company there in an uninterrupted ecstasy by the tales he told and the point he gave to them of the chief personages of the court of Hanover. He retailed anecdotes of the Elector and his son, George Louis, and warmly tinted stories of the shameless mistresses of that exemplary parent and no less exemplary child. He did not spare even the Electress Sophia, but she was, after all, too respectable for Königsmark to be able to make of her a subject of ridicule. This subject he found in ladies of smaller virtue and less merit generally, but every word he uttered, in sarcastic description of the life, character, and behaviour of the favourites of the Elector of Hanover and his son, found its way, with no loss of pungency on the road, to the ears of those persons whom the report was most likely to offend. His warm advocacy of Sophia Dorothea, expressed at the table of Augustus of Saxony, was only an additional offence, and George Louis was taught to think that Count Königsmark had no right to ask, with Pierre, "May not a man wish his friend's wife well, and no harm done?" The Count returned to Hanover soon after Sophia Dorothea had arrived there, subsequent to her painful visit to the little court of her ducal parents at Zell. Königsmark, who had entered the Saxon service, returned to Hanover to complete the form of withdrawal from service in the Hanoverian army. It is alleged that Sophia Dorothea, otherwise friendless, entreated him to procure her an asylum, or to protect her in her flight to the court of her kinsman, Duke Anton Ulrich, at Wolfenbüttel. The Duke is reported to have been willing to receive her. Other reports state that the princess was more than willing to fly with Königsmark to Paris. Out of all such rumours there is this certainty, that on Sunday, the 1st of July, 1694, George Louis being then in Berlin, Königsmark found a letter in pencil on a table in the sitting room of his house in Hanover. It was to this effect: "Tonight, after 10 o'clock, the Princess Sophia Dorothea will expect Count Königsmark." He recognized the hand of the princess. All that afternoon he was busy writing. His secretary and servants thought his manner strange. He went out soon after 10, unattended. He was in a light, simple summer dress. He went on his way to the palace, crossed the threshold, and was never seen outside it again. The note was a forged document, confessedly by the Countess von Platen, when confession came too late for the repair of evil which could not be undone. Nevertheless, the Count, on presenting himself to Mademoiselle Niesbeck, the lady of honour to the princess, was admitted to the presence of the latter. This indiscreet step was productive of terrible consequences to all the three who were present. The Count, on being asked to explain the reason of his seeking an interview with the princess at an advanced hour of the evening, produced the note of invitation, which Sophia Dorothea at once pronounced to be a forgery. Had they then separated, little of ill consequence might have followed. The most discreet of the three, and the most perplexed at the situation, was the lady of honour. The memoirs, which bear her name, and which describe this scene, present to us a woman of some weakness, yet one not wanting in discernment. Sophia Dorothea, it would seem, could dwell upon no subject but that of her domestic troubles, the cruel neglect of her husband, and her desire to find somewhere the refuge from persecution which had been denied to her in her old home at Zell. More dangerous topics could not have been treated by two such persons. The Count, it was affirmed, was the first to suggest that Paris would afford her such a refuge, and that he should be but too happy to be permitted to give her such protection as she could derive from his escort thither. This was probably rather hinted than suggested, but however that may be, only one course should have followed even a distant hint leading to so unwarrantable an end. The interview should have been brought to a close. It was still continued, nevertheless, to the annoyance, if not scandal, of the faithful Niesbeck, whose fears may have received some small solace on hearing her mistress reiterate her desire to find at least a temporary home at the court of her cousin, Duke Anton Ulrich of Wolfenbüttel. While this discussion was proceeding, the Countess von Platen was by no means idle. She had watched the Count to the bower into which she had sent him by the employment of a false lure, and she thereupon hastened to the Elector to communicate what she termed her discovery. Ernest Augustus, albeit waxing old, was by no means infirm of judgment. If Königsmark was then in the chamber of his daughter-in-law, he refused to see in the fact anything more serious than its own impropriety. That, however, was crime enough to warrant the arrest which the Countess solicited. The old Elector yielded to all she asked, except credence of her assurance that Sophia Dorothea must be as guilty as Königsmark was presuming. He would consent to nothing further than the arrest of him who was guilty of the presumption, and the method of this arrest he left to the conduct of the Countess, who urgently solicited it as a favour, and with solicitation of such earnestness that the old Elector affected to be jealous of the interest she took in such a case, and added playfully the expression of his opinion that, angry as she seemed to be with the Count, he was too handsome a man to be likely to meet with ill treatment at her hands. Armed with this permission, she proceeded to the body of soldiers or watch for the night, and exhibiting her written warrant for what she demanded, requested that a guard might be given to her for a purpose which she would explain to them. Some 4 or 5 men of this household body were told off, and these were conducted by her to a large apartment called the Hall of Knights, through which Königsmark must pass, as he had not yet quitted the princess's chamber. They were then informed that their office was to arrest a criminal, whose person was described to them, of whose safe custody the elector was so desirous that he would rather that such criminal should be slain than that he should escape. They were accordingly instructed to use their weapons if he should resist, and as their courage had been heightened by the double bribe of much wine and a shower of gold pieces, they expressed their willingness to execute her bidding, and only too well showed by their subsequent act the sincerity of their expression. At length Königsmark appeared, coming from the princess's apartment. It was now midnight. He entered the Ritter Hall, unsuspecting the fate before him. In this hall was a huge, square, ponderous stove, looking like a mausoleum, silent and cold. It reached from floor to roof, and, hidden by one of its sides, the guard awaited the coming of the count. He approached the spot, passed it, was seized from behind, and he immediately drew his sword to defend himself from attack. His enemies gave him but scant opportunity to assail them in his own defence, and after a few wild passes with his weapon, he was struck down by the spear, or old-fashioned battle-axe, of one of the guards, and when he fell, there were 3 wounds in him, out of any one of which life might find passage. On feeling himself grow faint, he, and in this case, like a true and gallant man, thought of the lady and her reputation. The last words he uttered were, "Spare the innocent princess," soon after which he expired, but not before, as is reported by those who love to dwell minutely on subjects of horror, not before the Countess von Platen had set her foot triumphantly upon his bloody face. Such is the German detail of this assassination. It is added that it gave extreme annoyance to the elector, to whom it was immediately communicated, that the body was forthwith consigned to a secure resting place and covered with lime, and that the whole bloody drama was enacted without any one being aware of what was going on, save the actors themselves. In Kramer's Memoirs of the Countess of Königsmark, the fate of the Count is told upon the alleged evidence of a so-called eyewitness. It differs in several respects from other accounts, but is clear and simple in its details. It is to the following effect. Bernhard Zeyer, a native of Heidelberg in the Palatinate, a wax image maker and artist in lacquer work, was engaged by the Electoral Princess to teach her his art. Being on this account continually in the princess's apartment, he had frequently seen Count Königsmark there, who looked on while the princess worked. He once learned in confidence, from the Electoral Princess's groom of the chambers, that the Electoral Prince was displeased about the Count and had sworn to break his neck, which Bernhard revealed to the princess, who answered, "Let them attack Königsmark. He knows how to defend himself." Some time afterwards there was an opera, but the princess was unwell and kept her bed. The opera began, and as the Count was absent as well as the princess, first a page, and then the Hoffuhrer were sent out for intelligence. The Hoffuhrer came back running and whispered to the Electoral Prince, and then to His Highness the Elector. But the Electoral Prince went away from the opera with the Hoffuhrer. Now Bernhard saw all this and knew what it meant, and as he knew the Count was with the princess, he left the opera secretly to warn her, and as he went in at the door, the other door was opened, and 2 masked persons rushed in, one exclaiming, "So, then I find you!" The Count, who was sitting on the bed, with his back to the door by which the 2 entered, started up and whipped out his sword, saying, "Who can say anything unbecoming of me?" The princess, clasping her hands, said, "I, a princess, am I not allowed to converse with a gentleman?" But the masks, without listening to reason, slashed and stabbed away at the Count. But he pressed so upon both that the Electoral Prince unmasked and begged for his life, while the Hoffuhrer came behind the Count and run him through between the ribs with his sword, so that he fell, saying, "You are murderers before God and man who do me wrong." but they both of them gave him more wounds, so that he lay as dead. Bernard, seeing all this, hid himself behind the door of the other room. Bernard was subsequently sent by the princess to spy out what they would do with Königsmark. When the count was in the vault, he came a little to himself and spoke. "You take a guiltless man's life. On that I'll die, but do not let me perish like a dog in my blood and my sins. Grant me a priest for my soul's sake." Then the electoral prince went out, and the furrier remained alone with him. Then was a strange parson fetched, and a strange executioner, and the furrier fetched a great chair. And when the count had confessed, he was so weak that 3 or 4 of them lifted him into the chair, and there, in the prince's presence, was his head laid at his feet. And they had tools with them, and they dug a hole in the right corner of the vault, and there they laid him, and there he must to be found. When all was over, this Bernard slipped away from the castle, and indeed Councillor Lucius, who was a friend of the princess's, sent him some of his livery to save him, for they sought him in all corners, because they had seen him in the room during the affray. And what Bernard Sayer saw in the vault, he saw through a crack. Clear as this narrative is in its details, it is contradictory and rests on small basis of truth. The electoral prince was undoubtedly absent on the night Königsmark was murdered. The Countess Aurora of Königsmark has left a statement of her brother's intimacy with the princess, in which the innocence of the latter is maintained, but his imprudence acknowledged. The statement referred to explains the guilty nature of the intercourse kept up between Königsmark and the Countess von Platen. It is written in terms of extreme indelicacy. We may add that the faithful von Kneesbeck, on whose character no one ever cast an imputation, in her examination before the judges, argued the innocence of her accused mistress upon grounds the nature of which cannot even be alluded to. The princess, it is clear, had urged Königsmark to renew his interrupted intrigue with von Platen, out of dread that the latter, taking the princess as the cause of the intercourse having been broken off, should work a revenge, which she did not hesitate to menace, upon the princess herself. The details of all the stories are marked by great improbability, and they have not been substantiated by the alleged deathbed confessions of the Countess von Platen and Beaumain, one of the guards, the 2 criminals having, without so intending it, confessed to the same clergyman, a minister named Kramer. Though these confessions are spoken of, and are even cited by German authors, their authenticity cannot be warranted. At all events, there is an English version of the details of this murder given by Horace Walpole, and as that lively writer founded his lugubrious details upon authority which he deemed could not be gainsaid, they may fairly find a place, by way of supplement to the foreign version. Königsmark's vanity, says Walpole, the beauty of the electoral princess, and the neglect under which he found her, encouraged his presumptions to make his addresses to her not covertly, and she, though believed not to have transgressed her duty, did receive them too indiscreetly. The old elector flamed at the insolence of so stigmatized a pretender, and ordered him to quit his dominions the next day. This princess, surrounded by women too closely connected with her husband, and consequently enemies of the lady they injured, was persuaded by them to suffer the count to kiss her hand before his abrupt departure, and he was actually introduced by them into her bedchamber the next morning before she rose. From that moment he disappeared, nor was it known what became of him till on the death of George I, on his son, the new king's first journey to Hanover, some alterations in the palace being ordered by him, the body of Königsmark was discovered under the floor of the electoral princess's dressing room, the count having probably been strangled there the instant he left her and his body secreted. The discovery was hushed up. George II, the son of Sophia Dorothea, entrusted the secret to his wife, Queen Caroline, who told it to my father, but the king was too tender of the honour of his mother to utter it to his mistress, nor did Lady Suffolk ever hear of it, till I informed her of it several years afterwards. The disappearance of the count made his murder suspected, and various reports of the discovery of his body have of late years been spread, but not with the authentic circumstances. To turn to the German sources of information, we are told by these that after the departure of Königsmark from the chamber of the princess, she was engaged in arranging her papers and in securing her jewels, preparatory, as she hoped, to her anticipated removal to the court of Wolfenbüttel. Königsmark must have been murdered and the body made away with silently and swiftly, for not a dweller in the palace was disturbed by the doing of this bloody deed. All signs of it having been done had been so effaced that no trace of it was left to attract notice in the early morning. On that next morning the Count's servants were not troubled at his absence. Such an occurrence was not unusual. When it was prolonged and inquiry became necessary, nothing could be learnt of him. Every soul in the palace was silent, designedly or through ignorance. Rumour, of course, was busy and full of confidence in what it put forth. George Louis himself said that the gay Count would reappear, perhaps, when least expected. The tremendous secret was faithfully kept by the few who knew the truth, and when speculation was busiest as to the Count's whereabouts, there was probably no atom of his body left, if it be true that it had been cast into a drain and had been consumed in slack-lime. The princess was, for a time, kept in ignorance of the Count's assassination, but she was perplexed by his disappearance and alarmed when she heard that all his papers had been seized and conveyed to the Elector for his examination. Some notes had passed between them, and, innocent as they were, she felt annoyed at the thought that their existence should be known, still more that they should be perused. To their most innocent expressions, the Countess von Platen, who examined them with the Elector, gave a most guilty interpretation, and she so wrought upon Ernest Augustus that he commissioned no less a person than the Count von Platen to interrogate the princess on the subject. She did not lack spirit, and when the coarse-minded Count began to put coarse questions to her, as to the degree of intercourse which had existed between herself and the Count, she spiritedly remarked that he appeared to imagine that he was examining into the conduct of his own wife, a thrust which she repaid by bluntly informing her that whatever intercourse may have existed, it would never be renewed, seeing that sure intelligence had been received of Königsmark's death. Sophia Dorothea, shocked at this information and at the manner in which it was conveyed, had no friend in whom she could repose confidence but her faithful lady-in-waiting, Fräulein von Kneesbeck. The princess could have had no more ardent defender than this worthy attendant, but the assertions made by the latter in favour of the mistress whom she loved were not at all to the taste of the enemies of that mistress, and the speedy result was that Fräulein von Kneesbeck was arrested and carried away to the castle of Scharzfeld in the Harz. She was there kept in confinement many years, but she ultimately escaped so cleverly through the roof by the help of a tiler, or a friend in the likeness of a tiler, that the credit of the success of the attempt was given by the governor of the jail to the demons of the adjacent mountains. She subsequently became lady-in-waiting to Sophia Dorothea's daughter. Sophia Dorothea had now but one immediate earnest wish, namely, to retire from Hanover. Already the subject of a divorce had been mooted, but the Elector being somewhat fearful that a divorce might affect his son's succession to his wife's inheritance, and even obstruct the union of Zell with Hanover, an endeavour was made to reconcile the antagonistic spouses and to bury past dissensions in oblivion. It was previous to this attempt being entered upon, and perhaps because it was contemplated, that the princess voluntarily underwent a very solemn ordeal. The ceremony was as public as it could be rendered by the presence of part of the electoral family and the great official dignitaries of the church and government. Before them, Sophia Dorothea partook of the sacrament, and then made solemn protestation of her innocence and of her unspotted faith towards the electoral prince, her husband. At the termination of this ceremony, she was insulted by an incredulous smile which she saw upon the face of Count von Platen, whereas the natural woman was moved within her to ask him if his own excellent wife could take the same oath in attestation of her unbroken faithfulness to him. The strange essay at reconciliation was marred by an attempt made to induce the electoral princess to confess that she had been guilty of sins of disobedience towards the expressed will of her consort. All endeavour in this direction was fruitless, and though grave men made it, it shows how very little they comprehended their delicate mission. The princess remained fixed in her desire to withdraw from Hanover, but when she was informed of the wound this would be to the feelings of the elector and electress, and that George Louis himself was heartily averse to it, she began to waver, and applied to her friends at Zell, among others to Bernstorff, the Hanoverian minister there, asking for counsel in this her great need. Bernstorff, an ally of the von Platens, secretly advised her to insist upon leaving Hanover. He assured her, pledging his word for what he said, that she would find a happy asylum at Zell, that even her father, so long estranged from her, would receive her with open arms, and that in the adoption of such a step alone could she hope for happiness and peace during the remainder of her life. She was as untruthfully served by some of the ladies of her circle, who, while professing friendship and fidelity, were really the spies of her husband and her husband's mistress. They were of that class of women who were especially bred for courts and court intrigues, and whose hopes of fortune rested upon their doing credit to their education. As the princess not merely insisted upon quitting Hanover, but firmly refused to acknowledge that she had been guilty of any wrong to her most guilty husband, a course was adopted by her enemies which, they considered, would not merely punish her, but would transfer her possessions to her consort, without affecting the long projected union of Zell, after the Duke's death, with the territory of Hanover. An accusation of adultery, even if it could be sustained, of which there was not a shadow of a chance, might, if carried out and followed by a divorce, in some way affect the transfer of a dominion to Hanover, which transfer rested partly on the rights of the wife of the electoral prince. A divorce might destroy the ex-husband's claims, but he was well provided with lawyers to watch and guard the case to an ultimate conclusion in his favour. A consistotorial court was formed, of a strangely mixed character, for it consisted of 4 ecclesiastical lawyers and 4 civil authorities of Hanover and Zell. It had no other authority to warrant its proceedings than the command or sanction of the elector, and the consent of the Duke of Zell, whose ill feeling towards his child seemed to increase daily. The only charge laid against the princess before this anomalous court was one of incompatibility of temper, added to some little failings of character. Not the most distant allusion to serious guilt with Königsmark or anyone else was made. His name was never once mentioned. Her consent to live again in Hanover and let bygones be bygones was indignantly refused by her. She would never, she protested, live again among people who had murdered the only man in the world who loved her well enough to be a friend to her, who was otherwise friendless. Her passionate tears flowed abundantly. Fräulein von Kneesbeck states that whenever the mysterious fate of Königsmark was referred to, the princess's grief was so violent that it might almost lead those who witnessed it to suspect that she took too great an interest in the man made away with almost at her chamber door. The court affected to attempt an adjustment of the matter, but as the attempt was always based on another to drag from the princess a confession of her having, wittingly or unwittingly, given cause of offence to her husband, she continued firmly to refuse to place her consort in the right by doing herself and her cause extremest wrong. In the meantime, during an adjournment of the court, she withdrew to Launau. She was prohibited from repairing to Zell, but there was no longer any opposition made to her leaving the capital of the electorate. She was, however, strictly prohibited from taking her children with her. Her parting from these was as painful a scene as can well be imagined, for she is said to have felt that she would never again be united with them. Her son, George Augustus, was then 10 years of age. Her daughter Sophia was still younger. The homage of these children was rendered to their mother long after their hearts had ceased to pay any to their father beyond a mere conventional respect. In her temporary retirement at Launau, she was permitted to enjoy very little repose. The friends of the Electoral Prince seem to have been anxious lest she should publish more than was yet known of the details of his private life. This fear alone can account for their anxiety, or professed anxiety, for a reconciliation. The lawyers, singly or in couples, and now and then a leash of them together, went down to Launau to hold conference with her. They assailed her socially, scripturally, legally. They pointed out how salubrious was the discipline which subjected a wife to confess her faults. They read to her whole chapters from Corinthians on the duties of married ladies, and asked her if she could be so obstinate and unorthodox as to disregard the injunctions of St. Paul. Finally, they quoted codes and pandects to prove that a sentence might be pronounced against her under contumacy, and concluded by recommending her to trust to the mercy of the Crown Prince if she would but cast herself upon his honour. They were grave men, sage, learned, experienced men, crafty, cunning, far-seeing men. In all the circles of the empire, men were not to be found more skilled in surmounting difficulties than these indefatigable men, who were all foiled by the simplicity and firmness of a mere child. "If I am guilty," said she, "I am unworthy of the prince. If I am innocent, he is unworthy of me." Here was a conclusion with which she utterly confounded the sages. They could not gainsay it, nor refute the logic by which it was arrived at, and which gave it force. They were perplexed in the extreme, but neither social experience, nor scriptural reading, nor legal knowledge afforded them weapons wherewith to beat down the simple defences behind which the princess had entrenched herself. They tried repeatedly, but tried in vain. At the end of each trial, she slowly and calmly enunciated the same reply. "If I am guilty, I am unworthy of him. If I am innocent, he is unworthy of me." From this text she would not depart, nor could all the chicanery of all the courts of Germany move her. "At least," said the luminaries of the law, as they took their way homewards, re infecta, "at least this woman may, of a surety, be convicted of obstinacy." We always stigmatize as obstinate those whom we cannot convince. It is the only and the poor triumph of the vanquished. This triumph was achieved by the consistory court, the members of which, unable to prove the princess guilty of crime, were angry because she would not even confess to the commission of a fault. That is, of such a fault as should authorize her husband, covered with guilt triple piled, to separate from her person, yet maintain present and future property over her estates. In point of fact, George Louis did not wish to be separated from his wife. His counsel, Rath Livius, accused her, in her husband's name, of lack of both love and obedience towards him, of having falsely charged him with infidelity to his parents and her own, and of having repeatedly refused to again live with him. For this act of disobedience, and for no other reason, he asked the judgment of the court. Sophia Dorothea's own counsellors, Rudolf Thies and Joachim von Bülow, put it to her whether she would return to her husband or abide judgment for disobeying his repeated desire. Nothing could move her. She despised her husband and would never again live under the same roof with him. Her own desire was to live henceforward in seclusion, to pass the remainder of her unhappy life in peace and humiliation. The court came to a decision on the 28th of December, 1694. Their judgment was that as she refused to live with her husband, she was guilty of desertion, and on that ground alone a decree of separation or divorce was recorded. When told that she had a right to appeal, she contemptuously refused to avail herself of it. The terms of the sentence were extraordinary, for they amounted to a decree of divorce without expressly mentioning the fact. The judgment, wherein nothing was judged, conferred on the Prince, George Louis, the right of marrying again, if he should be so minded and could find a lady willing to be won. It, however, explicitly debarred his wife from entering into a second union. Not a word was written down against her, alleging that she was criminal. The name of Königsmark was not even alluded to. Notwithstanding these facts, and that the husband was the really guilty party, while the utmost which can be said against the princess was that she may have been indiscreet, notwithstanding this, not only was he declared to be an exceedingly injured individual, but the poor lady, whom he held in his heart's hottest hate, was deprived of her property, possession of which was transferred to George Louis in trust for the children, and the princess, endowed with an annual pension of some 8,000 or 10,000 thalers, was condemned to close captivity in the castle of AHLDEN near Zell, with a retinue of domestics, whose office was to watch her actions, and a body of armed jailers, whose only duty was to keep the captive secure in her bonds. Sophia Dorothea entered on her imprisonment with a calm, if not with a cheerful heart. Certainly with more placidity and true joy than Georges Louis felt, surrounded by his mistresses and all the pomp of the electoral state. All Germany is said to have been scandalized by the judgment delivered by the court. The illegality and the incompetency of the court from which it emanated was so manifest that the sentence was looked upon as a mere wanton cruelty, carrying with it neither conviction nor lawful consequence. So satisfied was the princess's advocate on this point that he requested her to give him a letter declaring him non-responsible for having so far recognized the authority of the court as to have pleaded her cause before it. What is perhaps more singular still is the doubt which long existed whether this court ever sat at all, and whether decree of separation or divorce was ever pronounced in the cause of Sophia Dorothea of Zell and George Louis, Electoral Prince of Hanover. Horace Walpole says on this subject, "I am not acquainted with the laws of Germany relative to divorce or separation, nor do I know or suppose that despotism and pride allow the law to insist on much formality when a sovereign has reason or mind to get rid of his wife. Perhaps too much difficulty in untying the Gordian knot of matrimony, thrown in the way of an absolute prince, would be no kindness to the ladies, but might prompt him to use a sharper weapon, like that butchering husband, our Henry VIII. Sovereigns who narrow or let out the law of God according to their prejudices and passions mould their own laws, no doubt, to the standard of their convenience. Genealogic purity of blood is the predominant folly of Germany, and the Code of Malta seems to have more force in the empire than the 10 Commandments. Thence was introduced that most absurd evasion of the indissolubility of marriage, espousals with the left hand, as if the Almighty had restrained his ordinance to 1/2 of a man's person, and allowed a greater latitude to his left side than to his right, or pronounced the former more ignoble than the latter. The consciences both of princely and noble persons in Germany are quieted if the more plebeian side is married to one who would degrade the more illustrious moiety, but, as if the laws of matrimony had no reference to the children to be thence propagated, the children of a left-handed alliance are not entitled to inherit. Shocking consequence of a senseless equivocation, which only satisfies pride, not justice, and is calculated for an acquittal at the herald's office, not at the last tribunal. Separated, the princess, Sophia Dorothea, certainly was, and never admitted even to the nominal honours of her rank, being thenceforward always styled the Duchess of AHLDEN. Whether divorced is problematic, at least to me, nor can I pronounce as, though it was generally believed, I am not certain, that George espoused the Duchess of Kendal, Mademoiselle von der Schulenburg, with his left hand. But though German casuistry might allow a husband to take another wife with his left hand, because his legal wife had suffered her right hand to be kissed by a gallant, even Westphalian or Aulic councillors could not have pronounced that such a momentary adieu constituted adultery, and therefore of a formal divorce I must doubt. And there I must leave that case of conscience undecided until future search into the Hanoverian Chancery shall clear up a point of little real importance. Cox, in his Memoirs of Walpole, says, on the other hand, very decidedly, George I, who never loved his wife, gave implicit credit to the account of her infidelity, as related by his father, consented to her imprisonment, and obtained from the ecclesiastical consistory a divorce, which was passed on the 20th of December, 1694. The researches into the Chancery of Hanover, which Walpole left to posterity, appear to have been made, and the decree of the consistotorial court, which condemned Sophia Dorothea, has been copied and published. It is quoted in the Life of the Princess, published anonymously in 1845, and it is inserted below for the benefit of those who like to read history by the light of documents. It has been said that such a decree could only have been purchased by rank bribery, which is likely enough, for the courts of Germany were so utterly corrupt that nothing could equal them in infamy, except the corruption which prevailed in England. In the matrimonial suit of the illustrious Prince George Louis, Crown Prince of Hanover, against his consort, the illustrious Princess Sophia Dorothea, we, constituted President and Judges of the Matrimonial Court of the Electorate and Duchy of Brunswick-Lunenburg, declare and pronounce judgment, after attempts have been tried and have failed, to settle the matter amicably, and, in accordance with the documents and verbal declarations of the Princess and other detailed circumstances, we agree that her continued denial of matrimonial duty and cohabitation is well founded, and consequently that it is to be considered as an intentional desertion. In consequence whereof we consider, sentence, and declare the ties of matrimony to be entirely dissolved and annulled. Since, in similar cases of desertion, it has been permitted to the innocent party to remarry, which the other is forbidden, the same judicial power will be exercised in the present instance in favour of His Serene Highness the Crown Prince. Published in the Consistorial Court at Hanover, December the 28th, 1694. Signed, Philip von Buch, Francis Eichfeld, Pastor, Anthony George Hildberg, Gerhard Art, Gustavus Mohlen, Bernhard Spilken, Erythropal, David Rupertus, H. L. Hattorf. The work from which the above document is extracted furnishes also the following as a copy of the letter written by the Princess at the request of the legal conductor of her case as security from proceedings in relation to his connection with her affairs. As we have now, after being made acquainted with the sentence, given it proper consideration, and resolved not to offer any opposition to it, our solicitor must act accordingly, and is not to act or proceed any further in this matter. For the rest, we hereby declare that we are gratefully content with the conduct of our aforesaid solicitor of the court, Tees, and that by this we free him from all responsibility regarding these transactions. Signed, Sophia Dorothea, Launau, December the 31st, 1694. By this last document it would seem that the Hofran Tees would have denied the competency of the court had he been permitted to do so, and that he was so convinced of its illegality as to require a written prohibition from asserting the same, an acknowledgment of exemption from all responsibility, before he would feel satisfied that he had accomplished his duty towards his illustrious client. Long before the case was heard, and 4 months previous to the publication of the sentence of the consistorial court. The two brothers, the Elector of Hanover and the Duke of Zell, had actually agreed by an enactment that the unhappy marriage between the cousins should be dissolved. The enactment provided for the means whereby this end was to be achieved and for the disposal of the princess during the progress of the case. The anonymous author of the Biography of 1845 then proceeds to state that it was therein specified that her domestics should take a particular oath, and that the princess should enjoy an annual income of 8,000 thalers, exclusive of the wages of her household, to be increased 1/2 on the death of her father, with a further increase of 6,000 thalers on her attaining the age of 40 years. It was provided that the castle of AHLDEN should be her permanent residence, where she was to remain well guarded. The domain of Wilhelmsburg, near Hamburg, was, at the death of the Duke of Zell, to descend to the prince, son of the Princess Sophia Dorothea. The Crown Prince, however, during his own life, retaining the revenues. But should the grandson die before his father, the property would then, on payment of a stipulated sum, be inherited by the successor in the government of the son of the elector. By a further arrangement, the mother of the princess was to possess Wienhausen, with an annual income of 12,000 thalers, secured on the estates of Schernenbeck, Garze, and Blutingen, the castle at Lunenburg to be allowed as her residence from the commencement of her widowhood. Never was so much care taken to secure property on one side and the person on the other. The contracting parties appear to have been afraid lest the prisoner should ever have an opportunity of appealing against the wrong of which she was made the victim, and her straight imprisonment was but the effect of that fear. That nothing might be neglected to make assurance doubly sure, and to deprive her of any help she might hope hereafter to receive at the hands of a father, whose heart might possibly be made to feel his own injustice and his daughter's sorrows, the Duke of Zell was induced to promise that he would neither see nor hold communication with the daughter he had repudiated. During the so-called trial at Launau, the princess resided in the chief official residence in that place. At the close of the inquiry, she took a really final leave of her children, George Augustus and Sophia Dorothea, with bitter tears, which would have been more bitter still if she had thought that she was never again to look upon them. She had concluded that she would have liberty to live with her mother in Zell. She had no idea that her father had already agreed to his brother the elector's desire that she should be shut up in the castle of AHLDEN. She found herself a state prisoner. The oath to be taken by her appointed household, or rather by the personal attendants, counts and countesses in waiting, and persons of similar rank, was stringent and illustrative of the importance attached to the safe keeping of the prisoner. It was to the effect that nothing should be wanting to prevent anticipated intrigues, or for the perfect security of the place fixed as a residence for the Princess Sophia Dorothea, in order to maintain tranquillity and to prevent any opportunity occurring to an enemy for undertaking or imagining anything which might cause a division in the illustrious family. End of section 8. Section 9 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 9. Prison and Palace. The castle of AHLDEN is situated on the small and sluggish stream, the Aller, and seems to guard, as it once oppressed, the little village sloping at its feet. This edifice was appointed as the prison place of Sophia Dorothea, and from the territory she acquired a title, that of Duchess of AHLDEN. She was mockingly called sovereign lady of a locality where all were free but herself. On looking over the list of the household which was formed for the service, if the phrase be one that may be admitted, of her captivity, the first thing which strikes us as singular is the presence of 3 cooks, a triad of ministers of the mouth, for one poor imprisoned lady. The singularity vanishes when we find that around this encaged duchess there circled a really extensive household, and there lived a world of ceremony, of which no one was so much the slave as she was. Her captivity in its commencement was decked with a certain sort of splendour, about which she, who was its object, cared by far the least. There was a military governor of the castle, gentlemen and ladies in waiting, spies all. Among the honester servants of the house were a brace of pages and as many valets, a dozen female domestics, and 14 footmen, who had to undergo the intense labour of doing very little in a very lengthened space of time. To supply the material wants of these, the 3 cooks, 1 confectioner, a baker, and a butler were provided. There was, besides, a military force consisting of infantry and artillery. Altogether, there must have been work enough for the 3 cooks. The forms of a court were long maintained, although only on a small scale. The Duchess held her little levees, and the local authorities, clergy, and neighbouring nobility and gentry offered her such respect as could be manifested by paying her visits on certain appointed days. These visits, however, were always narrowly watched by the officials, whose office lay in such service and was hid beneath a show of duty. The successive governors of the castle were men of note, and their presence betokened the importance attached to the person and safe keeping of the captive. During the first 3 years of her imprisonment, the post of governor was held by the Hof Grand Marshal von Bothmar. He was succeeded by the Count Bergest, who enjoyed his equivocal dignity of jailer-governor about a quarter of a century. During the concluding years of the imprisonment of Sophia, her seneschal was a relative of one of her judges, Georges von Buch. These men behaved to their prisoner with as much courtesy as they dared to show, nor was her captivity severe in anything but the actual deprivation of liberty, and of all intercourse with those she best loved until after the first few years. The escape of Fräulein Nesbeck from her place of confinement appears to have given the husband of Sophia Dorothea an affectionate uneasiness, which he evidenced by giving orders that his wife's safe-keeping should be maintained with greater stringency. From the day of the issuing of that order, she was never allowed to walk, even in the garden of the castle, without a guard. She never rode out or drove through the neighbouring woods without a strong escort. Even parts of the castle were prohibited from being intruded upon by her, and so much severity was shown in this respect that when, on one occasion, a fire broke out in the edifice, to escape from which she must have traversed a gallery which she was forbidden to pass, she stood short of the prescribed limit, her jewel-box in her arms, and herself in almost speechless terror, but refusing to advance beyond the prohibited line until permission reached her from the proper authority. On such a prisoner time must have hung especially heavy. She had, however, many resources, and every hour with her had its occupation. She was the land steward of her little ducal estate, and performed all the duties of that office. She kept a diary of her thoughts as well as actions, and if this be extant, it would be well worthy of being published. The one which has been put forth as hers is a poor work of fancy by some writer unknown, set in dramatic scenes, and altogether to be rejected. Her correspondence, during the period she was permitted to write, was extensive. Every day she had interviews with, and gave instructions to, each of her servants, from the chief of the 3 cooks downwards. With this she was personally active in charity. Finally, she was the Lady Bountiful of the district, laying out half her income in charitable uses for the good of her neighbours, and, as Boniface said of the good lady of Lichfield, curing more people in and about the place within 10 years than the doctors had killed in 20, and that's a bold word. There was a church in the village, which was in rather ruinous condition when her captivity commenced, but this she put in thorough repair, decorated it handsomely, presented it with an organ, and was refused permission to attend there after it had been reopened for public service. For her religious consolation a chaplain had been provided, and she was never trusted, even under guard, to join with the villagers in common worship in the church of the village below. In this respect a somewhat royal etiquette was observed. The chaplain read prayers to the garrison and household in one room, to which the princess and her ladies listened rather than therewith joined, placed as they were in an adjacent room where they could hear without being seen. With no relative was she allowed to hold never so brief an interview, and at last even her mother was not permitted to soften by her presence for an hour the rigid and ceremonious captivity of her luckless daughter. Mother and child were allowed to correspond at stated periods, their letters passing open. The princess herself was as much cut off from her own children as if these had been dead and entombed. The little prince and princess were expressly ordered to utterly forget that they had a mother. Her very name on their lips would have been condemned as a grievous fault. The boy, George Augustus, was in many points of character similar to his father, and, accordingly, being commanded to forget his mother, he obstinately bore her in memory, and when he was told that he would never have an opportunity afforded him to see her, mentally resolved to make one for himself. It is but justice to the old elector to say that in his advanced years, when pleasant sins were no longer profitable to him, he gave them up, and when the youngest of his mistresses had ceased to be attractive, he began to think such appendages little worth the hanging on to his electoral dignity. For, ceasing to love and live with his favourites, he did not the more respect or hold closer intercourse with his wife, a course about which the Electress Sophia troubled herself very little. Ernest Augustus, when he ceased to be under the influence of the disgraced Countess von Platen, began to be sensible of some sympathy for his daughter-in-law Sophia. He softened in some degree the rigour of her imprisonment, and corresponded with her by letter, a correspondence which inspired her with hope that her freedom might result from it. This hope was, however, frustrated by the death of Ernest Augustus on the 20th of January 1698. From that time the rigour of her imprisonment was increased fourfold. If the heart of her old father-in-law began to incline towards her as he increased in years, it is not to be wondered at that the heart of her aged father melted towards her as time began to press heavily upon him. But it was the weakest of hearts allied to the weakest of minds. In the comfortlessness of his great age, he sought to be comforted by loving her whom he had insanely and unnaturally oppressed, the sole child of his heart and house. In his weakness he addressed himself to that tool of Hanover at Zell, the minister Bernstorff, and that individual so terrified the poor old man by details of the ill consequences which might ensue if the wrath of the new elector, George Louis, were aroused by the interference of the Duke of Zell in matters which concerned the elector and his wife, that the old man, feeble in mind and body, yielded, and for time at least left his daughter to her fate. He thought to compensate for the wrong which he inflicted on her under the impulse of his evil genius Bernstorff by adding a codicil to his will. By this codicil he bequeathed to the daughter whom he had wronged all that it was in his power to leave, in jewellery, moneys, and lands, but liberty he could not give her, and so his love could do little more than try to lighten the fetters which he had aided to put on. But there was a short-lived joy in store both for child and parents. The fetters were to be cast aside for a brief season, and the poor captive was to enjoy an hour of home, of love, and of liberty. The last year of the 17th century, 1700, brought with it an accession of greatness to the electoral family of Hanover, inasmuch as in that year a bill was introduced into Parliament and accepted by that body, which fixed the succession to the crown of England after the Princess Anne, and in default of such princess dying without heirs of her own body, in the person of Sophia of Hanover. William III had been very desirous for the introduction of this bill, but under various pretexts it had been deferred, the commonest business being allowed to take precedence of it until the century had nearly expired. The limitations to the royal action, which formed a part of the bill as recommended in the report of the committee, were little to the king's taste, for they not only affected his employment of foreign troops in England, but shackled his own free and frequent departures from the kingdom. It was imagined by many that these limitations were designed by the leaders in the cabinet in order to raise disputes between the two houses, by which the bill might be lost. Such is Burnet's report, and he sarcastically adds thereto that when much time had been spent in preliminaries, and it was necessary to come to the nomination of the person who should be named presumptive heir next to Queen Anne, the office of doing so was confided to Sir John Bowles, who was then disordered in his senses, and soon after quite lost them. He was, says Burnet, set on by the party to be the first that should name the Electress Dowager of Brunswick, which seemed done to make it less serious when moved by such a person. So that the solemn question of naming the heir to a throne was entrusted to an idiot who, by the forms of the House, was appointed chairman of the committee for the conduct of the bill. Burnet adds that the thing, as he calls it, was still put off for many weeks at every time that it was called for. The motion was entertained with coldness, which served to heighten the jealousy. The committee once or twice sat upon it, but all the members ran out of the House with so much indecency that the contrivers seemed ashamed of this management. There were seldom 50 or 60 at the committee, yet in conclusion it passed and was sent up to the Lords. Great opposition was expected from the peers, and many of their lordships designedly absented themselves from the discussion. The opposition was slight and confined to the Marquis of Normanby, who spoke, and the Lords Huntingdon, Plymouth, Guildford, and Jeffreys, who protested against the bill. Burnet affirms that those who wished well to the Act were glad to have it passed anyway, and so would not examine the limitations that were in it, and which they thought might be considered afterwards. We reckoned it, said Burnet, a great point carried, that we now had a law on our side for a Protestant successor. The law was stoutly protested against by the Duchess of Savoy, granddaughter of Charles I. The protest did not trouble the king, who dispatched the act to the Electress Dowager and the garter to her son by the hands of the Earl of Macclesfield. The Earl was a fitting bearer of so costly and significant a present. He had been attached to the service of the mother of Sophia, and was highly esteemed by the Electress Dowager herself. The Earl had no especial commission beyond that which enjoined him to deliver the act, nor was he dignified by any official appellation. He was neither ambassador, legate, plenipotentiary, nor envoy. He had with him, however, a most splendid suite, which was in some respects strangely constituted, for among its members was the famous Toland, whose book in support of rationality, as applied to religion, had been publicly burnt by the hangman in Ireland. The welcome to this body of gentlemen was right royal. It may be said that the electoral family had neither cared for the dignity now rendered probable for them, nor in any way toiled or intrigued to bring it within their grasp. But it is certain that their joy was great when the Earl of Macclesfield appeared on the frontier of the electorate, with the act in one hand and the garter in the other. He and his suite were met there with a welcome of extraordinary magnificence, betokening ample appreciation of the double gift he brought with him. He himself seemed elevated by his mission, for he was in his general deportment little distinguished by courtly manners or by ceremonious bearing, but it was observed that, on this occasion, nothing could have been more becoming than the way in which he acquitted himself of an office which brought a whole family within view of succession to a royal and powerful throne. On reaching the confines of the electorate, the members of the deputation from England were received by personages of the highest official rank, who not only escorted them to the capital, but treated them on the way with a liberality so profuse as to be the wonder of all beholders. They were not allowed to disburse a farthing from their own purses. All they thought fit to order was paid for by the electoral government, by whose orders they were lodged in the most commodious palace in Hanover, where as much homage was paid to them as if each man had been a Kaiser in his own person. The Hanoverian gratitude went so far that not only were the ambassador and suite treated as favoured guests, and those not alone of the princess but of the people, the latter being commanded to refrain from taking payment from any of them for any article of refreshment they required, but for many days all English travellers visiting the city were made equally free of its caravanserais, and were permitted to enjoy all that the inns could afford without being required to pay for the enjoyment. The delicate treatment of the electoral government extended even to the servants of the Earl and his suite. It was thought that to require them to dine upon the fragments of their master's banquets would be derogatory to the splendour of the hospitality of the House of Hanover, and an insult to the domestics who followed in the train of the Earl. The government accordingly disbursed £0.50 a day to each liveried follower, and considered such a composition as glorious to the reputation of the electoral house. The menials were even emancipated from service during the sojourn of the deputation in Hanover, and the elector's numerous servants waited upon the English visitors zealously throughout the day, but with most splendour in the morning. Then they were to be seen hurrying to the bedrooms of the different members of the suite, bearing with them silver coffee and teapots and other requisites for breakfast, which meal appears to have been lazily indulged in, as if the legation had been habitually wont to make a night of it in bed. And there was a good deal of hard drinking on these occasions, but all at the expense of the husband of Sophia Dorothea, who, in her castle of AHLDEN, was not even aware of that increase of honour which had fallen upon her consort, and in which she had a right to share. For those who were, the next day, ill or indolent, there were the ponderous state coaches to carry them whithersoever they would go. The most gorgeous of the fêtes given on this occasion was on the evening of the day on which the act was solemnly presented to the Electress Dowager. Hanover, famous as it was for its balls, had never seen so glorious a terpsichorean festival as marked this particular night. At the balls in the old elector's time, Sophia Dorothea used to shine, first in beauty and in grace, but now her place was ill supplied by the not fair and quite graceless Mademoiselle von der Schulenburg. The supper which followed was Olympian in its profusion, wit, and magnificence. This was at a time when to be sober was to be respectable, but when to be drunk was not to be ungentlemanly. Consequently, we find Toland, who wrote an account of the achievements of the day, congratulating himself and readers by stating that, although it was to be expected that in so large and so jovial a party some would be found even more ecstatic than the occasion and the company warranted, yet that, in truth, the number of those who were guilty of excess was but small. Even Lord Mohun kept himself sober, and to the end was able to converse as clearly and intelligibly as Lord Say and Seal and his friend my Lord Tunbridge. This day of presentation of the act and of the festival in honour of it was one of the greatest days which Hanover had ever seen. Speaking of the mother-in-law of Sophia Dorothea, Toland says, "The electress is 73 years old, which she bears so wonderfully well that, had I not many vouchers, I should scarce dare venture to relate it. She has ever enjoyed extraordinary health, which keeps her still very vigorous, of a cheerful countenance and a merry disposition. She steps as firm and erect as any young lady, has not one wrinkle in her face, which is still very agreeable, nor one tooth out of her head, and reads without spectacles, as I have often seen her do, letters of a small character in the dusk of the evening. She is as great a writer as our late Queen, Mary, and you cannot turn yourself into the palace without meeting some monument of her industry, all of the chairs of the presence chamber being wrought with her own hands. The ornaments of the altar in the electoral chapel are all of her work. She bestowed the same favour on the Protestant abbey or college of Lochern, with 1,000 other instances, fitter for your lady to know than for yourself. She is the most constant and greatest walker I ever knew, never missing a day, if it proves fair, for 1 or 2 hours, and often more, in the fine garden at Herrenhausen. She perfectly tires all those of her court who attend her in that exercise, but such as have the honour to be entertained by her in discourse. She has been long admired by all the learned world as a woman of incomparable knowledge in divinity, philosophy, history, and the subjects of all sorts of books, of which she has read a prodigious quantity. She speaks 5 languages so well that by her accent it might be a dispute which of them was her first. They are Low Dutch, German, French, Italian, and English, which last she speaks as truly and easily as any native, which to me is a matter of amazement, whatever advantages she might have in her youth by the conversation of her mother. For although the late King's, William's, mother was likewise an Englishwoman of the same royal family, though he had been more than once in England before the Revolution, though he was married there, and his court continually full of many of that nation, yet he could never conquer his foreign accent. But, indeed, the Electress is so entirely English in her person, in her behaviour, in her humour, and in all her inclinations, that naturally she could not miss of anything that peculiarly belongs to our land. She was ever glad to see Englishmen long before the Act of Succession. She professes to admire our form of government and understands it mighty well, yet she asks so many questions about families, customs, laws, and the like, as sufficiently demonstrate her profound wisdom and experience. She has a deep veneration for the Church of England, without losing affection or charity for any other sort of Protestants, and appears charmed with the moderate temper of our present bishops and others of our learned clergy, especially for their approbation of the liberty allowed by law to Protestant dissenters. She is adored for her goodness among the inhabitants of the country, and gains the hearts of all strangers by her unparalleled affability. No distinction is ever made in her court concerning the parties into which Englishmen are divided, and whereof they carry the effects and impressions with them whithersoever they go, which makes others sometimes uneasy as well as themselves. There it is enough that you are an Englishman, nor can you ever discover by your treatment which are better liked, the Whigs or the Tories. These are the instructions given to all the servants, and they take care to execute them with the utmost exactness. I was the first who had the honour of kneeling and kissing her hand on account of the Act of Succession, and she said, among other discourse, that she was afraid the nation had already repented their choice of an old woman, but that she hoped none of her posterity would give her any reasons to grow weary of their dominion. I answered that the English had too well considered what they did to change their minds so soon, and they still remembered they were never so happy as when they were last under a woman's government. Since that time, sir, adds the courtly but unorthodox Tolland to the Minister of State in Holland, to whom his letter is addressed, we have a further confirmation of this truth by the glorious administration of Queen Anne. The record would be imperfect if it were not accompanied by another counterfeit presentment, that of her son, Prince George Louis, the husband of Sophia Dorothea. Tolland describes him as a proper, middle-sized, well-proportioned man, of a genteel address and good appearance, but he adds that His Highness is reserved and therefore speaks little, but judiciously. He is not to be exceeded, said Tolland, in his zeal against the intended universal monarchy of France, and so is most hearty for the common cause of Europe, for the very good reason that, therein, his own is so necessarily involved. Tolland adds that George Louis understood the constitution of England better than any foreigner he had ever met with. A very safe remark, for our constitution was ill understood abroad, and even had the theoretical knowledge of George Louis been ever so correct, his practice with our constitution betrayed such ignorance that Tolland's assertion may be taken only for what it is worth. Though, says the writer just named, though he be well versed in the art of war and of invincible courage, having often exposed his person to great dangers in Hungary, in the Morea, on the Rhine, and in Flanders, yet he is naturally of peaceable inclination, which mixture of qualities is agreed, by the experience of all ages, to make the best and most glorious princes. He is a perfect man of business, exactly regular in the economy of his revenues, which he never was of those of England, seeing that he outran his liberal allowance and coolly asked the Parliament to pay his debts. Reads all dispatches himself at first hand, writes most of his own letters, and spends a considerable part of his time about such occupations in his closet and with his ministers. I hope, Toland says, that none of our countrymen will be so injudicious as to think his reservedness the effect of sullenness or pride, nor mistake that for state which really proceeds from modesty, caution, and deliberation. For he is very affable to such as accost him, and expects that others should speak to him first, which is the best information I could have from all about him, and I partly know to be true by experience. As to what I said of his frugality in laying out the public money, I need not give a more particular proof than that all the expenses of his court, as to eating, drinking, fire, candles, and the like, are duly paid every Saturday night. The officers of his army receive their pay every month, so like his envoys in every part of Europe, and all the officers of his household, with the rest that are on the civil list, are cleared off every half year. We are then assured that his administration was equable, mild, and prudent, a triple assertion which his own life and that of his hardly used wife flatly denied. Toland, however, will have it that there never existed a prince who was so ardently beloved by his subjects. Hanover itself is said to be without division or faction, and all Hanoverians as being in a condition of ecstasy at the Solomon-like rectitude and jurisdiction of his very serene highness. He describes Madame Kilmansegge as a woman of sense and wit, and of Mademoiselle Schulenburg he says that she is especially worthy of the rank she enjoys, and that, in the opinion of others, as well as mine, she is a lady of extraordinary merit. Of Sophia Dorothea, Toland makes no note whatever. There only remains to be added that the legation left Hanover loaded with presents. The Earl received the portrait of the Electress, with an electoral crown in diamonds by way of mounting to the frame. George Louis bestowed upon him a gold basin and ewer. Gold medals and snuff-boxes were showered among the other members. The chaplain, Dr. Sands, was especially honoured by rich gifts in medals and books. He was the first who ever read the service of our church in the presence of the Electress. She joined in it with apparent fervour and admired it generally, but when a hint was conveyed to her that it might be well were she to introduce it in place of the Calvinistic form used in her chapel, as of the Lutheran in that of the Elector, she shook her head with a smile, said that there was no difference between the three forms in essentials, and that episcopacy was merely the established form in England. She thought for the present she would let well alone, and it was done accordingly. In the year 1705 the war was raging, which France was carrying on for the purpose of extending her limits and influence, and which England and her allies had entered into in order to resist such aggression and restore that terribly oscillating matter, the balance of European power. The Duke of Marlborough had, at the prayer of the Dutch states, left the banks of the Moselle in order to help Holland, menaced on the side of Liège by a strong French force. Our great Duke left General Daubach at Trèves to secure the magazines which the English and Dutch had laid up there, but upon the approach of Marshal Villars, Daubach destroyed the magazines and abandoned Trèves, of which the French immediately took possession. This put an end to all the schemes which had been laid for attacking France on the side of the Moselle, where her frontiers were but weak, and carried her confederates back to Flanders, where, as the old-fashioned chronicler Salmon remarks, they yearly threw away thousands of brave fellows against stone walls. Thereupon Hanover became menaced. On this Horace Walpole has something in point. As the genuine wife was always detained in her husband's power, he seems not to have wholly dissolved their union, for on the approach of the French army towards Hanover, during Queen Anne's reign, the Duchess of Halle, AHLDEN, was sent home to her father and mother, who doted on their only child, and did retain her for a whole year, and did implore, though in vain, that she might continue to reside with them. On the return of the genuine wife to captivity, some of the old restrictions were taken off. There was no prohibition of intercourse with the parents, for the Duke of Zell had resolved on proceeding to visit his daughter, but only deferred his visit until the conclusion of a grand hunt in which he was anxious to take part. He went, and between fatigue, exposure to inclement weather, and neglect on his return, he became seriously ill, rapidly grew worse, died on the 28th of August 1705, and by his death gave the domains of a dukedom to Hanover, and deprived his daughter of a newly acquired friend. The death of the Duke of Zell was followed by honour to Bernstorff. George Louis appointed him to the post of Prime Minister of Hanover, and at the same time made him a count. The death of the father of Sophia Dorothea was, however, followed by consequences more fatal than those just named. The severity of the imprisonment of the princess was much aggravated, and though she was permitted to have an occasional interview with her mother, all application to be allowed to see her two children was sternly refused, and this refusal, as the poor prisoner used to remark, was the bitterest portion of her misery. It was of her son that Georges Louis used to say in later years, "Il est fougueux, mais il a du cœur," hot-headed but not heartless. George Augustus manifested this disposition very early in life. He was on one occasion hunting in the neighbourhood of Louisbourg, not many miles from the scene of his mother's imprisonment, when he made a sudden resolution to visit her, regardless of the strict prohibition against such a course laid on him by his father and the Hanoverian government. Laying spurs to his horse, he galloped at full speed from the field and in the direction of AHLDEN. His astonished suite, seeing the direction which he was following at so furious a rate, immediately suspected his design and became legally determined to frustrate it. They left pursuing the stag and took to chasing the prince. The heir apparent led them far away over field and furrow, to the great detriment of the wind and persons of his pursuers, and he would have distanced the whole body of flying huntsmen, but that his steed was less fleet than those of two officers of the electoral household, who kept close to the fugitive, and at last came up with him on the skirts of a wood adjacent to AHLDEN. With mingled courtesy and firmness, they represented to him that he could not be permitted to go further in a direction which was forbidden, as by so doing he would not only be treating the paternal command with contempt, but would be making them accomplices in his crime of disobedience. George Augustus, vexed and chafed, argued the matter with them, appealed to their affections and feelings, and endeavoured to convince them both as men and as ministers, as human beings and as mere official red tapists, that he was authorized to continue his route to AHLDEN by every law, earthly or divine. The red tapists, however, acknowledged no law under such circumstances but that of their electoral lord and master, and that law they would not permit to be broken. Laying hold of the bridle of the prince's steed, they turned its head homewards and rode away with George Augustus in a state of full discontent and strict arrest. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 10. The Succession. Death of the Electress. The Elector, meditating on this sudden development of the domestic affections of his son, resolved to aid such development, not by giving him access to his mother, but by bestowing on him the hand of a consort. Caroline of Anspach was a very accomplished young lady, owing to the careful education which she received at the hands of the best-loved child of Sophia Charlotte, Electress of Brandenburg, and the first, but short-lived, Queen of Prussia. If the instructress was able, the pupil was apt. She was quick, inquiring, intelligent, and studious. Her application was great, her perseverance unwearied, and her memory excellent. She learned quickly and retained largely, seldom forgetting anything worth remembrance, and was an equally good judge of books and individuals. Her perception of character has, perhaps, never been surpassed. She had no inclination for trivial subjects, nor affection for trivial people. She had a heart and mind only for philosophers and philosophy, but she was not the less a lively girl, or the more a pedant on that account. She delighted in lively conversation, and could admirably lead or direct it. Her knowledge of languages was equal to that of Sophia of Hanover, of whom she was also the equal in wit and in repartee. But therewith she was more tender, more gentle, more generous. The marriage of George Augustus, Electoral Prince of Brunswick-Hanover, with Caroline, daughter of John Frederick, Margrave of Anspach, was solemnized in the year 1705. The wife of George Augustus was of the same age as her husband. She had had the misfortune to lose her father when she was yet extremely young, and had been brought up at the court of Berlin under the guardianship of Sophia Charlotte, the consort of Frederick of Prussia. The sister of George Augustus, the only daughter of Sophia Dorothea, and bearing the same baptismal names as her mother, was also married during the captivity of the latter. 3 remarkable Englishmen were present at the marriage of the daughter of Sophia Dorothea with the Prince Royal of Prussia. These were Lord Halifax, Sir John Vanbrugh, and Joseph Addison. Queen Anne, who had restored Halifax to a favour from which he had fallen, entrusted him to carry the bill for the naturalization of the electoral family and for the better security of the Protestant line of succession, and also the Order of the Garter for the electoral prince. On this mission Addison was the invited companion of the patron whom he so choicely flattered. Vanbrugh was present in his official character of Clarencieux, King-at-Arms, and performed the ceremony of investiture. The little court of Hanover was joyfully splendid on this doubly festive occasion. The nuptials were celebrated with more accompanying gladness than ever followed them. The pomp was something uncommon in its way, and the bride must have been wearied of being married long before the stupendous solemnity had at length reached its slowly arrived-at conclusion. She became Queen of Prussia in 1712. Honours now fell thick upon the electoral family, but Sophia Dorothea was not permitted to have any share therein. In 1706, Queen Anne created her son, George Augustus, Baron of Tewkesbury, Viscount Northallerton, Earl of Milford Haven, Marquis and Duke of Cambridge. With these honours it was also decreed that he should enjoy full precedence over the entire peerage. There was a strong party in England whose most earnest desire it was that the Electress Sophia, in whose person the succession to the crown of Great Britain was settled, should repair to London, not permanently to reside there, but in order that during a brief visit she might receive the homage of the Protestant party. She was, however, reluctant to move from her books, philosophy, and cards until she could be summoned as Queen. Failing here, an attempt was made to bring over George Lewis, who was nothing loath to come. But the idea of a visit from him was, to poor Queen Anne, the uttermost abomination. Her Majesty had some grounds for her dislike to a visit from her old wooer. She was nervously in terror of a monster popular demonstration. Such a demonstration was publicly talked of, and the enemies of the House of Stuart, by way of introduction and warning to the Queen, whose Jacobite bearing towards her brother was matter of notoriety, had determined, in the event of George Lewis visiting England, to give him an escort into London that should amount to the very significant number of some 40 or 50,000 men. The Journal of the Lord Keeper, Cooper, states the official answer of the princess to all the invitations which had been agitated by the Hanoverian Tories during the year 1704 and the succeeding summer. At the Queen's Cabinet Council, Sunday, the 11th of November, 1705, foreign letters read in Her Majesty's presence, the substance remarkable, that at Hanover was a person, agent to the discontented party here, to invite over the Princess Sophia and the Electoral Prince, afterwards George II, into England, assuring them that a party here was ready to propose it, that the Princess Sophia had caused the same person to be acquainted, that she judged the message came from such as were enemies to her family, that she would never hearken to such a proposal, but when it came from the Queen of England herself. And withal she had discouraged the attempt so much that it was believed nothing more could be said in it. Sophia, who was naturally reluctant to come to England upon a mere popular or partisan invitation, would gladly have come on the bidding of the Queen. This was never given. In one year, the Queen sent a request to the Electress to aid her in promoting the peace of Europe, and a present to her goddaughter Anne, the first child of George Augustus and Caroline of Ansbach. Earl Rivers carried both letter and present. The letter was acknowledged with cold courtesy by the Electress, in a communication to the Earl of Strafford, Secretary of State. The communication bears date the 11th of November, 1711, and, after saying that the gift is infinitely esteemed, the Electress adds, "I would not, however, give my parchment for it, since that will be an everlasting monument in the archives of Hanover, and the present for the little princess will go, when she is grown up, into another family." Early in 1714, Anne addressed a powerful remonstrance to the aged Electress, complaining that ever since the Act of Succession had been settled, there had been a constant agitation, the object of which was to bring over a prince of the Hanoverian house to reside in England, even during the writer's life. She accuses the Electress of having come, though perhaps tardily, into this sentiment, which had its origin in political pretensions, and she adds that, if persevered in, it may end in consequences dangerous to the succession itself, which is not secure any other ways than as the princess who actually wears the crown maintains her authority and prerogative. Her Majesty addressed a second letter to George Augustus, as Duke of Cambridge, expressing her thoughts with respect to the design he had of coming into her kingdom. "I should tell you," she says, "nothing can be more dangerous to the tranquillity of my dominions, and the right of succession in your line, and consequently most disagreeable to me." The proud Dowager Electress had declared that she cared not when she died if on her tomb could be recorded that she was Queen of Great Britain and Ireland. These words are said to have given great offence to Queen Anne. There is evidence that the last letters of Anne had something to do with the death of the Electress. They had hardly been received and read when her health, which had been for some time failing, grew worse. She rallied, however, for a time, and was able to take exercise, but the blow had been given from which she never recovered. Molyneux, an agent of the Duke of Marlborough at Hanover, says he was on his way to the country palace of the Electress when he was suddenly informed that she had been seized with mortal illness in one of the garden walks. "I ran up there and found her fast expiring in the arms of the poor electoral princess, Caroline, afterwards Queen of George II, and amidst the tears of a great many of her servants, who endeavoured in vain to help her, I can give you no account of her illness. but that I believe the chagrin of those villainous letters I sent you last post has been in a great measure the cause of it. The Rain-Gravine, who has been with her these 15 years, has told me she never knew anything make so deep an impression on her as the affair of the prince's journey, which I am sure she had to the last degree at heart, and she has done me the honour to tell me so 20 times. In the midst of this, however, these letters arrived, and these, I verily believe, have broken her heart and brought her with sorrow to the grave. The letters were delivered on Wednesday at 7. When I came to court she was at cards, but was so full of these letters that she got up and ordered me to follow her into the garden, where she gave them to me to read, and walked, and spoke a great deal in relation to them. I believe she walked 3 hours that night. The next morning, which was Thursday, I heard that she was out of order, and on going immediately to court she ordered me to be called into her bedchamber. She gave me the letters I sent you to copy. She bade me send them next post, and bring them afterwards to her to court. This was on Friday. In the morning on Friday they told me she was very well, but seemed much chagrined. She was dressed and dined with the elector as usual. At 4 she did me the honour to send to town for some other copies of the same letters, and then she was still perfectly well. She walked and talked very heartily in the orangery. After that, about 6, she went out to walk in the garden, and was still very well. A shower of rain came, and as she was walking pretty fast to get to shelter, they told her she was walking a little too fast. She answered, "I believe I do," and dropped down on saying these words, which were her last. They raised her up, chafed her with spirits, tried to bleed her, but it was all in vain, and when I came up, she was as dead as if she had been 4 days so. Such was the end, on the 10th of June, 1714, of a very remarkable woman. End of chapter 10.
Section 11 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 11. AHLDEN and England. During marriage festivals and court fêtes held to celebrate some step in greatness, Sophia Dorothea continued to vegetate in AHLDEN. She was politically dead, and even in the domestic occurrences of her family, events in which a mother might be gracefully allowed to have a part, she enjoyed no share. The marriages of her children and the births of their children were not officially communicated to her. She was left to learn them through chance or the courtesy of individuals. Her daughter was now the second Queen of Prussia, but the king cared not to exercise his influence in behalf of his unfortunate mother-in-law. Not that he was unconcerned with respect to her. His consort was heiress to property over which her mother had control, and Frederick was not tranquil of mind until this property had been secured as the indisputable inheritance of his wife. He was earnest enough in his correspondence with Sophia Dorothea until this consummation was arrived at, and when he held the writings which secured the succession of certain portions of the property of the Duchess on his consort, he ceased to trouble himself further with any question connected with the unfortunate prisoner, except, indeed, that he forbade his wife to hold any further intercourse with her mother, by letter or otherwise. Few and trivial are the incidents told of her long captivity. The latter had been embittered in 1703 by the knowledge that Mademoiselle von der Schulenburg was the mother of another daughter, Margaret Gertrude, of whom the Elector was the father. This child was 10 years younger than her sister, Petronilla Melusina, who subsequently figured at the court of George II as Countess of Walsingham, and who was the uncared-for wife of Philip Stanhope, Earl of Chesterfield. Previous to the prohibition laid on his wife by the King of Prussia, an epistolary intercourse had been privately maintained between Sophia Dorothea and her daughter. Such intercourse had never received the king's sanction, and when it came to his knowledge, at the period of the settlement of part of the maternal property on the daughter, he peremptorily ordered its cessation. It had been maintained chiefly by means of a Chevalier de Bar, Ludwig, a privy councillor at Berlin, Frederick, a page of the Queen's, and a bailiff of the castle of AHLDEN. There were too many confederates in a matter so simple, and the whole of them betrayed the poor lady for whom they professed to act. The most important agent was the Chevalier. In him the Duchess confided longest, and in his want of faith she was the last to believe. He had introduced himself to her by sending her presents of snuff, no unusual present to a lady in those days, though it is pretended that these gifts bore a peculiar signification known only to the donor and the recipient. They probably had less meaning than the presents forwarded to the prisoner by her daughter, consisting now of her portrait, another time of a watch or some other trinket, which served to pass a letter with it, in which were filial injunctions to the poor mother to be patient and resigned, and to put no trust in the Count de Bar. The prisoner did not heed the counsel, but continued to confide in a man who was prodigal of promise and traitorous of performance. Her hopes were fixed upon escaping, but they were foiled by the watchfulness of noble spies, who exultingly told her that her husband was a king. And it is asserted that she might have been a recognised queen if she would but have confessed that she had failed in obedience towards her husband. It is certain that a renewed, but it may not have been an honest, attempt at reconciliation was made just previous to the accession of George I, but the old reply fell from the prisoner's lips. If I am guilty, I am not worthy of him. If I am innocent, he is not worthy of me. The death of the Electress Sophia in 1714 was followed very shortly after by the demise of Queen Anne. This event had taken all parties somewhat by surprise. They stood face to face, as it were, over the dying queen. The Jacobites were longing for her to name her brother as her successor, whom they would have proclaimed at once at the head of the army. The Hanoverian party were feverish with fears and anticipations, but they had the regency dressed up and ready in the background, and Secretary Craggs, booted and spurred, was making such haste as could then be made on his road to Hanover to summon King George. The Jacobite portion of the cabinet was individually bold in resolving what ought to be done, but they were, bodily, afraid of the responsibility of doing it. Each man of each faction had his king's name ready upon his lips, awaiting only that the lethargy of the Queen should be succeeded by irretrievable death to give it joyful utterance. Anne died on the 1st of August, 1714. The Jacobites drew a breath of hesitation, and in the meantime the active Whigs instantly proclaimed King George, gave Addison the mission of announcing the demise of one sovereign to another, who was that sovereign's successor, and left the Jacobites to their vexation and their threatened redress. Lord Berkeley was sent with the fleet to Orange Polder in Holland, there to bring over the new king. But Craggs had not only taken a very long time to carry his invitation to the monarch, but the husband of Sophia, when he received it, showed no hot haste to take advantage thereof. The Earl of Dorset was dispatched over to press his immediate coming, on the ground of the affectionate impatience of his new subjects. The king was no more moved thereby than he was by the first announcement of Lord Clarendon, the English ambassador, at Hanover. On the night of the 5th of August, that envoy had received an express announcing the demise of the Queen. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he hastened with what he supposed the joyful intelligence to Herrenhausen, and caused George Louis to be aroused, that he might be the first to salute him as king. The new monarch yawned, expressed himself vexed, and went to sleep again as calmly as any serene highness. In the morning, someone delicately hinted, as if to encourage the husband of Sophia Dorothea in staying where he was, that the Presbyterian party in England was a dangerous regicidal party. Not so, said George, who seemed to be satisfied that there was no peril in the new greatness. Not so. I have nothing to fear from the king-killers. They are all on my side. But still he tarried, one day decreeing the abolition of the excise, the next ordering, like King Arthur in Fielding's tragedy, all the insolvent debtors to be released from prison. While thus engaged, London was busy with various pleasant occupations. On the 3rd of August, the late Queen was opened, and on the following day her bowels were buried, with as much ceremony as they deserved, in Westminster Abbey. The day subsequent to this ceremony, the Duke of Marlborough, who had been in voluntary exile abroad, and whose office in command of the imperial armies had been held for a short time, and not discreditably by George Louis, made a triumphant entry into London. The triumph, however, was marred by the sudden breaking down of his coach at Temple Bar, an accident ominous of his not again rising to power. The Lords and Commons then sent renewed assurances of loyalty to Hanover, and renewed prayers that the Lord there would doff his electoral cap and come and try his kingly crown. To quicken this, the Lower House on the 10th voted him the same revenues the late Queen had enjoyed, excepting those arising from the Duchy of Cornwall, which were, by law, invested in the Prince of Wales. On the 13th, Craggs arrived in town to herald the King's coming, and on the 14th the Hanoverian party were delighted to hear that on the Pretender repairing from Lorraine to Versailles to implore of Louis to acknowledge him publicly as king, the French monarch had pleaded, in Bar, his engagements with the House of Hanover, and that thereon the Pretender had returned dispiritedly to Lorraine. On the 24th of the month, the late Queen's body was privately buried in Westminster Abbey by order of her successor, who appeared to have a dread of finding the old lady of his young love yet upon the earth. This order was followed by another, which ejected from their places many officials who had hoped to retain them, and chief of these was Bolingbroke. London then became excited at hearing that the King had arrived at The Hague on the 5th of September. It was calculated that the nearer he got to his kingdom, the more accelerated would be his speed. But George was not to be hurried. Madame Kielmansegge, who shared what was called his regard with Mademoiselle von der Schulenburg, had been retarded in her departure from Hanover by the heaviness of her debts. The daughter of the Countess von Platen would not have been worthy of her mother had she suffered herself to be long detained by such a trifle. She accordingly gave her creditors the slip, set off to Holland, and was received with a heavy sort of delight by the King. The exemplary couple tarried above a week at The Hague, and on the 16th of September George and his retinue set sail for England. Between that day and the day of his arrival at Greenwich, the heads of the Regency were busy in issuing decrees. Now it was for the prohibition of fireworks on the day of His Majesty's entry, next against the admission of unprivileged carriages into Greenwich Park on the King's arrival, and lastly, one promising £100,000 to any loyal subject who might be lucky enough to catch the Pretender in England and who would bring him a prisoner to London. On the 18th of September the King landed at Greenwich, and on the 2 following days, while he sojourned there, he was waited on by various officials, who went smiling to the foot of the throne and came away frowning at the cold treatment they received there. They who thought themselves the most secure endured the most disgraceful falls, especially the Duke of Ormond, who, as Captain General, had been 3 parts inclined to proclaim the Pretender. He repaired in gorgeous array to do homage to King George, but the King would only receive his staff of office, and would not see the ex-bearer of it, who returned home with 1 dignity the less, and for George 1 enemy the more. The public entry into London on the 20th was splendid, and so was the court holden at St. James's on the following day. A lively incident, however, marked the proceedings of this first court. Colonel Chudley, in the crowd, branded Mr. Allworth, MP for New Windsor, as a Jacobite, whereupon they both left the palace, went in a coach to Marrowbone Fields, and there fought a duel in which Mr. Allworth was killed on the spot. This was the first libation of blood offered to the king. No poet affected to deplore the decease of Anne with such profundity of jingling grief as Young. He had not then achieved a name, and he was eagerly desirous to build up a fortune. His Threnodier on the death of Queen Anne is a fine piece of measured maudlin, but the author appears to have bethought himself, before he had expended half his stock of sorrows, that there would be more profit in welcoming a living than bewailing a defunct monarch. Accordingly, wiping up his tears and arraying his face in the blandest of smiles, he addressed himself to the double task of recording the reception of George and registering his merits. He first, however, apologetically states, as his warrant for turning from weeping for Anne to cheering for George, that all the sorrow in the world cannot reverse doom, that groans cannot unlock the inexorable tomb, that a fond indulgence of woe is sad folly, for from such a course, he exclaims, with a fine eye to a poet's profit, what fruit can arise, or what advantage flow? So, turning his face from the tomb of Anne to the throne of George, he grandiosely waves his hat, and thus he sings: Welcome, great stranger, to Britannia's throne, nor let thy country think thee all her own. Of thy delay how oft did we complain, our hope reached out and met thee on the main. With prayer we smooth the billows for thy feet, with ardent wishes fill thy swelling sheet, and when thy foot took place on Albion's shore, we, bending, blessed the gods and asked no more. What hand but thine should conquer and compose, join those whom interest joins, and chase our foes? Repel the daring youth's presumptuous aim, and by his rival's greatness give him fame? Now in some foreign court he may sit down, and quit without a blush the British crown, secure his honour though he lose his store, and take a lucky moment to be poor. This sneer at the Pretender is as contemptible as the flattery of George is gross, and the picture of an entire nation on its knees, blessing Olympus and bidding the gods to restrain all further gifts, is as magnificent a mixture of bombast and blasphemy as ever was made up by venal poet. But here is more of it. Nor think, great sir, now first at this late hour, in Britain's favour you exert your power. To us far back in time I joy to trace the numerous tokens of your princely grace. Whether you choose to thunder on the Rhine, inspire grave councils, or in courts to shine, the more scenes your genius was displayed, the greater debt was on Britannia laid. They all conspired this mighty man to raise, and your new subjects proudly share the praise. Such is the record of a rhymer. Walpole, in plain and truthful prose, tells a very different story. He informs us that the London mob were highly diverted at the importation by the king of his uncommon seraglio of ugly women. They were food, he says, for all the venom of the Jacobites, and so far from Britain thanking him from coming himself, or for bringing with him these numerous tokens of his princely grace, nothing could be grosser than the ribaldry vomited out in lampoons, libels, and every channel of abuse against the sovereign and the new court, and chanted even in their hearing about the public streets. Mademoiselle von Schulenburg was created Duchess of Kendal. The younger Mademoiselle von Schulenburg, who came over with her and was created Countess of Walsingham, passed for her niece, but was so like the king that it is not very credible that the Duchess, who had affected to pass for cruel, had waited for the left-handed marriage. Lady Walsingham, as previously said, was afterwards married to the celebrated Philip Stanhope, Earl of Chesterfield. To the Duchess of Kendal, George, who was so shocked at the infidelity of which his wife was alleged to be guilty, was to the mistress as inconstant as to the wife he had been untrue. He set aside the former to put in her place Madame Kilmansegg, called, like her mother, Countess von Platen. On the death of her husband in 1721, He raised her to the rank of Countess of Leinster in Ireland, Countess of Darlington, and Baroness of Brentford in England. Cox says of her that her power over the king was not equal to that of the Duchess of Kendal, but her character for rapacity was not inferior. Horace Walpole has graphically portrayed Lady Darlington in the following passage. Lady Darlington, whom I saw at my mother's in my infancy, and whom I remember by being terrified at her enormous figure, was as corpulent and ample as the Duchess was long and emaciated. The fierce black eyes, large and rolling between two lofty arched eyebrows, 2 acres of cheeks spread with crimson, an ocean of neck that overflowed and was not distinguished from the lower part of her body, and no part restrained by stays. No wonder that a child dreaded such an ogress. The mob had a strong Tory leaven at this time, and among the multitude circulated a mass of broadsides and ballads, of so openly a seditious character that the power of the law was stringently applied to suppress the evil. Before the year was out, half the provincial towns in England were infected with seditious sentiments against the Whig government, which had brought in a king whose way of life was a scandal to them. This feeling of contempt for both king and government was wide as well as deep, and it was so craftily made use of by the leaders of public opinion that, before George had been 3 months upon the throne, the High Church rabble, as the Tory party was called, in various country towns were violent in their proceedings against the government, and at Axminster in Devonshire shouted for the Pretender and drank his health as King of England. The conduct of George to his wife, Sophia Dorothea, was as satirically dealt with, in the way of censure, as any of his delinquencies, and his character as a husband was not forgotten in the yearly tumults of his time, which broke out on every recurring anniversary of Queen Anne's birthday, April the 23rd, to the end of his reign. If the new king was dissatisfied with his subjects, he liked as little the manners of England. "This is a strange country," said His Majesty. "The first morning after my arrival at St. James's, I looked out of the window and saw a park, with walks, a canal, and so forth, which they told me were mine. The next day Lord Chetwynd, the ranger of my park, sent me a fine brace of carp out of my canal, and I was told that I must give 5 guineas to Lord Chetwynd's servant for bringing me my own carp out of my own canal in my own park." The monarch's mistresses loved as much to receive money as the king himself loved little to part from it. The Duchess of Kendal's rapacity has been mentioned. One instance of it is mentioned by Cox, on the authority of Sir Robert Walpole, to the effect that the restoration of Lord Bolingbroke was the work of the Duchess of Kendal. He gained the Duchess by a present of £11,000 and obtained a promise to use her influence over the king for the purpose of forwarding his complete restoration. Horace Walpole states that the Duchess was no friend of Sir Robert and wished to make Lord Bolingbroke minister in his room. The rapacious mistress was jealous of Sir Robert's credit with the monarch. Monarch and minister transacted business through the medium of indifferent Latin, the king not being able to speak English, and Sir Robert, like a country gentleman of England, knowing nothing of either German or French. "It was much talked of," said the lively writer of the Reminiscences of the Courts of the first 2 Georges, that Sir Robert, detecting one of the Hanoverian ministers in some trick or falsehood before the king's face, had the firmness to say to the German, "Mentiris impudentissimi." The good-humoured monarch only laughed, as he often did when Sir Robert complained to him of his Hanoverian selling places, nor would be persuaded that it was not the practice of the English court. The singularity of this complaint is that it was made by a minister who was notorious for complacently saying that every man in the House of Commons had his price. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 12, Crown and Grave. Arrival of Caroline, Princess of Wales. The King dines at the Guildhall. Proclamation of the Pretender. Counter-proclamations. Government prosecutions. A mutiny among the troops. Impeachment of the Duke of Ormond of high treason. Punishment of political offenders. Failure of rebellion in Scotland. Punishment for wearing oak boughs. Riot at the Mug House in Salisbury Court, and its fatal consequences. The Prince of Wales removed from the palace. Dissensions between the King and the Prince. Attempt on the life of King George. Marriage of the King's illegitimate daughter. The South Sea Bubble. Birth of Prince William. The Butcher of Culloden. Death of the Duchess of Zell. Stricter imprisonment of the captive of AHLDEN. Her calm death. A new royal favorite, Mrs. Brett. Death of the King. While Sophia Dorothea continued to linger in her prison, her husband and son, with the mistress of the former and the wife of the latter, were enjoying the advantages and anxieties which surround a throne. The wife of the Prince of Wales, Caroline, arrived at Margate on the 13th of October. She was accompanied by her two eldest daughters, Anne and Amelia. Mother and children rested during one day in the town where they had landed, slept one night at Rochester, and arrived at St. James on the 15th. The royal coronation took place in Westminster Abbey on the 20th of the same month. Amid the pomp of the occasion, no one appears to have thought of her who should have been queen consort. There was much splendor and some calamity, for as the procession was sweeping by, several people were killed by the fall of scaffolding in the palace yard. The new king entered the abbey amid the cheers and screams of an excited multitude. 3 days after, the monarch, with the Prince and Princess of Wales, dined with the Lord Mayor and Corporation in the Guildhall, London, and there George performed the first grateful service to his people, by placing 1,000 guineas in the hands of the sheriffs for the relief of the wretched debtors then immured in the neighboring horrible prisons of Newgate and the Fleet. Within a month the general festivities were a little marred by the proclamation of the Pretender, dated from Lorraine, wherein he laid claim to the throne which George was declared to have usurped. At this period the Duke of Lorraine was a sovereign prince, maintaining an envoy at our court, but the latter was ordered to withdraw from the country immediately after the arrival of the Lorraine proclamation by the French mail. Already George I began to feel that on the throne he was destined to enjoy less quiet than his consort in her prison. The counter-proclamations made in this country, chiefly on account of the Jacobite riots at Oxford and some other places, were made up of nonsense and malignity, and were well calculated to make a good cause wear the semblance of a bad one. They decreed, or announced, Thanksgiving on the 20th of January for the accession of the House of Hanover, and to show what a portion of the people had to be thankful for they ordered a rigorous execution of the laws against papists, non-jurors, and dissenters generally, who were assumed to be, as a matter of course, disaffected to the reigning house. After some of the first troubles of his reign had been got over, the king visited Hanover, where he invested his brother, the Duke of York, and Prince Frederick with the Order of the Garter. He even partook of the pleasures of the chase in the woods around AHLDEN. But except ordering a more stringent rule for the safekeeping of his consort, he took no further notice of Sophia Dorothea. He returned to London on the 18th of January, 1716-17, and on that day week, hearing that the episcopal clergy of Scotland continued to refuse to pray for him, he issued a decree which compelled many to fly the country or otherwise abscond. The English clergy experienced even harsher treatment for less offense. I may mention as an instance the case of Reverend Lawrence Howell, who, for writing a pamphlet called The State of Schism in the Church of England, truly stated, was stripped of his gown by the executioner, fined £500, imprisoned 3 years, and was sentenced to be twice publicly whipped by the hangman. On the first absence of the king from England, the Prince of Wales was appointed regent, but he was never entrusted with that high office a second time. It is probable, says Walpole, that the son discovered too much fondness for acting the king, as that the father conceived a jealousy of his having done so. Sure it is that on the king's return great divisions arose in the court, and the Whigs were divided, some devoting themselves to the wearer of the crown, and others to the expectant, so that in the second year of his reign the king not only held his wife in prison, but his son and heir was banished from his presence. Passing over the record of public events, the next interesting fact connected with the private life of the faithless husband of Sophia Dorothea was the marriage of his illegitimate daughter Charlotte with the Lord Viscount Howe. The bride's mother was Charlotte Sophia, daughter of the Countess von Platen, and Charlotte Sophia was decently married to Baron Kielmansegg, master of the horse to George. In 1719, at the time of the above marriage, the Baroness was a widow. George I himself gave away the bride as the Baroness's niece. The king, says Walpole, was indisputably her father, and the first child born of this union was named George after the king. The Princess Amalia, daughter of George II, treated Lady Howe's daughter, Mistress Howe, as a princess of the blood royal, and presented her with a ring containing a small portrait of George I with a crown of diamonds. The best result of this marriage was that the famous Admiral Howe was one of the sons born of it, and that was the only benefit which the country derived from the vicious contact of George I. If the marriage of the child of one mistress tended to mortify the vanity of another, as it is said to have been the case with von der Schulenburg, King George found a way to pacify her. That lady was already Duchess of Munster in Ireland, and the king, in April 1719, created her a baroness, a countess, and duchess of Great Britain, by the name, style, and title of Baroness of Glastonbury, Countess of Feversham, and Duchess of Kendal, and this done, the king soon after embarked at Gravesend for Hanover. The year 1720 saw King George more upon the continent than at home, where indeed universal misery reigned in the consequence of the bursting of the great South Sea bubble, which had promised such golden solidity, which ended in such disappointment and ruin, and for furthering which the Duchess of Kendal and her daughter received bribes of £10,000 each. In April of the following year, William Augustus was born at Leicester House. The daughter of Sophia Dorothea was his godmother. Her husband and the Duke of York were the godfathers. This son of George Augustus and Caroline of Anspach, Prince and Princess of Wales, was afterwards famous as the Duke of Cumberland. On the 17th of January, 1721, the royal family went into mourning, and this was the only domestic incident of the reign in which Sophia Dorothea was allowed to participate. With her, the mourning was not a mere formality. It was not assumed, but was the testimony offered in sign of her sorrow for the death of her mother, ELEANORE, Duchess of Zell. The Duchess had seen little of her daughter for some time previous to her death, but she bequeathed to her as much of her private property as she had power to dispose of by will. Sophia Dorothea now had a considerable amount of funds placed to her credit in the Bank of Amsterdam. Of the incidents of her captivity, nothing whatever is known, save that it was most rigidly maintained. She was forgotten by the world because unseen, and they who kept her in prison were as silent about her as the keepers of the Man in the Iron Mask were about that mysterious object of their solicitude. Where little is known, there is little to be told. The captive bore her restraint with a patience which even her daughter must have admired, but she was not without hopes of escaping from a thraldom from which it was clear she could never be released by the voluntary act of those who kept her in undeserved custody. It is believed that her funds in Amsterdam were intended by her to be disposed of in the purchase of aid to secure her escape, but it is added that her agents betrayed her. embezzled her property, and by revealing for what purpose they were her agents, brought upon her a closer arrest than any under which she had hitherto suffered. Romance has made some additions to these items of intelligence, items great portions of which rest only on conjecture. The undoubted fact that much of the property which she inherited was to pass to her children rendered the death of a mother consummation to be desired by, it is said, so indifferent a son and daughter as the Prince of Wales and the Queen of Prussia. The interest held by her husband was of a similar description, and the fatal consequences that might follow were not unprovided for by the friends of the prisoner. It is known, says Walpole, that in Queen Anne's time there was much noise about French prophets. A female of that vocation, for we know from Scripture that the gift of prophecy is not limited to one gender, warned King George I to take care of his wife, as he would not survive her a year. That oracle was probably dictated to the French Deborah by the Duke and Duchess of Zell, who might be apprehensive that the Duchess of Kendal might be tempted to remove entirely the obstacle to her conscientious union with their son-in-law. Most Germans are superstitious, even such as have few other impressions of religion. George gave such credit to the denunciation that on the eve of his last departure he took leave of his son and the Princess of Wales in tears, telling them that he should never see them more. It was certainly his own approaching end that melted him, not the thought of quitting for ever two persons that he hated. The poor princess, Queen of Great Britain, as those who loved her were wont to call her, had been long in declining health, born of declining hopes, and yet she endured all things with patience, contenting herself in her last moments with reasserting her innocence, commending herself to God, naming her children, and pardoning her oppressors. On the 2nd of November, 1726, after much hope, not only deferred but crushed out, after much disappointment of expectations built on the promises of false friends, and after marked but gradual decrease in health, Sophia Dorothea became suddenly and dangerously ill. She lost all consciousness, and on the 13th of the month she lay dead on her bed in the castle of AHLDEN. The news soon reached Hanover, where the authorities, with a feeling of becomingness, ordered a general mourning as for the death of a queen in the land. As soon as this decent step was known in England, the king was vulgar in his wrath. He sent peremptory orders to Hanover to do away immediately with all signs of mourning, and the officials, if not the public, went into ordinary or holiday gear. At the court of Berlin, the daughter of Sophia Dorothea, the king, and consequently all the Prussian fashionable world, assumed the deepest mourning. As for a queen of England, so nearly allied to the Queen of Prussia, the King of Great Britain took this natural circumstance for an insult, but he was obliged to bear, albeit with blaspheming impatience, what he could not resent. The simple royal order for the funeral was that the Duchess of AHLDEN should be buried in a grave dug for her on the banks of the Aller. The soil was dug into over and over again, but the water rushed in and mocked the attempts of the workmen. Meanwhile, the body of Sophia Dorothea lay in a plain leaden coffin in the castle, and no one knew what to do with it for fear of offending the king. After several weeks had passed, a few strong men carried it down to a cellar, and, covering it over with a cartload or two of sand, left it till further gracious orders should arrive from over the water. At the end of 6 months there was a stir in the royal stud stables at Zell. 4 of the king's horses were taken thence and were ridden over to AHLDEN. The chief of the men in charge there showed the royal order by which he was commissioned to take up the body from beneath the heap of sand and carry it back to Zell, and this was to be done without any ceremony whatever. Accordingly, at midnight the coffin was dragged from under the sand, hoisted into a suitable vehicle, and it was unceremoniously jolted over the rough roads till it reached the chief church in the old ducal city of Zell. The necessary workpeople were ready. They carried the plain leaden coffin down to the vault below. Without any circumstance of prayer or outward respect, they cast it into a corner, and there it still lies, without even a name on the rough lead to indicate whose sad burden of life is deposited within. her royal husband in England simply notified in the London Gazette that a Duchess of AHLDEN had died at her residence on the date above named, but he did not add that he had thereby lost a wife, or his children lost a mother. No intimation was given of the relationship she held towards him or them. The quality of his affection was illustrated by his explosion of rage when he heard that his daughter, with the court of Prussia, had gone into mourning for the death of her mother. The husband of Sophia Dorothea became of gayer humor than usual after her death. After receiving intelligence of that event, the royal widower went to see the Italian comedians in the Haymarket act Il Mercanto Prodigo, or Harlequin Prodigal Merchant. He liked this sort of entertainment so well that a few nights later he commanded the performance of Pantalone, Barono del Solfonborgo at the King's Theatre. On Christmas Eve, the newspapers recorded the fact that Prince Waldeck, who had come over with despatches in November, had taken leave of His Majesty and had returned to Hanover. Therewith seemed to come the end of a long and dark and mournful history. In the list of the persons of note and distinction in Great Britain and Ireland, and of the foreign princess who died in the year 1726, published in the Daily Post on January 1727, no record was made of the demise of Sophia Dorothea. On the other hand, there is an entry of a bereavement by which her husband, the king, had been afflicted in the same month of November, namely in the death of a Mr. Mahomet, valet de chambre to His Majesty. The story was current that Sophia Dorothea, on her deathbed, had summoned her husband the king to meet her at the great judgment seat of heaven within a year. This summons was conveyed in a letter addressed by her to him, but it was not delivered to the king until he had, in nervous restlessness, set out for Hanover. On the night of the 2nd of June, 1727, little Horace Walpole, then 10 years old, was conducted by the king's illegitimate daughter, Petronilla Melusina, Lady Walsingham, to the king himself, to kiss the royal hand as His Majesty passed on his way to sup, for the last time, as it proved, with Petronilla's mother, the former von der Schillenberg, now Duchess of Kendal, the king's old mistress. This presentation had been accorded to the prayer of the First Minister's wife, Horace Walpole's mother. On the following day, the 3rd of June, the king left England. On the night of that day week, he died at Onensburg, aged 67 years and 13 days. The king had landed at Ver in Holland on the 7th, and he had traveled thence to Utrecht by land, escorted by the guards to the frontier of Holland. On Friday the 9th, he reached Dolden at 12 at night, where he was apparently in excellent health. He partook of supper, largely and with an appetite, eating, among other things, part of a melon, a fruit which has killed more than one emperor of Germany. At 3 the next morning he resumed his journey. According to the story to which allusion has just been made, the letter of Sophia Dorothea was then given to him. He read it, appeared shocked, and became ill. He was probably moved by something more than mere sentiment, for he had traveled not 2 hours when he was attacked by violent abdominal pains. He hurried on to Linden, where dinner awaited him, but being able to eat nothing, he was immediately bled, and other remedies were made use of. Anxious to reach Hanover, he ordered the journey to be continued with all speed. He fell into a lethargic doze in the carriage, and so continued, leaning on a gentleman in waiting who was with him in the carriage. To this attendant he feebly announced in French, "I am a dead man." He reached the episcopal palace at Onensburg at 10 that night, was again bled in the arm and foot, but ineffectually. His lethargy increased, and he died about midnight. The king's mistress, the Duchess of Kendal, who had gone thither to meet him, tore her hair, beat her breast, and uttered loud cries of despair at this bereavement. She repaired to Brunswick and shut herself up for 3 months as the most afflicted of widows. Subsequently she returned to her house near Isleworth. A raven was the last pet of this lady, and the familiarity of the two gave rise to the popular legend that George had promised to visit his old mistress after death, if such circumstance were allowed, and that he was keeping his word in the shape of the much caressed bird in sables. Even in her estrangement from her husband, Sophia Dorothea never uttered a word of complaint against him. She never failed to exhibit either mildness or dignity in her captivity. On the contrary, she manifested both, and Cox says of her in his Memoirs of Walpole that on receiving the sacrament once every week, she never omitted making the most solemn asseverations that she was not guilty of the crime laid to her charge. Her son, George II, had a double fault in his father's eyes, namely his popularity and at one time his love for his mother, whom he loved, we are told, as much as he hated his father. A pleasant household, a sorry hearth, mistresses resting their rouged cheeks on the monarch's bosom, a wife in prison, and a son hating her oppressor and loving but not redressing the oppressed. Had Sophia Dorothea survived her consort, her son, it is said, had determined to bring her over to England and proclaim her Queen Dowager. Lady Suffolk, the snubbed mistress of that son, expressed to Horace Walpole her surprise on going, in the morning after the intelligence of the death of George I had reached England, to the new Queen, at seeing, hung up in the Queen's dressing-room, a whole length of a lady in royal robes, and in the bedchamber a half-length of the same person, neither of which Lady Suffolk had ever seen before. The prince had kept them concealed, not daring to produce them during the life of his father. The whole length he probably sent to Hanover. The half-length I have frequently seen in the library of the Princess Amelia, who told me it was the property of her grandmother. She bequeathed it, with other pictures of her family, to her nephew, the Landgrave of Hesse. If George II never in his later years named his mother, it was because the enemies of the dynasty pretended to trace in the features of the second George a likeness to Count Königsmark, his mother's gallant cavalier. The Whigs had denied the legitimacy of the son of James II, and the Tories embraced with eagerness an opportunity to deny that to the heir of Brunswick. The son of Sophia Dorothea was the pupil of his grandmother, Sophia of Hanover, and his boyhood did little credit to the system, or the acknowledged good sense of his instructress. When the Earl of Macclesfield was at Hanover in the year 1700, bearing with him that act of succession which secured a throne for the husband and son of Sophia Dorothea, that son, George Augustus, was not yet out of his teens. He was of that age at which a prince is considered wise enough to rule kingdoms, but is not yet capable of governing himself. At that time he was said to give the greatest hopes of himself that we or any people on earth could desire. He was not of that proud stature, indeed, and Alexander was not 6 feet high. But Toland asserts, which is very hard to believe, that George possessed a winning countenance, and a manly aspect and deportment. In later years he was rigid of feature, and walked as a man does who is stiff in the joints. He was, in the days of his youth, a graceful and easy speaker. That is, his phrases were well constructed, and he expressed them with facility. His complexion was fair, and his hair a light brown. Like his father, he spoke Latin fluently, and English much better than his father, but with a decided foreign accent, like William of Orange. As the utmost care was taken, according to Toland, to furnish him with such other accomplishments as are fit for a gentleman and a prince, it is a pity that he made so unprofitable a use of so desirable a provision. He was tolerably well versed in history, but history to him was not philosophy teaching by example, for though in his earlier years Peregrianists said of him not only that his inclinations were virtuous, but that he was wholly free from all vice. His life subsequently could not be so characterized, and the later practice marred the fair precedent. But let Toland limn the object of his love. These acquired parts, he says, with a generous disposition and a virtuous inclination, will deservedly render him the darling of our people, and probably grace the English throne with a most knowing prince. In the popular sense of the term, the last words cannot be denied, and yet he never knew how to obtain or cared how to merit his people's love. He learns English with inexpressible facility and has not only learned of his grandmother to have real esteem for Englishmen, but he likewise entertains a high notion of the wisdom, goodness, and power of the English government, concerning which I heard him, to my great satisfaction, ask several pertinent questions, and as such as betokened no mean or common observation. I was surprised to find he understood so much of our affairs already, but his great vivacity will not let him be ignorant of anything. There is nothing more to be wished, said Toland, but that he be proof against the temptations which accompany greatness, and defended from the poisonous infection of flatterers, who are the greatest bane of society, and commonly occasion the ruin of princes, if not in their lives, yet at least in their fame and reputation. It was under the temptations alluded to that George Augustus made shipwreck of his fame. His history, however, will be traced more fully hereafter. At present we will only consider the career and character of his sister. The daughter of Sophia Dorothea, some years younger than her brother, was a promising girl when the act of succession opened a throne to her father, but not to her mother. She had in her youth sweetness of manners, fairness of features, and a soft, winning voice. Her fair, brown hair, as in her mother's case, highlighted the grace and charms of a fair complexion, and her blue eyes were the admiration of the poets and the inspiration even of those whom the gods had not made poetical. Her features, taken singly, were not without defect, but the expression which pervaded them was a good substitute for purely unintellectual beauty. The Electress Sophia was, if not her governess, the superintendent of her governesses, and the training, rigid and formal, failed in the development that was most to be desired. In minding her discourse to others, says Toland, and by what she was pleased to say to myself, she appears to have a more than ordinary share of good sense and wit. The whole town and court commend the easiness of her manners and the evenness of her disposition, but above all her other qualities, they highly extol her good humor, which is the most valuable endowment of either sex, and the foundation of most other virtues. Upon the whole, considering her personal merit and the dignity of her family, I heartily wish and hope to see her some day the Queen of Sweden. This hearty wish was not to be realized. The younger Sophia Dorothea became the wife of a brute and the mother of a hero. The old paternal Seigneurie d'Albres, dans le pays de l'Aulnes, was raised to the dignity of a countship in 1729. It became the property of Sophia Dorothea's children, George II, King of England, and Sophia, Queen of Prussia. They, with some propriety, but probably under constraint of the law of France, made it over to the nearest French relative of ELEANORE d'Albres, Sophia Dorothea's mother, Alexandra, Prévost de Gaimont. This would seem to be the end of a sad history. But the persecution of Sophia Dorothea did not terminate with her life. 107 years after Sophia Dorothea had ended that unhappy life, her unhappy story was revived, and her memory was now made to suffer under calumny that had not been thought of in her lifetime. In the year 1833, a Swede named Probst Wieselgren contributed to number 33 of the Magazine für Literatur des Auslandes the copy of an alleged love letter, the original of which it existed, it was said, in Sophia Dorothea's handwriting in the archives of the Count de la Gardie. In the year 1836, Kramer, in his Denkwerten der Gräfin Maria Aurora von Königsmark, referred to this letter and expressed his disbelief in its genuineness and authenticity. Until 1847, the memory of Sophia Dorothea was left unassailed by any further attempt against it. In that year, however, further alleged autograph letters, not only of hers but also others said to have been written by Königsmark, appeared in the Literatur Blätter für Unterhaltung. They were preceded by an introduction and explanations by the Swedish writer Palmblad, who had selected them, it was stated, from more than 100 which were then in the possession of Count Stephan de la Gardie of Loberod in Schöningen. How did these alleged autographed letters find their way into Sweden? They had previously been kept, we are gravely told, in a drawer in Offenwiedes Kloster by the widow of Countess Amelia Rommel, a Lowenhaupt by birth, at whose death in 1810 they came into the possession of her son, a Count de la Gardie. Lübberod was acquired by a Count Jacob Gustus de la Gardie in 1817. But how did the Lady Amelia Rommel become the holder of these extraordinary documents? The answer is, as the descendant of General Karl von Lowenhaupt, who had married Amelia, one of the two sisters of Königsmark, this lady is stated to have made over this mass of letters to her children with this observation. Here are the letters captured again, Wider Robert, at great peril, which cost a brother his life and a king's mother her freedom. Captured, seized, recovered at great peril? When? Where? By whom? From whom? No reply. Not the smallest particle of evidence is given on these important points. If they were obtained under circumstances of great danger, it must have been from someone who considered them of great importance, but who must have allowed himself to be plundered of them with great indifference. No one had ever heard of the robbery or capture, nor of the means by which it was effected. In 1838, one letter saw the light. In 1847, several were published in Germany and Sweden. To all enquiry, no other answer has been made than that the letters had existed since 1810 in the keeping of the persons above named, and they had come down from Amelia Königsmark, who had wedded with a Lowenhaupt, and that they were genuine letters, and that they conclusively proved the guilt of Sophia Dorothea and Count Königsmark. Sophia Dorothea, it must be remembered, never had the guilt implied to her charge. The name of Königsmark was never once uttered at her trial, if it may be so called. She was punished for the alleged disobedience to and desertion of her husband. She retained so much of the character of a wife that she was not allowed to marry again. She remained until her death the wife of a king of England, with whom she would hold no association. Her husband kept her for more than 30 years a state prisoner. How could this cruelty be better justified than by blasting her character and memory forever, long after all parties were far beyond questioning? How could this dire penalty be inflicted after death more easily than by preparing a correspondence between the two personages which might be kept in a cloister drawer until it could be produced to serve its infamous purpose? The persons who held these papers in later years may have conscientiously believed in their genuineness. Of the contemporaries of Sophia Dorothea, the Countess von Platen and even Bernstorff are said to have been able to imitate the handwriting of Sophia Dorothea. We do not insinuate that they were willing to forge these letters, but someone probably did so. Königsmark's letters may indeed be genuine, but it does not follow that they were addressed to the wife of him who was afterwards George I. Without name, date, or address, they might serve to calumniate any other lady of Sophia Dorothea's time. Of the letters themselves, Palmblad, who inspected the precious collection, states in his Aurora Königsmark, or rather an appendix to the first part of that historical romance, that they consist of several hundreds, of which 2/3 are by Königsmark, the other third by Sophia Dorothea, and that in print they would fill a stout volume. Those of the princess are in an elegant, somewhat flowing hand, and, with rare exception, correct in expression. They are on fine, gilt-edged paper. Königsmark's letters are, we are told, on coarse, thick paper, which hardly agreed with his fine, gentlemanly style in everything. They are legibly written, but the spelling is that of an ignorant schoolboy. In some portions, ciphers, numbers, or disguised names were used, the interpretation of which was easily got at, as would be the case if the letters were forged and were intended to be easily understood a century after the events had happened to which they referred. Very few of the letters, none of importance, have any address on them. They have strayed from their envelopes, says Palmblad, but envelopes were not then in use. Letters were folded and the address written on the blank outside folding. Some few, according to Palmblad, have external directions and are sealed with KÖNIGSMARK's private seal, a heart within the motto, Cosi fusi el ventre dentre il mio. So may be yours within mine. The postmark is on some. One of them is directed pour la personne connue. Palmblad suggested that it was originally enclosed within one to the confidant. Several are addressed to Mademoiselle la Frole de Kennisbeck. The latter name is occasionally spelled Quenettisbeck. A nearly complete and very convenient absence of dates defies all attempts to place this correspondence in anything like chronological order. Conjecturally, the experts suggest that the dates extend from 1688 to 1693, inclusive. 6 years. When it is remembered that the princess and KÖNIGSMARK were closely watched in order, if possible, to make a case out against them, and that the two friends knew they were surrounded by spies, the idea of their sending letters through the post and of such letters being preserved instead of destroyed seems folly too absurd for serious belief. The contents of these letters, Palmblad informs us, consist for the most part of mutual assurances of love and everlasting fidelity, of complaints over separation and of the constraint put on them by the secret relations existing between them, of plans for privately meeting or expressing hopes of a coming uninterrupted life together, of accounts of their occupations, pleasures, and their conversational intercourse with others, mixed up with jealous reproaches and subsequent apologies for making them. When both pass an evening at court festivals where the princess is unable to bestow a tender glance or a stolen word on her beloved, or has spoken or walked with another cavalier, then KÖNIGSMARK addresses her an epistle full of complaints at her coquetry or her airs canoe. With the same mistrust does the princess notice every step of her supposed adorer. Nevertheless, no two persons so tenderly loved each other as KÖNIGSMARK and his lioness, the fond pseudonym of the princess. As far as the above description goes, any fairly practiced hand might have invented the whole series of letters. Even Professor Palmblad does not venture to guess when the correspondence began. His assertion that KÖNIGSMARK was at Hanover in the military service of that state in 1685 is disproved by the painstaking author of Die Herzogin von AHLDEN, who finds KÖNIGSMARK settled there not until 1688. Palmblad, with his earlier date, points laughingly to the birth of Sophia Dorothea's daughter in 1687 and asks if the Prussian royal family, into which that daughter married, has in its veins the blood of Guelph or of KÖNIGSMARK. In like easy manner, regardless of chronology, the Jacobites in England used to speak of the son of George I as young KÖNIGSMARK. When KÖNIGSMARK was absent campaigning, the princess, says Palmblad, sent him her portrait, and he returned a gift of his own portrait, painted expressly for her in Brussels. Whereupon, Palmblad says, the princess forwarded to him her diary. This has not yet been found or forged, but Palmblad has no doubt as to the nature of its contents. The whole story is founded on letters which the least scrupulous of autograph dealers would hesitate to warrant. What follows is to be read with the remembrance that the plotters against Sophia Dorothea never lost sight of her or of the Count. They could not make a step without being observed by spies employed by principals who wished to destroy both the princess and KÖNIGSMARK. Through the very eye-holes of the tapestried figures in the palace, human eyes peered in search of evidence to work the ruin of these two friends. Not finding it, KÖNIGSMARK was secretly murdered, and Sophia Dorothea shut up for the remainder of her life, on no other charge than that of deserting her husband's society and refusing to return to it. This is Palmblad's story. During KÖNIGSMARK's presence at court, he was generally admitted to the princess by her confidant after midnight, and he sometimes remained 24 hours with her. He had previously declared himself indisposed and under medical regimen as an excuse for appearing to keep within doors. Adds Palmblad, boulder-grown, the princess herself glided secretly at night into Königsmark's quarters, which were at some distance from the palace. She speaks in the most fervid expressions of her love, her ardor, and declares herself ready to sacrifice for him her reputation and to accompany him to the remotest corner of the world. Königsmark hesitates. His fortune is not secure, his position uncertain, and he must first seek glory and riches in war. But her prayers detain him in Hanover. These two persons could have said this and more to one another in complete or comparative safety. To write such things down and to preserve what was written was madness, fatal to life and honor if discovered. But if these, and much worse, were not written down by someone, how could Sophia Dorothea be made infamous forever in the eyes of posterity? One can only judge of the bushel by the sample, and of the whole correspondence, which is now in the library of the University of Lund, by the fragmentary extracts which have been made public. If two persons, knowing they were watched and their letters detained, could write such fiercely ardent assurances of mutual love, express such utter contempt for the consequences of discovery, and explain to one another how they were tracked and betrayed, they must have been hopelessly insane. An enemy would bend invention to such a course as the one best calculated to destroy those against whom it was directed. But there is one point which seems conclusive against the genuineness of this correspondence. There are passages in the alleged letters of Königsmark to the princess which no man, however devoid of every manly quality, would write to a woman whom he loved, who would write to any woman at all. These passages not even the most utterly and irretrievably abandoned of women would be able to read without sense of insult and outrage, even to such soiled and shattered womanhood as hers. A man writing such things, supposing they were intelligible to the person addressed, would in that person's eyes be loathsome and execrable forever. Of course, it is a horrible thought that anyone could be sufficiently wicked and cruel to forge letters with the idea of slaying reputations by the forgery. But this wickedness and this cruelty were not uncommon. Scores upon scores of letters have been forged in France alone in order to destroy the reputation of Sir Isaac Newton. As a mere matter of profitable business, the manufacture of forged letters, simply for the market, is in the greatest possible activity. A letter by any one, written at any time, eagerly demanded, is sure to be supplied after a while. Letters with other purpose in view than mere profit, intended to turn up in long after years, in order to fasten a calumny on some victim, are also not uncommon. One instance may be cited in the case of the multitudinous forged letters of Shelley. The late Mr. Moxon published a volume of Shelley letters, and soon after he withdrew the volume on discovery that every one of these letters was a forgery. Stray letters of Shelley, however, continued to come into the market. Letters to his wife of the most confidential nature, containing vile aspersions against his father, were bought as genuine by Sir Percy Shelley, the poet's son. These too were discovered to be forgeries and were destroyed. One of these precious epistles, addressed to Byron and bearing Shelley's signature, contained an assertion against the fidelity of Harriet. Whoever bought it paid 6 guineas for a calumny against a dead and defenseless woman, to which was appended the forged signature of her dead and defenseless husband. Till something more is known of the history of the alleged correspondence between Sophia Dorothea and Königsmark, of which correspondence nothing was known to the world till more than a century after her death, let us put against it her own assertions of her innocence. It is only a woman's word, but it was asserted on solemn occasions, and it may surely be accepted against the letters which were not put forth until long after she too was dead and defenseless, who when living was not charged with the guilt which this mysterious correspondence would cast heavily upon her. Sophia Dorothea, from the time her husband ascended the throne of Great Britain, was in a sort of loving sorrow, called by the few left to love her, the Queen. She was indeed an uncrowned Queen of England. As little really of a queen as Caroline of Brunswick in after years, but her true place, nevertheless, is among them. Her blood, the blood of the French Protestant, Signor d'Albret, has doubly asserted itself. Through the son of Sophia Dorothea and his descendants, it flows in the veins of that honored lady, the Queen of Great Britain and Empress of India. Through the daughter of Sophia Dorothea, it is inherited by the Emperor of Germany, and the inheritance was enriched and strengthened when the Princess Royal of England became the wife of the Crown Prince of Prussia, the heir of the German Empire. End of Section 12. Chapter 12. Crown and Grave. Read by Robert H. Cherny, Kissimmee, Florida, May 2025. Section 13 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 1. Before the Ascension. Caroline Wilhelmina Dorothea, wife of George II. Da sauft sie, da preist sie das Herz, es war ja lieb und Glück der Getramat. Geibel. Birth of Princess Caroline. Her early married life, eulogized by the poets. Gaiety of court of the Prince and Princess at Leicester House. Beauty of Miss Belladon, Mrs. Howard, the Prince's favorite. Intolerable grossness of the court of George I. Lord Chesterfield and the Princess, the Mad Duchess. Buckingham House, rural retreat of the Prince at Richmond, the resort of wit and beauty. Swift's pungent verses. The fortunes of the young adventurers, Mr. and Mrs. Howard. The Queen at her toilette. Mrs. Clayton, her influence with Queen Caroline. The Prince ruled by his wife, Dr. Arbuthnot and Dean Swift. The Princess's regard for Newton and Halley. Lord Macclefield's fall. His superstition and that of the Princess. Prince Frederick's vices. Not permitted to come to England. Severe rebuff to Lord Hardwicke. Dr. Meade. Courage of the Prince and Princess. The Princess's friendship for Dr. Friend. Swift at Leicester House. Royal visit to Bartholomew Fair. Carolina Wilhelmina Dorothea was the daughter of John Frederick, Marquis of Brandenburg-Ansbach, and of Eleanor Erdmouth Louisa, his second wife, daughter of John George, Duke of Saxe-Eisenach. She was born in 1683 and married the Electoral Prince of Hanover, afterwards George II, in the year 1705. Her mother having remarried after her father's death when Caroline was very young, the latter left the court of her stepfather, George IV, Elector of Saxony, for that of her guardian, Frederick, Elector of Brandenburg, afterwards King of Prussia. The Electress of Brandenburg was the daughter of Sophia, Electress of Hanover, and sister of George I. The young Caroline was considered fortunate in being placed under the care of a lady who, it was said at the time, would assuredly give her a tincture of her own politeness. Notice has already been taken of the suitors who early offered themselves for the hand of the youthful princess, and for what excellent reason she selected the son of Sophia Dorothea. It was said when she came to share the throne of England with her husband that heaven had especially reserved her in order to make Great Britain happy. Her early married life was one of some gaiety, if not of felicity, and Baron Pilnitz says in his memoir that when the electoral family of Hanover was called to the throne of this country, she showed more cool carelessness for the additional grandeur than any of the family, whose outward indifference was a matter of admiration, in the old sense of that word, to all who beheld it. The Princess Caroline, according to the Baron, particularly demonstrated that she was thoroughly satisfied in her mind that she could be happy without a crown, and that both her father-in-law and her husband were already kings in her eyes, because they highly deserved that title. Of her conduct during the period she was Princess of Wales, the same writer says that she favored neither political party and was equally esteemed by each. This, however, is somewhat beside the truth. The poets were as much concerned with the Princess of Wales as the politicians. Some abused and some adored her. Addison in 1714 assured her that the muse waited on her person, and that she herself was born to strengthen and to grace our isle. The same writer could not contemplate the daughter of Caroline, but that his prophetic eye professed to already see the illustrious youths complain, and future monarchs doomed to sigh in vain. Frederick, Duke of Gloucester, the elder and less loved son of Caroline, was not yet in England, but her favorite boy, William, was at her side, and of him Addison said that he had the mother's sweetness and the father's fire. The poet went on, less to prophesy than to speculate, with a perhaps on the future destiny of William of Cumberland, and it was well he put in the saving word, for nothing could be less like fact than the fortune alluded to in the following lines. For thee, perhaps, even now of kingly race, some dawning beauty blooms in every grace, some Caroline to heaven's dictates true, who while the sceptred rivals vainly sue, thy inborn worth with conscious eyes shall see, and slight the imperial diadem for thee. Of the princess herself he says more truly that she with graceful ease and native majesty is formed to please. And he adds that the stage, growing refined, will draw its finished heroines from her, who was herself known to be skilled in the labors of the deathless muse. In short, Parnassus was made to echo with eulogies or of epigrams upon this royal lady. George I, 4 years together, never addressed a word to the Prince of Wales, but the princess would compel him, as Count Broglie, the French ambassador, writes, to answer the remarks which she addressed to him when she encountered him in public. But even then, says the Count, he only speaks to her on those occasions for the sake of decorum. She-devil was the appellation commonly employed by the amiable king to designate his high-spirited daughter-in-law. The Prince and Princess of Wales, on withdrawing from St. James, established their court in Leicester Fields. Of this court Walpole draws a pleasant picture. It must have been a far livelier locality than that of the king, whose ministers were the older Whig politicians. The most promising, says Walpole, of the young lords and gentlemen of that party, and the prettiest and liveliest of the young ladies, formed the new court of the Prince and Princess of Wales. The apartment of the bedchamber women in waiting became the fashionable evening rendezvous of the most distinguished wits and beauties. Lord Chesterfield, Lord Stanhope, Lord Scarborough, Carr, Lord Hervey, elder brother of the more known John Lord Hervey, and reckoned to have superior parts, General, at that time only Colonel, Charles Churchill, and others not necessary to mention, were constant attendants. Miss Lepel, afterwards Lady Hervey, my mother, Lady Walpole, Mrs. Selwyn, mother of the famous George, and herself of much vivacity, and pretty Mrs. Howard, and above all, for universal admiration, Miss Bellenden, one of the maids of honor. Her face and person were charming. Lively she was almost to a tourderie, and so agreeable she was that I never heard her mentioned afterwards by one of her contemporaries who did not prefer her as the most perfect creature they ever knew. To this pleasant party in this pleasant resort the Prince of Wales often came, his chief attraction being not the wit or worth of the party, but the mere beauty of one of the party forming it. This was Miss Bellenden, who, on the other hand, saw nothing in the fair-haired and little prince that could attract her admiration. The prince was never famous for much delicacy either of expression or sentiment, but he could exhibit a species of wit in his way. He had probably been contemplating the engraving of the visit of Jupiter to the nymph Danae in a shower of gold when he took to pouring the guineas from his purse in Miss Belladon's presence. He seemed to her, if we may judge by the comment she made upon his conduct, much more like a villainous little bashaw offering to purchase a Circassian slave, and on one occasion, as he went on counting the glittering coin, she exclaimed, "Sir, I cannot bear it. If you count your money any more, I will go out of the room." She did even better, by marrying the man of her heart, Colonel John Campbell, a step at which the prince, when it came to his knowledge, affected to be extremely indignant, and never forgave her for an offense which indeed was no offense, and required no forgiveness. The prince, like that young Duke of Orleans, who thought he would suffer in reputation if he had not a favorite in his train, let his regard stop at Mrs. Howard, another of his wife's bedchamber women, who was but too happy to receive such regard, and to return it with all required attachment and service. The Princess of Wales, during the reign of her father-in-law, maintained a brilliant court and presided over a gay round of pleasures. In this career she gained that which she sought after, popularity. What she did from policy, her husband the prince did from taste, and the encouragement and promotion of pleasure were followed by the one as a means to an end, by the other for the sake of the pleasure itself. Every morning there was a drawing-room at the princess's, and twice a week the same splendid reunion in her apartments at night. This gave the fashion to a very wide circle. Crowded assemblies, balls, masquerades, and ridottos became the rage, and from the fatigues incident thereto, the votaries of fashion found relaxation in plays and operas. Quiet people were struck by the change which had come over court circles since the days of Queen Anne, who had always been decent, chaste, and formal. The change indeed was great, but diverse of aspect. Thus the court of pleasure at which Caroline reigned supreme was a court where decency was respected at least as much as it well could be at a time when no superabundance of respect for decency was exhibited in any quarter. Still, there was not the intolerable grossness of the house of the prince, which was to be met within the very presence of his sire. Lord Chesterfield said of that sire that he had nothing bad in him as a man, and yet he records of him that he had no respect for women, but some liking, it may be added, for those who had little principle and much fat. He brought over with him, says Chesterfield, 2 considerable samples of his bad taste and good stomach, the Duchess of Kendal and the Countess of Darlington, leaving at Hanover, because she happened to be a papist, the Countess von Platen, whose weight and circumference was little inferior to theirs. These standards of his Majesty's tastes made all those ladies who aspired to his favor, and who were near the suitable size, strain and swell themselves, like the frogs in the fable, to rival the bulk and dignity of the ox. Some succeeded, and others burst. If the house of the sun was not the abode of all the virtues, it at least was not the style wherein wallowed his father. Upon the change of fashion, Chesterfield writes to Bubb Doddington in 1716, the year when Caroline began to be looked upon as the arbitress of fashion, "As for the gay part of the town, you would find it much more flourishing than when you left it. Balls, assemblies, and masquerades have taken the place of dull, formal visiting days, and the women are much more agreeable trifles than they were designed. Puns are extremely in vogue, and the license very great. The variation of 3 or 4 letters in a word breaks no squares, inasmuch as that an indifferent punster may make a very good figure in the best companies." The gaiety at the town residence of the prince and princess did not, however, accompany them to Richmond Lodge. There Caroline enjoyed the quiet beauties of her pretty retreat, which was, however, shared with her husband's favorite, Mrs. Howard. Leicester Fields was nevertheless not always such a bower of bliss as Walpole has described it from hearsay. If the prince and ladies were on very pleasant terms, the princess and the ladies were sometimes at loggerheads, with as little regard for bienséance as if they had been very vulgar people. Indeed, they often were exceedingly vulgar people themselves. It was with Lord Chesterfield that Caroline Wilhelmina Dorothea was most frequently at very disgraceful issue. Lord Chesterfield was one of the prince's court, and he was possessed of an uncontrollable inclination to turn the princess into ridicule. Of course, she was made acquainted with his propensity of the refined Chesterfield by some amiable friend who had the regard which friends with less judgment than what they call amiability generally have for one's failings. Caroline, perhaps half afraid of the peer, whom she held to be a more annoying joker than a genuine wit, took a middle course by way of correcting Chesterfield. It was not the course which a woman of dignity and refinement would have adopted. But it must be remembered that at the period in question, the princess was anxious to keep as many friends around her husband as she could muster. She consequently told Lord Chesterfield, half in jest and half in earnest, that he had better not provoke her, for though he had a wittier, he had not so bitter a tongue as she had, and any outlay of his wit at her cost she was determined to pay in her way with an exorbitant addition of interest upon the debt he made her incur. The noble lord had, among other qualifications of a fine gentleman of the period, an alacrity in lying. He would gravely assure the princess that her royal highness was in error, that he would never presume to mimic her, and thereupon he would only watch for a turn of her head to find an opportunity of repeating the offense which he had protested could not possibly be laid to his charge. Caroline was correct in asserting that she had a bitter tongue. It was under control, indeed, but when she gave it unrestricted freedom, its eloquence was not well savored. Indeed, her mind was far less refined than has been generally imagined. Many circumstances might be cited in proof of this assertion, but perhaps none is more satisfactory or conclusive rather than the fact that she was the correspondent of the Duchess of Orleans, whose gross epistles can be patiently read only by grossly inclined persons, but which nevertheless tell so much that is really worth knowing that students of history read, blush, and are delighted. The Prince of Wales, dissatisfied with his residences, entered into negotiations for the purchase of Buckingham House. That mansion was then occupied by the Dowager Duchess of Buckingham, she whose mother was Catherine Sedley and whose father was James II. She was the Mad Duchess, who always went into mourning and shut up Buckingham House on the anniversary of the death of her grandfather, Charles I. The Duchess thus writes of the negotiation in a letter to Mrs. Howard. If their Royal Highnesses will have everything stand as it is, furniture and pictures, I will have £3,000 per annum. Both run hazard of being spoiled, and the last, to be sure, will be all to be new bought whenever my son is of age. The quantity of rooms take cannot be well furnished under £10,000. But if their Highnesses will permit all the pictures to be removed, and buy the furniture as it will be valued by different people, the house shall go at £2,000. If the Prince or Princess prefer much the buying outright, under £60,000, it will not be parted with as it now stands, and all His Majesty's revenue cannot purchase a place so fit for them, nor for less a sum. The princess asked me at the drawing-room if I would not sell my fine house. I answered her, smiling, that I was under no necessity to part with it. Yet, when what I thought was the value of it should be offered, perhaps my prudence might overcome my inclination. At the period when Caroline expressed some inclination to possess this residence, on the site of the old mulberry garden, there was a mulberry garden at Chelsea, the owner of which was a Mrs. Gale. In these gardens some very rich and beautiful satin was made from English silkworms for the Princess of Wales, who took an extraordinary interest in the success of the native worm. The experiments, however, patronized as they were by Caroline, did not promise a realization of sufficient profit to warrant their being pursued any further. The town residence of the prince and princess lacked, of course, the real charms, the quieter pleasures of the lodge at Richmond. The estate on which the latter was built formed part of the forfeited property of the Jacobite Duke of Ormond. The prince and princess kept court at Richmond, which must have been one of the most pleasant resorts at which royalty has ever presided over fashion, wit, and talent. At this court the young John, Lord Hervey, was a frequent visitor at a time when his mother, Lady Bristol, was in waiting on the princess. With his brother, Lord Carr Hervey, held the post of groom of the bedchamber to the prince. Of the personages at this young court, the Right Honourable John Wilson Croker thus speaks. At this period Pope and his literary friends were in great favour at this young court, of which, in addition to the handsome and clever princess herself, Mrs. Howard, Mrs. Selwyn, Miss Hope, Miss Bellenden, and Miss Lepel, with Lords Chesterfield, Bathurst, Scarborough, and Hervey, were the chief ornaments. Above all, for beauty and wit, were Miss Bellenden and Miss Lepel, who seem to have treated Pope, and been in return treated by him, with a familiarity that appears strange in our more decorous days. These young ladies probably considered him as no more than what Aaron Hill described him. Tuneful Alexis on the Thames fair side, the ladies' plaything, and the muses' pride. Mr. Croker notices that Miss Lepel was called Mrs. according to the fashion of the time. It was the custom so to designate every single lady who was old enough to be married. Upon Richmond Lodge Swift showered some of his most pungent verses. He was there more than once when it was the scene of the young court. Of these occasions he sang, after the princess had become queen, to the following tune. Here went the dean when he's to seek to sponge a breakfast once a week, to cry the bread was stale and mutter complaints against the royal butter. But now I fear it will be said, no butter sticks upon his bread. We shall soon find him full of spleen for want of tattling of the queen, stunning her royal ears with talking, his reverence and her highness walking, with saucy Caroline like a stroller, sits mounted on the garden roller. O goodly sight to see her ride, with ancient Marmont by her side. In velvet cap his head is warm, his hat for shame beneath his arm. Other poets were occasionally more audacious than Swift in appropriating domestic incidents in the princess's family for their subjects. Early in 1723, one of them thus addresses an expected member of that family. Promised blessed of the year, fairest blossom of the spring, thy fond mother's wish appear. Haste to hear the linnets sing, haste to breathe the vernal air. Come to see the primrose blow, nature doth her lap prepare. Nature thinks thy coming slow, glad the people quickly smile, darling native of our isle. The gentle Princess Mary, subsequently the unhappy Princess of Hesse, cannot be said to have kept the linnets or the primroses waiting, the birth of this fourth daughter of the Prince and Princess of Wales having taken place on the 22nd of February, 1723. During a large portion of the married life of George Augustus and Caroline, each was supposed to be under the influence of a woman whose real influence was, however, overrated, and whose importance, if great, was solely so because of the undue value attached to her imaginary influence. Both of these persons were of the young court at Leicester House and Richmond Lodge. The women in question were Mrs. Howard, the prince's favourite, and Mrs. Clayton, bedchamber woman, like Mrs. Howard, to Caroline. The first lady was the daughter of a knight of the Bath, Sir Henry Hobart. Early in life she married Mr. Howard, the younger brother of more than one Earl of Suffolk, to which title he at last succeeded himself, and left a son by her, who was the last earl of that branch. The young couple were but slenderly dowered, and the lady had little, and her husband less. The court of Queen Anne did not hold out to them any promise of improving their fortune, and accordingly they looked around for a locality where they might not only discern the promise, but hope for its realization. Their views rested upon Hanover, and the rising sun there, and hither accordingly they took their way, and there they found a welcome in the hands of the old Electress Sophia, with scanty civility at those of her grandson, the Electoral Prince. At this time the fortunes of the young adventurers were so low, and their aspirations so high, that they were unable to give a dinner to the Hanoverian minister, until Mrs. Howard found the means, by cutting off a very beautiful head of hair and selling it. If she did this in order that she might not incur a debt, she deserves some degree of praise, for a habit of prompt payment was not a fashion of the time. The sacrifice probably sufficed, for it was the era of full-bottomed wigs, which cost 20 or 30 guineas, and Mrs. Howard's hair, to be applied to the purpose named, may have brought her about £12, with which a very recherché dinner might have been given at the period to even the most gastronomic of Hanoverian ministers, and half a dozen secretaries of legation to boot. The fortune sought for was seized, although it came but in a questionable shape. After the lapse of some little time, the lady had made sufficient impression on the hitherto cold Prince George Augustus to induce him, on the accession of his father to the crown of England, to appoint her one of the bedchamber women to his wife Caroline, Princess of Wales. When Mrs. Howard had won what was called the regard of the prince, she separated from her husband. He, it is true, had little regard for and merited no regard from his wife, but he was resolved that she should attain not even a bad eminence unless he profited by it. He was a wretched, heartless, drunken, gambling profligate, too coarse even for the coarse, fine gentlemen of the day. When he found himself deserted by his wife, therefore, and discovered that she had established her residence in the household of the prince, he went down to the palace, raised an uproar in the courtyard before the guards and other persons present, and made vociferous demands for the restoration to him of a wife whom he really did not want. He was thrust out of the quadrangle without much ceremony, but he was not to be silenced. He even appears to have interested the Archbishop of Canterbury in the matter. The prelate affected to look upon the princess as the protectress of her bedchamber woman, and the cause of the latter living separate from her husband, whom he recommended by letter that she should be restored. Walpole says further that the Archbishop delivered an epistle from Mr. Howard himself, and addressed through the Princess Caroline to his wife, that the princess had the malicious pleasure of delivering the letter to her rival. Mrs. Howard continued to reside under the roof of this strangely assorted household. There was no scandal excited thereby at the period, and she was safe from conjugal importunity, whether at St. James's Palace or Leicester House. The case was altered, says Walpole, when, on the arrival of summer, their Royal Highnesses were to remove to Richmond. Being only woman of the bedchamber, etiquette did not allow Mrs. Howard the entree of the coach with the princess. She apprehended that Mr. Howard might seize her upon the road. To baffle such an attempt, her friends, John, Duke of Argyll, and his brother, the Earl of Islay, called for her in the coach of one of them, by 8 o'clock in the morning of the day by noon of which the prince and princess were to remove, and lodged her safely in their house in Richmond. It would appear that after this period the servant of Caroline and the favorite of George Augustus ceased to be molested by her husband, and although there be no proof of that gentleman having been bought off, he was of such character, tastes, and principles that he cannot be thought of having been too nice an honor to allow of his agreeing to terms of peace for pecuniary consideration. George thought this show of regard for Mrs. Howard would stand for proof that he was not led by his wife. The regard wore an outwardly platonic aspect, and daily at the same hour the royal admirer resorted to the apartment of the lady, where an hour or two was spent in small talk and conversation of a generally uninteresting character. It is very illustrative of the peculiar character of George Augustus that his periodical visits, every evening at 9, were regulated with such dull punctuality that he frequently walked about his chamber for 10 minutes with his watch in his hand if the stated minute was not arrived. Walpole also notices the more positive vexations Mrs. Howard received when Caroline became queen, whose head she used to dress until she acquired the title of Countess of Suffolk. The queen, it is said, delighted in subjecting her to such servile offices, although always apologizing to her good Howard. Often, says Walpole, Her Majesty had more complete triumph. It happened more than once that the king, coming into the room while the queen was dressing, has snatched off the handkerchief, and turning rudely to Mrs. Howard, has cried, "Because you have an ugly neck yourself, you hide the queen's." One other instance may be cited here of Caroline's dislike for her good Howard. The Queen had an obscure window at St. James that looked into a dark passage, lighted only by a single lamp at night, which looked upon Mrs. Howard's apartment. Lord Chesterfield, one 12th night at court, had won so large a sum of money that he thought it not prudent to carry it home in the dark, and deposited it with the mistress. Thence the Queen inferred great intimacy, and thenceforwards Lord Chesterfield could obtain no favour from the court, and finding himself desperate, went into opposition. But this is anticipating events. Let us speak of the other bedchamber woman of the Princess of Wales, and subsequently of Queen Caroline, also a woman of considerable note in the quiet and princely circle at Leicester House, and the more brilliant reunions at St. James and Kensington. She was a woman of fairer reputation, of greater ability, and of worse temper than Mrs. Howard. Her maiden name was Dives. Her condition was of a humble character, but her marriage with Sir Robert Clayton, a clerk in the Treasury, gave her importance and position, and opportunity to improve both. Her husband, in addition to his Treasury clerkship, was one of the managers of the Marlborough estates in the Duke's absence, and this brought his wife to the knowledge and patronage of the Duchess. The only favour ever asked by the latter of the House of Hanover was a post for her friend, Mrs. Clayton, who soon afterwards was appointed one of the bedchamber women to Caroline, Princess of Wales. Mrs. Clayton has been as diversely painted by Lord Hervey and Horace Walpole as Chesterfield himself. It is not to be disputed, however, that she was a woman of many accomplishments, of not so many as her flatterers ascribed to her, but more than were conceded to by her enemies. The same may be said of her alleged virtues. Walpole describes her as a corrupt, pompous simpleton, and Lord Hervey as a woman of great intelligence and rather irregulated temper, the latter preventing her from concealing her thoughts, let them be what they might. The noble lord intimates, rather than asserts, that she was more resigned than desirous to live at court, for the dirty company of which she was too good, but whom she had the honesty to hate, but not the hypocrisy to tell them they were good. Harvey adds that she did good for the mere luxury which the exercise of the virtue had in itself. Others described her as corrupt as the meanest courtier that ever lived by bribes. She would take jewels with both hands and wear them without shame, though they were the fees of offices performed to serve others and enrich herself. The Duchess of Marlborough was ashamed of her protégée in this respect, if there be truth in the story of her Grace being indignant at seeing Mrs. Clayton wearing gems which she knew were the price of services rendered by her. Lady Wortley Montagu apologizes for her by the smart remark that people would not know where wine was sold if the vendor did not hang out a bush. Of another fact there is no dispute: the intense hatred with which Mrs. Howard and Mrs. Clayton regarded each other. The former was calm, cool, cutting, and contemptuous, but never unladylike, always self-possessed and severe. The latter was hot, eager, and forever rendering her position untenable for want of temper, and therefore lack of argument to maintain it. Mrs. Clayton doubtless possessed more influence with the Queen than her opponent with the King, but the influence has been vastly overrated. Caroline only allowed it in small matters and exercised it in small ways. Mrs. Clayton was in some respect only her authorized representative, or the medium between her and the objects whom she delighted to relieve or to honor. The lady had some influence in bringing about introductions, in directing the Queen's notice to works of merit or to petitions for relief, but on subjects of much higher importance, Caroline would not submit to influence from the same quarter. On serious questions she had a better judgment of her own than she could be supplied with by the women of the bedchamber. The great power held by Mrs. Clayton was that with her rested to decide whether the prayer of a petitioner should or should not reach the eye of Caroline. No wonder then that she was flattered, and her good offices were asked for with showers of praise and compliment to herself by favor-seekers of every conceivable class. Peers of every degree and their wives, bishops and poor curates, philosophers well-to-do, and authors in shreds and patches, sages and scholiasts, inventors, speculators, and a mob of beggars, which cannot be classed, sought to approach Caroline through Mrs. Clayton's office, and humbly waited Mrs. Clayton's leisure, while they profusely flattered her in order to tempt her to be active in their behalf. Caroline not only ruled her husband without his being aware of it, but could laugh at him heartily without hurting his feelings by allowing him to be conscious of it. Hereafter mention may be made of the sensitiveness of the court to satire, but before the death of George I, it seems to have been enjoyed, at least by Caroline, Princess of Wales, more than it was subsequently by the same illustrious lady when Queen of England. Dr. Arbuthnot, at the period alluded to, had occasion to write to Swift. The doctor had been publishing by subscription his tables of ancient coins, and was gaining very few modern specimens by his work. The dean, on the other hand, was then reaping a harvest of profit and popularity by his Gulliver's Travels, that book which the puzzled Bishop of Ferns said on coming to the last page, that all things considered, he did not believe a word of it. Arbuthnot, writing to Swift on the subject of the two works, says, November 8, 1726, that his book had been out about a month, but he had not yet got his subscribers' names. "I will make over," he says, "all my profits to you for the property of Gulliver's Travels, which, I believe, will have as great a run as John Bunyan. Gulliver is a happy man that, in his age, can write such a book." Arbuthnot subsequently relates that when he last saw the Princess of Wales, she was reading Gulliver, and was just come to the passage of the hobbling prince, which she laughed at. The laugh was at the cost of her husband, whom Swift represented in the satire as walking with one high and one low heel, in allusion to the prince's supposed vacillation between the Whigs and Tories. The princess, however, had more regard at all times for sages than she had for satirists. It was at the request of Caroline that Newton drew up an abstract of a treatise on ancient chronology, first published in France and subsequently in England. Her regard for Halley dates from an earlier period than Newton's death or Caroline's ascension. She had, in 1721, pressed Halley to become the tutor of her favorite son, the Duke of Cumberland. But the great perfecter of the theory of the moon's motion was then too busy with his syzygies to be troubled with teaching the humanities to little princes. It was for the same reason that Halley resigned his post of secretary to the Royal Society. This question of the education of the children of the Prince and Princess of Wales was one much discussed, but not without bitterness, by the disputants on both sides. In the same year that the Princess of Wales desired to secure Halley as the instructor of William of Cumberland, 1721, George I made an earl of that Thomas Parker, who from an attorney's office had steadily risen through the various grades of the law, had been entrusted with high commissions, and finally became Lord Chancellor. George I, on his accession, made him Baron of Macclesfield, and in 1721 raised him to the rank of Earl. He paid for the honor by supporting the king against the Prince and Princess of Wales. The latter claimed an exclusive right of direction in the education of their children. Lord Macclesfield declared that, by law, they had no right at all to control the education of their offspring. Neither prince nor princess ever forgave him for this. They waited for the hour of repaying it, and that time soon came. The first Brunswick chancellor became notorious for his malpractices, selling places and trafficking with the funds of the suitors. His enemies resolved to impeach him. This resolution originated at Leicester House, and was carried out with such effect that the chancellor was condemned to pay a fine of £30,000. George I, knowing that the son whom he hated was the cause of so grave but just a consequence, promised to repay to the ex-chancellor the amount of the fine, which Lord Macclesfield had himself paid a few days after the sentence, by the mortgage of a valuable estate. The king, however, was slow in acquitting himself of his promise. He forwarded one installment of £1,000, but he paid no more, death supervening and preventing the further performance of a promise only made to annoy his son and his son's wife. In one respect, Lord Macclesfield and the Princess of Wales resembled each other in entertaining a curious feeling of superstition. It will be seen hereinafter how certain Caroline felt that she should die on a Wednesday, and for what reasons. So, like her, but with more accuracy, the fallen Macclesfield pointed out the day for his decease. In his disgrace he had devoted himself to science and religion. He was, however, distracted by a malady which was aggravated by grief, if not remorse. Dr. Pierce, his constant friend, called on him one day and found him very ill. Lord Macclesfield said, "My mother died of the same disorder on the 8th day, and so shall I." On the 8th day this prophecy was fulfilled, and the Leicester House party were fully avenged. The feelings of both prince and princess were forever in excess. Thus both appear to have entertained a strong sentiment of aversion against their eldest child, Frederick. Caroline did not bring him with her to this country when she herself first came over to take up her residence here. Frederick was born at Hanover on the 20th of January, 1707. He was early instructed in the English language, but he disliked study of every description and made but little progress in this particular branch. As a child he was remarkable for his spitefulness and cunning. He was yet a youth when he drank like any German baron of old, played as deeply as he drank, and entered heart and soul into other vices, which not only corrupted both, but his body also. His tutor was scandalized by his conduct, and complained of it grievously. Caroline was at that time given to find excuses for conduct with which she did not care to be so far troubled as to censure it, and she remarked that the escapades complained of were mere Paige's tricks. "Would to heaven they were no more," exclaimed the worthy governor, "but in truth they are tricks of grooms and scoundrels." The prince spared his friends as little as his foes, and his heart was as vicious as his head was weak. Caroline had little affection for this child, whom she would have willingly defrauded of his birthright. At one time she appears to have been inclined to secure the electorate of Hanover for William, and to allow Frederick to succeed to the English throne. At another time she was as desirous, it is believed, of advancing William to the crown of England and making over the electorate to Frederick. How far these intrigues were carried on is hardly known, but they existed as a matter of notoriety. The law presented a barrier which could not, however, be broken down. But nevertheless, Lord Chesterfield, in his character of the princess, intimated that she was busy with this project throughout her life. Frederick was not permitted to come to England during any period of the time that his parents were Prince and Princess of Wales. An English title or two may be said to have been flung to him across the water. Thus, in 1717, he was called, rather than created, Duke of Gloucester. The Garter was sent to him the following year. In 1726 he became Duke of Edinburgh. He never occupied a place in the heart of either his father or mother. But it is fair to the character of the Princess of Wales to say that, severe as was the feeling entertained by herself against Lord Macclesfield, a feeling shared in by her consort, neither of them ever entertained any ill feeling against Philip York, subsequently Lord Chancellor Hardwicke, who defended his friend Lord Macclesfield with great fearlessness at the period of his celebrated trial. Only once in later life did George II visit Lord Hardwicke with a severe rebuff. The learned lord was avaricious, discouraging to those who sought to rise in their profession, and caring only for the advancement of his own relations. He was once seeking for a place for a distant relation when the husband of Caroline exclaimed, "You are always asking favors, and I observed that it is invariably in behalf of some one of your family or kinsmen. We shall hereafter find Caroline making allusions to Judge Gripus as a character in a play, but it was a name given to Lord Hardwicke on account of his meanness." This feeling was shared by his wife. The expensively embroidered velvet purse in which the Great Seal was carried was renewed every year during Lord Hardwicke's time. Each year Lady Hardwicke ordered that the velvet should be of the length of one of her staterooms at Wimpole. In course of time the prudent lady obtained enough to tapestry the room with the legal velvet, and to make curtains and hangings for a state bed which stood in the apartment. Well might Pope have said of these, "Is yellow dirt the passion of thy life? Look but on Grippus and on Grippus's wife." But this is again anticipating the events of history. Let us go back to 1721, when Caroline and her husband exercised a courage which caused great admiration in the saloons of Leicester House, and a doubtful sort of applause throughout the country. Lady Mary Mortley Montagu had just reported the successful results of inoculation for the smallpox, which she had witnessed at Constantinople. Dr. Mead was ordered by the prince to inoculate 6 criminals who had been condemned to death, but whose lives were spared for this experiment. It succeeded admirably, and the patients were more satisfied by the result of the experiment than anyone besides. In the year following, Caroline allowed Dr. Mead to inoculate her 2 daughters, and the doctor ultimately became physician in ordinary to her husband. The medical appointments made by Caroline and her husband certainly had a political motive. Thus the Princess of Wales persuaded her husband to name Friend his physician in ordinary just after the latter had been liberated from the Tower, where he had suffered incarceration for daring to defend Atterbury in the House of Commons when the bishop was accused of being guilty of treason. Caroline always had high esteem for Friend, independently of his political opinions, and one of her first acts on ceasing to be Princess of Wales was to make Friend physician to the Queen. It is said by Swift that the Princess of Wales sent for him to Leicester Fields no less than 9 times before he would obey the reiterated summons. When he did appear before Caroline, he roughly remarked that he understood she liked to see odd persons, that she had lately inspected a wild boy from Germany, and that now she had the opportunity of seeing a wild parson from Ireland. Swift declares that the court in Leicester Fields was very anxious to settle him in England, but it may be doubted whether the anxiety was very sincere. Swift's declaration that he had no anxiety to be patronized by the Princess of Wales was probably as little sincere. The patronage sometimes exercised there was mercilessly sneered at by Swift. Thus Caroline had expressed a desire to do honor to Gay, but when the post offered was only that of a gentleman usher to the little Princess Caroline, Swift was bitterly satirical on the Princess of Wales, supposing that the poet Gay would be willing to act as a sort of male nurse to a little girl of 2 years of age. The Prince of Wales was occasionally as cavalierly treated by the ladies as the princess by the men. One of the maids of honor of Caroline, the well-known Miss Bellenden, would boldly stand before him with her arms folded, and when asked why she did so, she would toss her pretty head and laughingly exclaim that she did so, not because she was cold, but that she chose to stand with her arms folded. When her own niece became maid of honor to Queen Caroline, the audacious Miss Bellenden was a grave, married lady. She instructively warned her young relative not to be so imprudent a maid of honor as her aunt had been before her. But strange things were done by princes and princesses in those days, as well as by those who waited on them. For instance, in 1725, it is reported by Miss Dives, maid of honor to the Princess Amelia, daughter of the Princess of Wales, that the prince and everybody but myself went last Friday to Bartholomew Fair. It was a fine day, so he went by water, and I, being afraid, did not go. After the fair they supped at King's Arms and came home about 4 o'clock in the morning. An heir apparent and part of his family and consort going by water from Richmond to Bartholomew Fair, supping at a tavern, staying out all night, and returning home not long before honest men breakfasted, was not calculated to make royalty respectable. End of section 13. Chapter 1, Before the Ascension. Read by Robert H. Cherny, Kissimmee, Florida, May 2025. Section 14 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 2. The First Years of a Reign. Death of George I. Adroitness of Sir Robert Walpole. The First Royal Reception. Unceremonious treatment of the late King's will. The Coronation. Magnificent dress of Queen Caroline. Mrs. Oldfield as Anne Boleyn in Henry VIII. The King's revenue and the Queen's jointure, the result of Walpole's exertions. His success, management of the King by Queen Caroline, unseemly dialogue between Walpole and Lord Townshend, Gay's Beggar's Opera, and satire upon Walpole, origin of the opera, its great success, Gay's cause espoused by the Duchess of Queensberry, her smart reply to a royal message, the tragedy of Frederick, Duke of Brunswick, the Queen-appointed regent, Prince Frederick, becomes chief of the opposition, his silly reflections on the king, agitation about the repeal of the Corporation and Test Acts, the Queen's ineffectual efforts to gain over Bishop Hoadley, Sir Robert extricates himself, the Church made the scapegoat, Queen Caroline earnest about trifles, etiquette of the toilette, fracas between Mr. Howard and the Queen, modest request of Mrs. Howard, Lord Chesterfield's description of her. Sir Robert Walpole was sojourning at Chelsea, and thinking of nothing less than the demise of a king, when news was brought to him by messenger from Lord Townshend, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 14th of June, 1727, that his late most sacred Majesty was then lying dead in the Westphalian Palace of His Serene Highness the Bishop of Onisburg. Sir Robert immediately hurried to Richmond in order to be the first to do homage to the new sovereigns, George and Caroline. George accepted the homage with much complacency, and on being asked by Sir Robert as such to the person whom the king would select to draw up the usual address to the Privy Council, George II mentioned the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Spencer Compton. This was a civil way of telling Sir Robert that his services as Prime Minister were no longer required. He was not pleased at being supplanted, but neither was he wrathfully little-minded against his successor. A successor so incompetent for his task that he was obliged to have recourse to Sir Robert to assist him in drawing up the address above alluded to. Sir Robert rendered the assistance with much heartiness, but was not the less determined, if possible, to retain his office, in spite of the personal dislike of the king and that of the Queen, whom he had offended when she was Princess of Wales, by speaking of her as that fat beast, the prince's wife. Sir Robert could easily make poor Sir Spencer communicative with regard to his future intentions. The latter was a stiff, gossiping, soft-hearted creature, and might very well have taken for his motto the words of Parmeno in the play of Torrance, Plenis Rimarium sum. He intimated that on first meeting Parliament he should propose an allowance of £60,000 per annum to be made to the Queen. "I will make it £40,000 more," said Sir Robert subsequently through a second party to Queen Caroline, "if my office of minister be secured to me." Caroline was delighted at the idea, intimated that Sir Robert might be sure the fat beast had friendly feelings toward him, and then hastened to the king, over whose weaker intellect her more masculine mind held rule, explained to her royal husband that as Compton considered Walpole the fittest man to be what he had so long been with efficiency, Prime Minister, it would be a foolish act to nominate Compton himself to the office. The king acquiesced. Sir Spencer was made President of the Council, and Sir Robert not only persuaded Parliament without difficulty to settle 100,000 a year on the Queen, but he also persuaded the august trustees of the people's money to add the entire revenue of the civil list, about £130,000 a year, to the annual sum of £700,000, which had been settled as a proper revenue for a king. Sir Robert had thus the wit to bribe king and queen out of the funds of the people, and we cannot be surprised that their majesties looked upon him and his as true allies. Indeed, Caroline did not wait for the success of the measure in order to show her confidence in Walpole. Their majesties had removed from Richmond to their temporary palace at Leicester Fields on the very evening of their receiving notice of their accession to the crown, and the next day all the nobility and gentry in town crowded to kiss their hands. My mother, says Horace Walpole, among the rest, who, Sir Spencer Compton's designation, and not his evaporation being known, could not make her way between the scornful backs and elbows of her late devotees, nor could approach nearer to the Queen than the third or fourth row. But no sooner was she descried by her Majesty than the Queen said aloud, "There, I am sure I see a friend." The torrent divided and shrank to either side, and as I came away, said my mother, I might have walked over their heads had I pleased. George I had drawn up a will which he coolly thought his successor would respect. Perhaps he remembered that his son believed in ghosts and vampires, and would fulfill a dead man's will out of mere terror of a dead man's visitation. But George Augustus had no such fear, nor any such respect as that noticed above. At the first council held by George II, Dr. Wake, Archbishop of Canterbury, in whose hands George I had deposited his last will and testament, produced that precious instrument, placed it before the king, and composed himself to hear the instructions of the deceased parent recited by his heir. The new king, however, put the paper in his pocket, walked out of the room, never uttered a word more upon the subject, and general rumor subsequently proclaimed that the royal will had been dropped into the fire by the testator's son. That testator, however, had been a destroyer of wills himself. He had burned that of the poor old Duke of Zell, and he had treated in like manner the last will of Sophia Dorothea. The latter document favored both his children more than he approved, and the king, who could do no wrong, committed a felonious act, for which a common criminal would have purchased a halter. Being given to this sort of iniquity himself, he naturally thought ill of the heir whom he looked upon as bound to respect the will of his father. To bind him the more securely to such observance, he left 2 duplicates of his will, one of which was deposited with the Duke of Wolfenbüttel, the other with another German prince whose name has not been revealed, and both were given up by the depositories for fee and reward duly paid for the service. The copies were destroyed in the same way as the original. What instruction was set down in this document has never been ascertained. Walpole speaks of a reported legacy of £40,000 to the king's surviving mistress, the Duchess of Kendal, and of a subsequent compromise made with the husband of the Duchess's niece and heiress, Lady Walsingham, a compromise which followed upon a threatened action at law. Something similar is said to have taken place with the King of Prussia, to whose wife, the daughter of George I, the latter monarch was reported to have bequeathed a considerable legacy. However this may be, the surprise of the council and the consternation of the primate were excessive. The latter dignitary was the last man, however, who could with propriety have blamed a fellow man for acting contrary to what was expected of him. He himself had been the warmest advocate of religious toleration until he reached the primacy and had an opportunity for the exercise of a little harshness toward dissenters. The latter were as much astonished at their ex-advocate as the latter was astounded by the act of the king. We will not further allude to the coronation of George and Caroline than by saying that, on the occasion in question, these sovereigns displayed a gorgeousness of taste of a somewhat barbarous quality. The coronation was the most splendid which had been seen for years. George, despite his low stature and fair hair, which heightened the weakness of his expression at this period, was said to be on this occasion every inch a king. He enjoyed the splendor of the scene and of himself, and thought it cheaply purchased at the cost of much fatigue. Caroline was not inferior to her lord. It is true that of the crown jewels she had none, save a pearl necklace, the solitary spoil left of all the gems, rich and rare, which had belonged to Queen Anne, and which had for the most part been distributed by the late king among his favorites of every degree. Caroline wore on the occasion of her crowning not only the pearl necklace of Queen Anne, but she had on her head and shoulders all the pearls and necklaces which she could borrow from the ladies of quality at one end of the town, and on her petticoat all the diamonds she could hire of the Jews and jewelers at the other. So, as Lord Hervey, from whom this detail is taken, the appearance and truth of her finery was a mixture of magnificence and meanness, not unlike the éclat of royalty in many other particulars when it comes to be nicely examined and its sources traced to what money hires and flattery lends. The Queen dressed for the grand ceremony in a private room at Westminster. Early in the morning she put on an undress at St. James, of which we are told that everything was new. She was carried across St. James Park privately in a chair, bearing no distinctive mark upon it, and preceded at a short distance by the Lord Chancellor and Mrs. Howard, both of whom were in hack sedans. She was dressed by that lady, Mrs. Herbert, and another bedchamber woman who would fain have shared in the honor, but as she was herself in full dress for the ceremony, she was pronounced incapable of attiring her who was to be the heroine of it. At the conclusion of the august affair, the Queen unrobed in an adjacent apartment, and as in the morning was smuggled back to St. James in a private chair. Magnificent as Caroline was in the borrowed finery at her coronation, she was excelled in point of show by Mrs. Oldfield on the stage at Drury Lane. The theatre was closed on the night of the real event. The government had no idea then of dividing a multitude, but the management expended £1,000 in getting up the pageant of the crowning of Anne Boleyn at the close of Henry VIII. In this piece Booth made Henry the principal character, and Cibber's Wolsey sank to a second-rate part. The pageant, however, was so attractive that it was often played detached from the piece at the conclusion of a comedy or any other play. Caroline went more than once with her royal consort to witness this representation, an honor which was refused to the more vulgar show, which had but indifferent success at Lincoln's Inn Fields. The king's revenue, as settled upon him by the Whig Parliament, was larger than any of our kings had before enjoyed. Caroline's jointure, £100,000 a year, with Somerset House and Richmond Lodge, was double that which had been granted previously to any queen. This success had been so notoriously the result of Walpole's exertions that the husband of Caroline, who dealt in very strong terms, began to look complacently on the rogue and rascal, thought his brother Horace bearable, in spite of his being, as George used to call him, scoundrel, fool, and dirty buffoon, and he even felt less averse than usual to the two secretaries of state of Walpole's administration, the Duke of Newcastle and the impertinent fool whom he had threatened at the christening of William, Duke of Cumberland, and Lord Townsend, whom he was wont to designate as a choleric blockhead. The issue of the affair was that of Walpole's cabinet no one went out but the minister's son-in-law, Lord Malpas, roughly ejected from the mastership of the robes, and Stinking Yong, as the king used elegantly to describe Sir William, who was turned out of the Commission of Treasury, and whose sole little failings were that he was pitiful, corrupt, contemptible, and a great liar, though, as Lord Hervey says, rather a mean than a vicious one, which does not seem to mend the matter, and which is a distinction without a difference. After all, Sir William only dived to come up fresh again, and Lord Malpas performed the same feat. Henceforth it was understood by every lady, says Lord Hervey, that Sir Robert was the Queen's minister, and that whoever he favoured she distinguished, and whoever she distinguished the king employed. The queen ruled without seeming to rule. She was mistress by power of suggestion. A word from her in public, addressed to the king, generally earned for her a rebuke. Her consort so pertinaciously declared that he was independent, that she never meddled with public business of any kind, and that every one, or even the early dupes of the assertion, ceased at last to put any faith in it. Caroline not only meddled with business, but directed everything which came under that name, either at home or abroad. It is too much, perhaps, to say that her power was unrivaled and unbounded, but it was doubtless great and purchased at great cost. That she could induce her husband to employ a man whom he had not yet learned to like was in itself no small proof of her power, considering the peculiarly obstinate disposition of the monarch. Her recommendation of Walpole was not based, it is believed, upon any very exalted motives. Walpole himself, in his official connections with the sovereign, was certainly likely to take every advantage of the opportunity to create favorable convictions of his ability. Caroline, in praising his ability to the king, suggested that Sir Robert was rich enough to be honest, and had so little private business of his own that he had all the more leisure to devote to that of the king. New leeches would not be the less hungry, and with this very indifferent sort of testimony to her favourite's worth, Caroline secured a servant for the king and a minister for herself. The tact of the queen was so admirable that the husband, who followed her counsel in all things, never even himself suspected but that he was leading her. This was the very triumph of the queen's art, and the crowning proof of the simplicity and silliness of the king. It is said that he sneered at Charles I for being governed by his wife, at Charles II for being governed by his mistresses, at James, led by priests, at William, duped by men, and Queen Anne, deceived by her favorites, and at his father, who allowed himself to be ruled by anyone who could approach him. And he finished his catalogue of scorn by proudly asking, "Who governs now?" The courtiers probably smiled behind their jaunty hats. The wits, and some of them were courtiers too, answered the query more roughly, and they remarked in rugged rhyme and bad grammar, "You may strut, dapper George, but 'twill all be in vain. We know 'tis Queen Charlotte, not you, that reign. You govern no more than Don Philip of Spain. Then if you would have us fall down and adore you, lock up your fat spouse as your dad did before you." The two were otherwise described by other poetasters as so strutting a king and so prating a queen. It is a fact at which we need not be surprised that the most cutting satires against the king, as led by his wife, were from the pens of female writers, or said to be so. And this is likely enough, for in no quarter is there so much contempt for a man who leans upon, rather than supports, his wife. The court certainly offered good opportunity for the satirists to make merry with. At the court of Caroline, it must be confessed, there was not much female delicacy, and still less manly dignity, even in the presence of the queen herself. Thus we hear, for instance, of Caroline one evening at Windsor, asking Sir Robert Walpole and Lord Townshend where they had dined that day. My lord replied that he had dined with Lord and Lady Trevor, an aged couple, and the lady remarkable for her more than ordinary plainness. Whereupon Sir Robert, with considerable latitude of expression, intimated jokingly that his friend was playing political court to the lord in order to veil a court of another kind addressed to the lady. Lord Townshend, not understanding raillery on such a topic, grew angry, and in defending himself against the charge of seducing old Lady Trevor, was not content with employing phrases of honest indignation alone, but used illustrations that no lord would ever think of using before a lady. Caroline grew uneasy, but not at the growing indelicacy of phrase, but at the angry feelings of the Peacham and Locket of the court, and to prevent Lord Townshend's replying or the thing being pushed any further, only laughed and began immediately to talk on some other subject. The mention of the heroes in Gay's opera serves to remind me that in 1729 the influence of the Queen was again exerted to lead the king to do what he had not himself dreamed of doing. Sir Robert Walpole must have been more thin-skinned than he's usually believed to have been, if he could really have felt wounded, as it would appear was the case by the alleged satire of the Beggar's Opera. The public would seem to have been the authors of such satire rather than Gay, for they made application of many passages to which the writer of them probably attached no personal meaning. The origin of the piece was certainly not political. It was a mere Newgate pastoral put into operatic form and intended to ridicule what it succeeded in overthrowing for a season, the newly introduced Italian opera. The piece had been refused by Cibber and was accepted by Rich, who brought it out at Lincoln's Inn Fields on the 29th of January, 1728, with such success that it was said of it that it made Gay rich and rich gay. Walker was the Macheath, and Miss Fenton, afterwards Duchess of Bolton, the Polly, a character in which she was not approached by either of her three immediate successors, Miss Warren, Miss Cantrell, or sweet Kitty Clive. Johnston says of the piece that it was plainly written only to divert, without any moral purpose, and therefore not likely to do good. This is the truth, no doubt, and if Gay put in a few strong passages just previous to representation, it was the public application which gave them double force. Perhaps the application would have been stronger if Quin had originally played, as was intended, the part of Macheath. To step from Macbeth to the Highwayman might have had a political signification given to it, and indeed Quin did play and sing the captain one night for his benefit, just as another great tragedian, Young, did within our own recollection. However, never had a piece such success. It was played at every theater in the kingdom, and every audience was as keenly alive for passages which could be applied against the court and government as they were for mere ridicule against the Italian opera. Caroline herself was probably not opposed to the morale of the piece. Her own chairmen were suspected of being in league with highwaymen, and probably were. But on their being arrested and dismissed from her service by the master of her household, who suspected their guilt, she was indignant at the liberty taken and insisted on their being restored. She had no objection to be safely carried by suspected confederates of highwaymen. The poverty of Polly could not render it exempt from being made the scapegoat for the Beggar's Opera, in which Walpole, from whom Gay could not obtain a place, was said to be shown up, night after night, as a thief and the friend of thieves. The Beggar's Opera had a run before its satire was felt by him against whom it was chiefly directed. Polly is very stupid and not satirical, but it was a favorite with the author. The latter, therefore, was especially annoyed at receiving an injunction from the Lord Chamberlain's office, obtained at the request of Sir Robert, whereby the representation of Polly was forbidden in every theatre. The poet determined to shame his enemies by printing the piece with a smart political supplement annexed. Gay was the spoiled child of the Duke and Duchess of Queensberry. They espoused his cause, and the Duchess was especially active, urgent, and successful in procuring subscriptions, compelling them by gentle violence even from the most reluctant. This zeal for the vexed poet went so far that the Duchess solicited subscriptions even in the Queen's apartment and in the royal drawing-room. There was something pleasant in making even the courtiers subscribe toward the circulation of a piece which royalty, through its official, had prohibited from being acted. The zealous Duchess was thus busy with 3 or 4 gentlemen in one corner of the room when the king came upon them and inquired the nature of her business. "It is a matter of humanity and charity," said her grace, "and I do not despair but that your majesty will contribute to it." The monarch disappointed Gay's patroness in this respect, but he exhibited no symptom whatever of displeasure and left her to her levying occupation. Subsequently, however, in the Queen's apartment, the subject was talked over between the royal pair, and not till then did George perceive that the conduct of the Duchess was so impertinent that it was necessary to forbid her appearing again at least for the present, at court. The king's vice-chamberlain, Mr. Stanhope, was dispatched with a verbal message to this effect. The manner and the matter equally enraged Gay's patroness, and she delivered a note of acknowledgment to the vice-chamberlain, in which she stated that she was both surprised and gratified at the royal and agreeable command to stay away from court, seeing that she had never gone there but for her own diversion, and also from a desire of showing some civility to the king and queen. The lively lady further intimated that perhaps it was as well that they who dared to speak or even think truth should be kept away from a court where it was unpalatable, although she had thought that in supporting truth and innocence in the palace she was paying the very highest compliment possible to both their majesties. When the note was completed, the writer gave it to Mr. Stanhope to read. The stiff vice-chamberlain felt rather shocked at the tone, and politely advised the Duchess to think better of the matter and write another note. Her Grace consented, but the second edition was so more highly spiced and so more pungent than the first that the officer preferred taking the latter, which he must have placed before King and Queen with a sort of decent horror, appropriate to a functionary of his polite vocation. The Duchess lost the royal favor, and the Duke, her husband, lost his posts. After all, it seems singular that while stupid a piece as Polly was prohibited, the representation of the Beggar's Opera still went on. The alleged offense was thus seemingly permitted, while visitation was made on an unoffending piece, and subscriptions for the printing of that piece were asked for, as we have seen by the Duchess of Queensberry, in the very apartments of the sovereign, who is said to have been most offended at the poet's alleged presumption. Other poets and the players advanced in the goodwill of Caroline and her house by producing pieces complimentary to the Brunswick family. Thus Rich, who had offended the royal family by getting up the Beggar's Opera in January 1728, produced Mrs. Heywood's tragedy of Frederick, Duke of Brunswick-Lunenburg, in March 1729. The authoress dedicated her play to Frederick, Prince of Wales, and her object in writing it was to represent one of the ancestors of His Royal Highness as raised to the imperial throne in consequence of his virtues. It may be a question whether Caroline or her husband or son could approve of such a subject which exhibited the Brunswick monarch falling under the dagger of an assassin. However this may be, the public was indifferent to the piece and its object, and after being represented 3 times, it disappeared forever and left the stage to be again occupied by the Beggar's Opera, Peacham, Walpole, Lockett, Townsend, and Mat of the Mint type easy financiers who gaily bid the public stand and deliver. On the first occasion on which George I left England to visit Hanover, he appointed the Prince of Wales regent of the kingdom during his absence. The prince, in spite of his limited powers, he was unable to act on the smallest point without the sanction of ministers, contrived to gain considerable and well-deserved popularity. George never again allowed him to hold the same honorable office, and the son and father hated each other forever after. In the May of this year, that son, now king, quitted England in order to visit the electorate, but he did not appoint Frederick, Prince of Wales, as regent during his absence. He delegated that office to the Queen, and most probably by the Queen's advice. Frederick had not been long in London before the opposition party made him, if not their chief, at least their rallying point. The prince hated his father heartily and openly, and he had as little regard for his mother. When application was made to Parliament to pay some alleged deficiencies in the civil list, Frederick was particularly severe on the extravagance of his sire and the method adopted to remedy it. He talked loudly of what he would have done in a similar extremity, or rather how he would never have allowed himself to fall into so extreme a difficulty. He was doubly in the wrong. In the first place, for saying what he ought only to have thought, and in the next, for not thinking what he ought not to have said. It was not likely, even if the king had been so disposed, that the queen would have consented to an arrangement which would have materially diminished her own consequence. She was accordingly invested with the office of regent, and she performed its duties with a grace and an efficiency which caused universal congratulation that the post had not been confided to other and necessarily weaker hands. She had Sir Robert Walpole at her side to aid her with his counsel, and the presence of the baronet's enemy, Lord Townshend, with the king had no effect in damaging the power effectively administered by Caroline and her great minister. It was not merely during the absence of the king in Hanover that Caroline may be said to have ruled in England. The year 1730 affords us an illustration on this point. The dissenters who had originally consented to the Test and Corporation Acts upon a most unselfish ground, for they sacrificed their own interest in order that the Romanists might be prevented from being admitted to places of power and trust, now demanded the repeal of those acts. The request perplexed the Crown and Ministry, especially when an election was pending. To promise the dissenters, and it was more especially the Presbyterians who moved in this matter, relief would be to deprive the Crown of the votes of the churchmen, and to reject the petition would be to set every dissenter against the government and its candidates. Sir Robert Walpole, in his perplexity, looked around for a good genius to rescue him from the dilemma in which he was placed. He paused on considering Hoadley, Bishop of Salisbury. The bishop was the very deus ex machina most needed, but he had been shabbily treated on matters of preferment, and Walpole, who had face for most things, had not the face to ask help from a man whom he had ill-treated. The Queen stepped in and levelled the difficulty. Caroline sent for Hoadley to come to her at Kensington. She received the prelate with affability, and overwhelmed him with flattery, compliments on his ability, and grateful expressions touching his zeal and the value of his services in the king's cause. She had now, she said, a further service to ask at his hands, and of course it was one which demanded of him no sacrifice of opinion or consistency. The Queen would have been the last person to ask such a thing of the reverend prelate. The service was this. The dissenters required the repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts. The government did not dispute their right to have such a concession made to them, but it did feel that the moment was inconvenient, and therefore Bishop Hoadley, for whom the whole body of dissenters entertained the most profound respect, was solicited to make his opinion known to them, and to induce them to defer their petition to a more favorable opportunity. The Queen supported her request by such close and cogent arguments, flattered the bishop so adroitly, and drew such a picture of the possibly deplorable results of an attempt to force the repeal of the acts alluded to at the present moment, that Hoadley may be excused if he began to think that the stability of the House of Hanover depended on the course he should take in his conjuncture. He was not, however, to be cajoled out of his opinions or his independence. He pronounced the restrictive acts unreasonable politically and profane theologically. He added that as a friend to religious and civil liberty, he would vote for the repeal whenever and by whomsoever proposed. He would stultify himself if he did otherwise. All that was in his little power consistent with his honor and reputation. He would nevertheless willingly do. If he could be clearly convinced that the present moment was unpropitious for pressing the demand and perilous to the stability of the government, he would not fail to urge upon the dissenters to postpone presenting their petition until the coming of a more favorable opportunity. The out-of-door world no sooner heard of this interview between the Queen and the prelate than a report arose that Her Majesty had succeeded in convincing the Right Reverend Father that the claims of the dissenters were unreasonable, and that the bishop, as a consequence of such conviction, would henceforth oppose them resolutely. Hoadley became alarmed, for such a report damaged all parties. He was very anxious to maintain a character for consistency, and at the same time not to lose his little remnant of interest at court. He tried in vain to get a promise from Sir Robert that if the dissenters would defer preferring their claim until the meeting of a new Parliament, it should then meet with the government's support. Sir Robert was too wary to make such a promise, although he hinted his conviction of the reasonableness of the claim, and that it would be supported when so preferred. But the bishop, in his turn, was too cautious to allow himself to be caught by so flimsy an encouragement, and he was admitted to several subsequent consultations with the Queen, but clever as she was, she could not move the bishop. Hoadley was resolved that the dissenters should know that if he thought they might with propriety defer their petition, he would uphold its prayer whenever presented. In the meantime, Sir Robert extricated himself and the government cleverly. Caroline doubtless enjoyed this exercise of his ability as well as its results. The dissenters, organizing an agitation, had established a central committee in London, all the members of which were bound to Sir Robert. All moneyed men and scriveners chosen by his contrivance. They spoke only to be prompted and acted only as he guided. This committee had a solemnly farcical meeting with the administration to hold a consultation on the matter. Sir Robert and the speakers confined themselves to the unseasonableness, but commended the reasonableness of the petition. My Lord President looked wise, was dull, took snuff, and said nothing. Lord Harrington, the Mr. Stanhope who had waited on the Duchess of Queensberry, took the same silent, passive part. The Lord Chancellor, King, and the Duke of Newcastle had done better had they followed that example too, but both spoke very plentifully and were both equally unintelligible, the one, King, from having lost his understanding, and the other from never having had any. The committee, after this interview, came to the resolution that if a petition were presented to Parliament now in favor of the repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts, there was no prospect of success. This resolution saved the administration from the storm threatened by the Presbyterian party. That party considered itself betrayed by its own delegates. The Queen and Sir Robert were well satisfied with the result, and the bishop was looked upon by the dissenters as having supported their cause too little, and by the Queen's cabinet as having supported it too much. In this case it may perhaps be fairly asserted that the Queen and the minister, while they punished the dissenters, caused the blame to fall upon the Church. Their chief argument was that the opposition of the clergy would be a source of the greatest embarrassment to the administration. It had long been the fashion to make the Church suffer, at least in reputation, on every occasion when opportunity offered, and without any thought as to whether the establishment deserved it or not. It was in politics precisely as it was in Sir John Vanbrugh's comedy of The Provoked Wife. It will be remembered that in that dramatic mirror, which represents nature as objects, are seen reflected in flawed glass. When the tailor enters with a bundle, the elegant Lord Rake exclaims, "Let me see what's in that bundle." "Ain't please you," says the tailor, "it is the doctor of the parish's gown." "The doctor's gown," cries my lord, and then, turning to Sir John Brute, he exultingly requires, "Hark you, knight, you won't stick at abusing the clergy, will you?" "No," shouts Brute, "I'm drunk, and I'll abuse anything." Then says Lord Rake, "You shall wear this gown whilst you charge the watch, and though the blows fall upon you, the scandal may light upon the church." A generous design by all the gods is the ecstatic consent of the pantheistic Brute, and one to which Amen has been cried by many of the Brute family since it was first uttered by their illustrious predecessor. Meanwhile, Caroline could be as earnest and interested upon trifles as she was upon questions of political importance. She loved to both plague and talk about Mrs. Howard. That the Queen was not more courteous to this lady than their respective positions demanded, there is abundant evidence. In a very early period of the reign, Mrs. Howard was required as bedchamber woman to present a basin for the Queen to wash her hands in, and to perform the service kneeling. The etiquette was for the basin and ewer to be set on the Queen's table by a page of the back stairs. The office of the bedchamber woman was then to take both, pour out the water, set it before the Queen, and remain kneeling while Her Majesty washed, of which refreshing ceremony the kneeling attendant was the only one who dared to be the ocular witness. This service of genuflection remained in courtly fashion until the death of Queen Charlotte. In the meantime, Mrs. Howard was by no means disposed to render it to Queen Caroline. The scene which ensued was highly amusing. On the service being demanded, said Caroline to Lord Hervey, Mrs. Howard proceeded to tell me, with her little fierce eyes and her cheeks as red as your coat, that positively she would not do it, to which I made no answer than in anger, but calmly, as I would have said to a naughty child, "Yes, my dear Howard, I am sure you will. I know you will. Go. Go, fie for shame. Go, my good Howard, we will talk of this another time." Mrs. Howard did come round, and I told her, said Caroline, I knew we should be good friends again, but could not help adding, in a little more serious voice, that I owned, of all my servants, I had least expected, as I had least deserved it, such treatment from her when she knew I had held her up at a time when it was in my power, if I had pleased, any hour of the day to let her drop through my fingers, thus. Caroline's own account of the fracas between Mrs. Howard and her husband is too characteristic to be passed over. The curious in such matters will find it in full detail in Lord Hervey's memoirs. In this place we will suffice to say that, according to Lord Hervey, Mr. Howard had a personal interview with the Queen. Caroline describes the circumstances of it with great graphic power. At this interview he said that he would take his wife out of Her Majesty's coach if he met her in it. Caroline told him to do it if he dare, though, she added, I was horribly afraid of him, for we were tete-a-tete. All the time I was thus playing the bully. What added to my fear on this occasion, said the Queen, was that I knew him to be so brutal, as well as a little mad, and seldom quite sober, that I did not think it impossible but that he might throw me out of the window, for it was in this very room our interview was, and that sash then open as it is now. But as soon as I got near the door, and thought myself safe from being thrown out of the window, I resumed my grand tone of queen, and I said I would be glad to see who would dare to open my coach door and take out one of my servants, knowing all the time that he might do so if he would, and that he could have his wife, and I the affront. Then I told him that my resolution was positively neither to force his wife to go with him if she had no mind to do it, nor to keep her if she had. He then said he would complain to the king, upon which I again assumed my high tone, and said the king had nothing to do with my servants, and for that reason he might save himself the trouble, as I was sure the king would give him no answer, but that it was none of his business to concern himself with my family. And after a good deal more conversation of this sort, I standing close to the door all the while to give me courage, Mr. Howard and I bade one another good morning, and he withdrew. Caroline proceeded to call Lord Trevor an old fool for coming to her with thanks from Mrs. Howard, and suggestions that the Queen should give £1,200 a year to the husband for the consent of the latter to his wife's being retained in the Queen's household. Caroline replied to the suggestion with as high a tone as she could have used when addressing herself to Mr. Howard, but with a coarseness of spirit and sentiment which hardly became a queen, although they did not appear to have been considered unbecoming in a queen at that time. I thought, said Caroline, that I had done full enough, and that it was a little too much, not only to keep the king's jenny-peeps, trollops, under my roof, but to pay them too. I pleaded poverty to my good Lord Trevor, and said I would do anything to keep as good a servant as Mrs. Howard about me, but that for the £1,200 a year I really could not afford it. The king used to make presents to the Queen of fine Hanoverian horses, not that she might be gratified, but that he might, when he wanted them, have the horses maintained out of her purse. So he gave her a bedchamber woman in Mrs. Howard. But Caroline would not have her on the same terms as the horses, and the £1,200 a year were probably paid, not by the king after all, but by the people. Lord Chesterfield describes the figure of Mrs. Howard as being above the middle size, and well-shaped, with a face more pleasing than beautiful. She was remarkable for the extreme fairness and fineness of her hair. Her arms were square and lean, that is, ugly. Her countenance was an undecided one, and announced neither good nor ill nature, neither sense nor the want of it, neither vivacity nor dullness. It is difficult to understand how such a face could be pleasing, and the following is the characteristic of a commonplace person. She has good natural sense, not without art, but in her conversation dwelt tediously upon details and minutiae. Of the man whom she had, when very young, hastily married for love and heartily hated at leisure, Chesterfield says he was sour, dull, and sullen. The same writer sets it down as equally unaccountable that the lady should have loved such a man, or that the man should ever have loved anybody. The noble lord is also of the opinion that only a platonic friendship reigned between the king and the favorite, and that it was as innocent as that which is said to have existed between himself and Miss Bellenden. Very early during the intercourse, the busy and speculative politicians of the antechambers, who knew everything but knew everything wrong, imagined that the lady's influence must be all-powerful, seeing that her admirer paid her the homage of devoting to her the best hours of her day. She did not reject solicitations, we are told, because she was unwilling to have it supposed that she was without power. She neither rejected solicitations nor bound herself by promises, but hinted at difficulties, and in short, as Chesterfield well expresses it, she used all that trite cant of those who with power will not, and of those who without power cannot grant the requested favors. So far from being able to make peers, she was not even successful in a well-meant attempt to procure a place of £200 a year. For John Gay, a very poor and honest man, and no bad poet, only because he was a poet, which the king considered as a mechanic. Mrs. Howard had little influence, either in the house of the prince, or when she became Countess of Suffolk, in that of the king. Caroline, we are told, had taken good care that Lady Suffolk's apartment should not lead to power and favor, and from time to time made her feel her inferiority by hindering the king from going to her room for 3 or 4 days, representing it as the seat of a political faction. End of section 14, chapter 2, The First Years of a Reign. Read by Robert H. Cherny, Kissimmee, Florida, May 2025. Section 15 of Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lives of the Queens of England of the House of Hanover, Volume 1, by Dr. John Doran. Chapter 3. The Marriage of Princess Anne. Violent Opposition to the King by Prince Frederick. Readings at Windsor Castle. The Queen's Patronage of Stephen Duck. His Melancholy End. Glance at Passing Events. Precipitate Flight of Dr. Nichols. Princess Anne's Determination to get a Husband. Louis XV proposed as suitor. Negotiation broken off. Prince of Orange's offer accepted. Ugly and deformed. The King and Queen averse to the union. Dowry settled on the princess. Anecdote of the Duchess of Marlborough. Illness of the bridegroom. Ceremonies attendant on the marriage. Mortification of the Queen. The public nuptial chamber. Offence given to the Irish peers. The Queen and Lady Suffolk. Homage paid by the princess to her deformed husband. Discontent of Prince Frederick. His anxiety not unnatural. Congratulatory addresses by the Lords and Commons. Spirited conduct of the Queen. Lord Chesterfield. Agitations on Walpole's celebrated excise scheme. Lord Stair delegated to remonstrate with the Queen. Awkward performance of his mission. Sharply rebuked by the Queen. Details of the interview. The Queen's success in overcoming the King's antipathy to Walpole. Comments of the populace. Royal interview with a bishop. The social happiness of Caroline began now to be affected by the conduct of her son Frederick, Prince of Wales. Since his arrival in England in 1728, he had been but coolly entertained by his parents, who refused to pay the debts he had accumulated in Hanover previous to his leaving the electorate. He was soon in the arms of the opposition, and the court had no more violent an enemy, political or personal, than this prince. His conduct, however, and some portion of it was far from being unprovoked, did not prevent the court from entering into some social enjoyments of a harmless and not over-amusing nature. Among those may be reckoned the readings at Windsor Castle. These readings consisted of the poetry, or verses rather, of that Stephen Duck, the thresher, whose rhymes Swift has ridiculed in lines as weak as any which ever fell from the pen of Duck. The latter was a Wiltshire labourer who supported, or tried to support, a family upon the modest wages of 4 and 6 a week. In his leisure hours, whenever those could have occurred, he cultivated poetry, and 2 of his pieces, the Shunammite and the Thresher's Labourer, were publicly read in the drawing-room at Windsor Castle in 1730 by Lord Macclesfield. Caroline procured for the poet the office of yeoman of the guard, and afterwards made him keeper of her grotto, Merlin's Cave, at Richmond. This last act and the patronage and pounds which Caroline wasted upon the wayward and worthless savage show that Swift's epigram upon the busts in the Hermitage at Richmond was not based upon truth. Lewis, the living learning fed, and raised the scientific head. Our frugal queen, to save her meat, exalts the heads that cannot eat. Swift's anger against the queen, who once promised him some medals, but who never kept her word, and from whom he had hoped, perhaps, for a patronage, which he failed to acquire, was further illustrated about this time in a fiercely satirical poem, in which he says, "May Caroline continue long, forever fair and young, in song. What though the royal carcass must, squeezed in a coffin turn to dust? Those elements her name compose, like atoms, are exempt from blows." And in allusion to the princess and their prospects, he adds that Caroline hath graces of her own. 3 graces by Lucina brought her, just 3, and every grace a daughter. Here many a king his heart and crown shall at their snowy feet lay down. In royal robes they come by dozens to court their English-German cousins, besides a pair of princely babes that 5 years hence will both be Hebes. The royal patronage of Duck ultimately raised him to the church, and made him vicar of Kew. But it failed to bring the thresher substantial happiness. He had little enjoyment in the station to which he was elevated, and weary of the restraints it imposed upon him, he ultimately escaped from them by drowning himself. Of the Graces, who were the daughters of Caroline, the marriage of one began now to be canvassed. Meanwhile there was much food for mere talk in common passing events at home. The courtiers had to express sympathy at their majesties being upset in their carriage when travelling only from Kew to London. Then the son of a Stuart had just died in London. He was that Duke of Cleveland who was the eldest son of Charles II and Barbara Villiers. In the year 1731 died 2 far more remarkable people. On the 8th of April, Mrs. Elizabeth Cromwell, daughter of Richard Cromwell, the Protector, and granddaughter of Oliver Cromwell, died at her house in Bedford Row in the 82nd year of her age. In the same month passed away a man whose writings as much amused Caroline as they have done commoner people, Defoe. He had a not much superior intellectual training to that of Stephen Duck, but he was one of the best English writers that ever had so mean an education. The deaths in the same year of the eccentric and profligate Duke of Wharton and the relict of that Duke of Monmouth who lost his head for rebellion against James II gave further subject of conversation in the court circle, where, if it was understood that death was inevitable and necessary, no one could understand what induced Dr. Nichols of Trinity College, Cambridge, to steal books from the libraries in that university town. The court was highly merry at the precipitate flight of the doctor after he was found out. But there was double the mirth the next year at the awkwardness of the Emperor of Germany, who, happening to fire at a stag, chanced to shoot Prince Schwarzenberg, his master of the horse. But we turn from these matters to those of wooing and marriage. In the year 1733, the proudest and eldest daughter of Caroline, she who had expressed her vexation at having brothers who stood between her and the succession to the crown, a crown to wear which for a day she averred she would willingly die when the day was over. In the year above named, Princess Anne had reached the mature age of 24, and her hand had remained disengaged. Neither crown nor suitor had yet been placed at her disposal. A suitor with a crown was once, however, very nearly on the point of fulfilling that great object of her ambition, and that when she was not more than 16 years of age. The lover proposed was no less a potentate than Louis XV, and he would have offered her a seat on a throne, which, proud as she was, she might have accepted without much condescension. It is said that the proposal to unite Louis XV and Princess Anne originated with the French minister, the Duke of Bourbon, and that the project was entertained with much favor and complacency until it had suddenly occurred to someone that if the princess became queen in France, she would be expected to conform to the religion of France. This, it was urged, could not be thought of by a family which was a reigning family only by virtue of its preeminent Protestantism. It does not seem to have occurred to anyone that when Maria Henrietta espoused Charles I, she had not been even asked to become a professed member of the Church of England, and that we might have asked for the same toleration in France for the daughter of Caroline as had been given in England to the daughter of the Grand Henri. However this may be, the affair was not pursued to its end, and Caroline could not say to her daughter, as Stanislaus said to his on the morning he received an offer for her from the young King Louis, "Bonjour, ma fille, vous êtes reine de France." Anne was unlucky. She lived moodily on for some half-dozen years, and nothing more advantageous offering, she looked good-naturedly on one of the ugliest princes in Europe. But then he happened to be a sovereign prince in his way. This was the Prince of Orange, who resembled Alexander the Great only in having a wry neck and a halt in his gait. But he also had other deformities, from which the Macedonian was free. George and Caroline were equally indisposed to accept the prince for a son-in-law, and the parental disinclination was expressed in words to the effect that neither king nor queen would force the feelings of their daughter, whom they left free to accept or reject the misshapen suitor who aspired to the plump hand and proud person of the Princess Anne. The lady thought of her increasing years, that lovers were not to be found on every bush, especially sovereign lovers, and remembering that there were princesses of England before her who had contrived to live in much state and a certain degree of happiness as princesses of Orange, she declared her intention of following the same course, and compelling her ambition to stoop to the same modest fortune. The queen was well aware that her daughter knew nothing more of the prince than what she could collect from his counterfeit presentments limned by flattering artists, and Caroline suggested that she should not be too ready to accept a lover whom she had not seen. The princess was resolute in her determination to take him at once, for better, for worse. Her royal father was somewhat impatient and chafed by such pertinacity, and exclaimed that the prince was the ugliest man in Holland, and he could not more terribly describe him. "I do not care," said she, "how ugly he may be. If he were a Dutch baboon, I would marry him." "Nay, then, have your way," said George, in his strong Westphalian accent, which was always rougher and stronger when he was vexed. "Have your way. You will find baboon enough, I promise you." Could the aspiring Prince of Orange only have heard how amiably he was spoken of en famille by his future relations, he would perhaps have been less ambitious of completing the alliance. Happily, these family secrets were not revealed until long after he could be conscious of them, and accordingly his honest proposals were accepted with ostentatious respect and ill-covered ridicule. The marriage of the Princess Royal could not be concluded without an application to Parliament. To both houses a civil intimation was made of the proposed union of the Princess Anne and the Prince of Orange. In this intimation the King graciously mentioned that he promised himself the concurrence and assistance of the Commons to enable him to give such a portion with his eldest daughter as should be suitable to the occasion. The Commons Committee promised to do all the King and Queen could expect of them, and they therefore came to the resolution to sell lands on the island of St. Christopher to the amount of £80,000, to make over that sum to the King as the dowry of his eldest daughter. The resolution made part of a bill of which it was only one of the items, and the members in the House affected to be scandalized that the dowry of a Princess of England should be lumped in among a mass of miscellaneous items, charities to individuals, grants to old churches, and sums awarded for less dignified purposes. But the bill passed as it stood, and Caroline, who only a few days before had sent £1,000 to the provost of Queen's College, Oxford, for the rebuilding and adorning of that college, was especially glad to find a dowry for her daughter, in whatever company it might come, provided only that it was not out of her own purse. The news of the securing of the dowry hastened the coming of the bridegroom. On the 7th of November, 1732, he arrived at Greenwich, and thence proceeded to Somerset House. His intended wife, when she heard of his arrival, was in no hurry to meet him, but went on at her harpsichord, surrounded by a number of opera people. The Queen spoke of him as that animal. The nuptials were to have been speedily solemnized, but the lover fell grievously sick. When the poor groom fell sick, not one of the royal family condescended to visit him, and though he himself maintained a dignified silence on this insulting conduct, his suite, who could not imitate their master's indifference, made comment thereupon loud and frequent enough. They got nothing by it, save being called Dutch boobies. The Princess Royal exhibited no outward manifestation either of consciousness or sympathy. She appeared precisely the same under all contingencies, and whether the lover were in or out of England, in life or out of it, seemed to this strong-minded lady to be one and the same thing. There was no one whom the postponement of the marriage more annoyed than it did the Duchess of Marlborough. She was then residing in Marlborough House, which had been built some 25 years previously by Wren. That architect was employed not because he was preferred, but that Van Brugh might be vexed. The ground in which formerly had been kept the birds and fowls, ultimately destined to pass through the kitchen to the royal table, had been leased to the Duchess by Queen Anne, and the expenses of building amounted to nearly £50,000. The Duchess both experienced and caused considerable mortifications here. She used to speak of the king in the adjacent palace as her neighbor George. The entrance to the house from Pall Mall was, as it still is, a crooked and inconvenient one. To remedy this defect, she intended to purchase some houses in the Priory, as the locality was called, for the purpose of pulling them down and constructing a more commodious entry to the mansion. But Sir Robert Walpole, with no more dignified motive than spite, secured the houses and ground, and erected buildings on the latter which, as now, completely blocked in the front of the Duchess's mansion. She was subjected to a more temporary, but as inconvenient, blockade when the preparations for the wedding of the imperious Anne and her ugly husband were going on. Among other preparations, a boarded gallery through which the nuptial procession was to pass was built up close against the Duchess's windows, completely darkening her rooms. As the boards remained there during the postponement of the ceremony, the Duchess used to look at them with the remark, "I wish the princess would oblige me by taking away her orange chest." But the sick bridegroom took long to mend, and it was not till the following January that he was even sufficiently convalescent to journey by easy stages to Bath, and there drink in health at the fashionable pump. A month's attendance there restored him to something like health, and in February His Serene Highness was gravely transporting himself at Oxford, exchanging compliments and eating dinners with the sages and scholars at that seat of learning. Another month was allowed to pass, and then on the 24th of March, 1733, the royal marriage was solemnized in the French chapel at St. James by the Bishop of London. The ceremony was as theatrical and coarse as such things used to be in those days. The prince must have looked very much as M. Podier used to look in Riquet à la Hope before his transformation from deformity to perfection. He was attired in a cloth of gold suit, and George and Caroline may be pardoned if they smiled at the baboon whom they were about to accept for their son-in-law. The bride was in virgin robes of silver tissue, having a train 6 yards long, which was supported by 10 dukes and earls' daughters, all of whom were attired in robes of silver tissue. Nature will assert its claims in spite of pride or expediency, and accordingly it was observed that after the bridegroom had arrived, and the marriage procession began to move through the temporarily constructed gallery, blazing with light and glittering with bright gems and brighter eyes, the bride herself seemed slightly touched, and Caroline especially grave and anxious in her deportment. She appeared for the first time to feel that her daughter was about to make a great sacrifice, and her consequent anxiety was probably increased by the conviction that it was too late to save her daughter from impending fate. The king himself, who had never been in the eager condition of the seigneur in the song, who so peremptorily exclaims, "De ma fille Isabella sous le pouls de l'instant," manifested more impassibility than ever. Finally, the knot was tied under a salvo of artillery in a world of sighs. The ceremony took place in the evening, and at midnight the royal family supped in public. It was a joyous festival, and not before 2 a.m. did the jaded married couple retire to the bower prepared for them, where they had to endure the further nuisance of sitting up in bed in rich undresses, while the court and nobility, fresh from an exhilarating supper and strong wines, defiled before them, making pleasant remarks the while, as fine gentlemen used to make who had been born in our Augustan age. Caroline felt compassion for her daughter, but she restrained her feelings until her eye fell upon the bridegroom. In his silver tissue nightdress, his light peruke, his ugliness, and his deformity, he struck her as the impersonation of a monster. His ill figure was so ill-dressed that, looking at him from behind, he appeared to have no head, and seen from before, He appeared as if he had neither neck nor legs. The queen was wonderfully moved at the sight, moved with pity for her daughter, and with indignation at her husband. The portion of the ceremony which used to be the merriest was by far the most mournful, at least so far as the queen's participation therein was concerned. She fairly cried with mingled vexation, disappointment, and disgust. She could not even revert to the subject for days after without crying, and yet laughing, too, as the oddity of the bridegroom's ugliness came across her mind. The married couple were assuredly a strangely assorted pair. The bride, indeed, was not without commonplace charms. In common with a dairymaid, the princess had a lively, clear look and a very fair complexion. Like many a dairymaid, too, of the time, she was very much marked with the smallpox. She was also ill-made and inclined to become as obese as her royal mother, but then the bridegroom. All writers dealing with the subject agree that his ugliness was something extraordinary. No one doubts that he was deformed, but Hervey adds some traits that are revolting. His Serene Highness did not, like the gods, distill a celestial ichor. He appears, however, not to have been void of sense or good feeling, for when at the period of his arrival he was received with very scanty honors and cold ceremony, was made to feel that he was nothing in himself and could only become anything here by marrying an English princess. When George, if not Caroline, snubbed the courtiers who crowded his apartment at Somerset House, and when, in short, the prince of £12,000 a year was made to feel that but little value was set upon him, he bore it all in silence, or as if he did not perceive it. Let us hope that gallantry for the lady induced the princely Quasimodo thus to act. It was almost more than she deserved, for while the people were ready to believe that the alliance was entered into the better to strengthen the Protestant succession, Anne herself was immediately moved thereto by fear, if she were left single, of ultimately depending for a provision upon her brother Frederick. Lord Hervey was the master of the ceremonies on this serio-comic occasion. According to his table of precedence, the Irish peers were to walk in the procession after the entire body of the peerage of Great Britain. This was putting the highest Irish peer behind the lowest baron in Britain. The Hibernian lords claimed to walk immediately after the English and Scotch peers of their own degree. It was the most modest claim ever made by that august body. But, modest as it was, the arrogant peers of Great Britain threatened, if the claim were allowed, to absent themselves from the ceremony altogether. The case was represented to Caroline, and she took the side of right and common sense. But when she was told that to allow the Irish claim would be to banish every British peer from the solemn ceremony, she was weak enough to give way. Lord Hervey, in his programme for the occasion, omitted to make any mention of the peers of Ireland at all, thus leaving them to walk where they could. On being remonstrated with, he said that if the Irish lords were not satisfied, he would keep all the finery standing, and they might walk through it in any order of precedency they liked on the day of the wedding. One lord grievously complained of the omission of the illustrious Hibernian body from the programme. Lord Hervey excused himself by remarking that as the Irish House of Peers was then sitting in Dublin, he never thought, being an Englishman, of the august members of that assembly being in two places at once. The claim was probably disallowed because Ireland was not then in union with England as Scotland was. On no other ground could the claim have been refused, and Caroline saw that even that ground was not a very good one whereon to rest a denial. As it was, the Irish peers felt like poor relations, neither invited to nor prohibited from the joyous doings, but with a thorough conviction that, to use a popular phrase, their room was deemed preferable to their company. During the week following the marriage, Frederick, Prince of Wales, was employed, after a fashion which suited his tastes extremely well, in escorting his brother-in-law to witness the sights of London. It then appears to have suddenly struck the government that it would be as well to make an Englishman of the bridegroom, and that consummation could not be too quickly arrived at. Accordingly, a bill for naturalizing the prince was brought in and read 3 times on the same day. It, of course, passed unanimously, and the prince received the intelligence of his having been converted to a Briton with a phlegm which showed that he had not altogether ceased to be a Dutchman. He was much more pleasurably excited in the April of the following year when he heard that the king had sent a written message to the Commons intimating that he had settled 5,000 a year on the Princess Royal, and desiring that they would enable him to make the grant for the life of the princess, as it would otherwise determine on his Majesty's death. The Commons complied with this message, and the Prince of Orange was infinitely more delighted with this act than with that which bestowed on him the legal rights of an Englishman. This pleasant little arrangement having been concluded, the prince and princess set out for Holland from St. James on the 10th of April, 1734. And in July of the same year, the princess was again in England, not at all to the satisfaction of her sire, but very scantily to the delight of her mother. The young lady, however, was determined to remain, and it was not till November that she once more returned to her home behind the dikes. The Queen was not sorry to part with her, for just then she was deep in the fracas connected with the dismissal of her husband's favourite, Lady Suffolk, from her office of Mistress of the Robes to Her Majesty, an office in which she was succeeded by the more worthy Countess of Tankerville. The king had the less time to be troubled with the thought about that old deaf woman, as he very ungallantly used to call his ancient favourite, as he, too, was deeply engaged in protesting against the Elector Palatine, who had been very vigorously protesting against the right of the king, as Elector of Hanover, to bear the title of Arch-Treasurer to the empire. The commiseration which the Queen had felt for her daughter was shared by the sister of the latter, the Princess Amelia, who declared that nothing on earth could have induced her to wed such a man as the Prince of Orange. Her declaration was accepted for as much as it was worth. The gentle Princess Caroline, on the other hand, thought that her sister, under the circumstances, had acted wisely, and that had she been so placed, she would have acted in like manner. Nor did the conduct of the bride give the world any reason to think that she stood in need of pity. She appeared to adore the monster who, it must be confessed, exhibited no particular regard for his spouse. The homage she paid him was perfect. She made prodigious court to him, says Lord Hervey, addressed everything she said to him, and applauded everything he said to anybody else. Perhaps the pride of the princess would not permit a doubt to be thrown upon her supreme happiness. Her brother, Frederick, strove to mar it by raising a quarrel on a slight but immensely absurd foundation. He reproached her for the double fault of presuming to be married before him and of accepting a settlement from her father when he had none. He was ingenious in finding fault, but there may have been a touch of satire in this, for Anne was known to have been as groundlessly angry with her brother for a circumstance which he could not very well help, namely his own birth, whereby the Princess Royal ceased to be the next heir to the crown. The prince, however, was not much addicted to showing respect to anybody, least of all his mother. It was because of this miserable want of respect for the Queen that the king, in an interview forced on him by his son, refused to settle a fixed annuity upon him, at least until he had manifested a more praiseworthy conduct toward the Queen. The anxiety of Frederick on this occasion was not unnatural, for he was deeply in debt, and of the £100,000 granted to the prince by Parliament out of the civil list, the king allowed him only £36,000. The remainder was appropriated by the king, who doubtless made his son's conduct the rule of his liberality, measuring his supplies to the prince according as the latter was well or ill behaved. It was a degrading position enough, and the degradation was heightened by the silent contempt with which the king passed over his son's application to be permitted to join in active service. Throughout these first family quarrels, the queen preserved a great impartiality, with some leaning perhaps towards serving her son. Nothing, however, came of it, and for the moment Frederick was fain to be content with doing the honors of the metropolis to his ungraceful brother-in-law. The congratulatory addresses which were presented on the occasion of the marriage had a mordantly satirical tone about them. It is wonderful how George and Caroline, whose unpopularity was increasing at this time, continued to preserve their equanimity, adhering phrases rung on the name and services of Orange, the name of a prince who had become King of England, by rendering the questionable service to his father-in-law of turning him off the throne. The address of the lords to the queen, especially congratulating the mother on the marriage of her daughter, was rendered painful instead of pleasant by its being presented, that is, spoken, to her by Lord Chesterfield. Caroline had never seen this peer since the time he was dismissed from her husband's household, when she was Princess of Wales. He had not been presented at court since the accession of the present sovereign, and the queen was therefore resolved to treat as an utter stranger the man who had been impertinent enough to declare he designed that the step he took should be considered as a compliment to the queen. The latter abhorred him, nevertheless, for his present attempt to turn the compliment addressed to her by the lords into a joke. Before he appeared, Caroline intimated her determination not to let the peer's cool impertinence awe or disconcert her. He really did find what she declared he should, that it was as little in his power for his presence to embarrass her as for his raillery behind her back to pique her, or his consummate skill in politics to distress the king or his ministers. The Queen acted up to this resolution. She received Lords Chesterfield, Scarborough, and Hardwicke, the bearers of the address, in her bedchamber, no one else being present but her children and Lord Hervey, who stood behind her chair. The last named nobleman, in describing the scene, says, "Lord Chesterfield's speech was well written and well got by heart, and yet delivered with a faltering voice, a face as white as a sheet, and every limb trembling with concern. The Queen's answer was quiet and natural, and delivered with the same ease that she would have spoken to the most indifferent person in her circle." Caroline, however, had more serious matters to attend to during this year than affairs of marriage. Of these we will now briefly speak. Sir Robert Walpole's celebrated excise scheme was prolific in raising political agitations and exciting both political and personal passions. The peers were, strangely enough, even more resolute against the measure than the Commons, or perhaps it would be more correct to say that a portion of them took advantage of the popular feeling to further thereby their own particular interests and especial objects. It is again illustrative of the power and influence of Caroline and of the esteem in which she was held that a body of the peers delegated Lord Stair to approach to the Queen at Kensington and remonstrate with her upon the unconstitutional and destructive measure, as they designated the excise project. Lord Stair was a bold man and was accustomed to meet and contend with sovereigns. He had no doubt of being able to turn Caroline to his purpose, but never did delegate perform his mission so awkwardly. He thought to awaken the Queen's indignation against Walpole by imparting to her the valuable admonitory knowledge that she was ruled by that subtle statesman. He fancied he improved his position by informing her that Walpole was universally hated, and that he was no gentleman, and that he was as ill-looking as he was ill-inclined. He even forgot his mission, save when he spoke of fidelity to his constituents, by going into purely personal matters, railing at the minister whose very shoe buckles he had kissed in order to be appointed Vice Admiral of Scotland, when the Duke of Queensberry was ejected from that post, and accusing Walpole of being manifestly untrue to the trust which he held, seeing that whenever there was an office to dispose of, he invariably preferred giving it to the Campbells rather than to him, Stair. To the Campbells, he reiterated, as if the very name were enough to rouse Caroline against Walpole. To the Campbells, who tried to rule England by means of the king's mistress, opposed to governing it by means of the king's wife. Caroline heard him with decent and civil patience until he had gone through his list of private grievances and began to meddle with matters personal to herself and the royal hearth. She then burst forth and was superb in her rebuke, superb in its matter and manner, superb in her dignity and in the severity with which she crushed Lord Stair beneath her fiery sarcasms and her withering contempt. She ridiculed his assertions of fidelity and told him that he had become traitor to his own country and the betrayer of his own constituents. She mocked his complacent assurances that his object was not personal but patriotic. She professed her intense abhorrence of having the private dissensions of noblemen ripped open in her presence, and bade him learn better manners than to speak, as he had done, of the king's servants to the king's wife. "My conscience," said Lord Stair. "Don't talk to me of your conscience, my lord," said Caroline, "or I shall faint." The conversation was in French, and the Queen's precise words were, "Ne me parlez point conscience, my lord. Vous me faites événement." The Scottish lord was sadly beaten down, and confessed his disgraceful defeat by requesting Her Majesty to be good enough to keep what had passed at the interview as a secret. He added in French what had passed at the interview as a secret. He added in French, "Madame le roi est trompe, et vous êtes trahi." The king is deceived, and you are betrayed. He had previously alluded to Lords Bolingbroke and Carteret as men worthy indeed to be trusted, and who had the honor and glory of the kingdom at heart. These names, with such testimonial attached to them, especially excited the royal indignation. "Bolingbroke and Carteret?" exclaimed Caroline. "You may tell them from me, if you will, that they are men of no parts, that they are said to be two of the greatest liars in any country, and that my observation and experience confirm what is said of them." Stair reiterated his request that the incidents of the private interview should not be further spoken of. Caroline consented, and she must have felt some contempt for him, as he also promised that he would keep them secret, giving knowledge thereof to no man. "Well," said Carteret inquiringly, as he met with Lord Stair after this notable interview with Caroline. "Well," exclaimed Lord Stair, "I have staggered her." A pygmy might as well have boasted of having staggered Thalestris and Hippolyta. A short time subsequently, Lord Hervey was with the Queen in her apartment, purveying to her, as he was wont to do, the floating news of the day. Among other things, he told her of an incident in a debate in Parliament upon the army supplies. In the course of the discussion, Carteret had observed that at the period when Cardinal Mazarin was ruining France by his impressive measures, a great man sought an audience of the Queen, Anne of Austria, mother to the young Louis XIV, and after explaining to her the perils of the times, ended with the remark that she was maintaining a man at the helm who deserved to be rowing in the galleys. Caroline immediately knew that Lord Stair had revealed what he had petitioned her to keep secret, and feeling that she was thereby exonerating from observing further silence, Her Majesty took the opportunity to out with it all, as she said in no less choice French, "J'ai pris la première occasion d'agacer tout." Reverting to Cartier's illustration, she observed that the great man noticed by him was Condé, a man who never had a word to say against Mazarin as long as the cardinal fed a rapacity which could never be satisfied. This was in some degree Stair's position with regard to Walpole. Condé, in his interview with the Queen of France, observed the well-read Queen of England, had for his object to impose upon her and France by endeavoring to persuade her that his private resentments were only a consequence of his zeal for the public service. Lord Hervey very gallantly and courtier-like expressed his wish that Her Majesty could have been in the house to let the Senate know her wisdom, or that she could have been concealed there to have had the opportunity of saying with Agrippine, "D'hier un vol invisible les présente, je fus de ce grand pont d'Assem tot puissant." The quotation perhaps could not have been altogether applicable, but as Lord Hervey quoted it, and my lord was a man of wit, it is doubtless as well placed as wit could make it. The Queen, at all events, took it as a compliment, laughed, and declared that often when she was with these impatient fellows, ever ready with their unreasonable remonstrances, she was tempted herself to say with Agrippine that she was fille, femme, et mère, et vos maîtresse. A quotation less applicable even than the former, but in which Lord Hervey detected such abundance of wit that he went into a sort of ecstasy of delight at the Queen's judgment, humour, knowledge, and ability. When the excise bill was for the first time brought before the House, the debate lasted until 1 a.m. Lord Hervey, during the evening, wrote an account of its progress to the King and Queen, and when he repaired to the palace at the conclusion of the discussion, the King kept him in the Queen's bedchamber talking over the scene until 3 o'clock in the morning, never for a moment remembered that the hungry intelligencer had not dined since the yesterday. When the clamour against the bill rose to such a pitch that all England, the army included, seemed ready to rise against it, Walpole offered himself as a personal sacrifice, if the service and interests of the king would be promoted by his surrender of office and power. It is again illustrative of the influence of Caroline that this offer was made to her and not to the king. He was in truth the Queen's minister, and nobly she stood by him. When Walpole made the offer in question, Caroline declared that she would not be so mean, so cowardly, or so ungrateful as to abandon him, and she infused the same spirit into the king. The latter had intended from the first to reign and govern and be effectively his own minister. But Caroline so wrought upon him that he thought he had of himself reached the conviction that it was necessary for him to trust in a minister, and that Walpole was the fittest man for such an office. And so he grew to love the very man whom he had been wont to hold in his heart's extremest hate. He would even occasionally speak of him as a noble fellow, and with tears in his eyes would listen to an account of some courageous stand Walpole had made in the House against the enemies of the government, and he would add the while a running commentary of sobs. The Queen's greatest triumph was this overcoming of her husband's personal hatred for Walpole. It could not have been an achievement easy to be accomplished, but her art in effecting such achievements was supreme, and she alone could turn to her own purpose the caprices of a hot-headed man, of whom it has been said that he was of iron obstinacy, but that he was unlike iron in this, that the hotter he became, the more impossible it was to bend him. Caroline found him pliant when she found him cool. But then, too, he was most wary, and it was necessary so to act as to cause every turn which she compelled him to make appear to himself as if it were the result of his own unbiased volition. Supremely able as Caroline was, she could not, however, always conceal her emotion. Thus, at this very period of the agitation of the excise bill, on being told at one of her evening drawing rooms of the difficulties and dangers which beset the path of the government, she burst into tears, became unusually excited, and finally affecting and perhaps feeling headache and vapors. She broke up her quadrille party and betrayed in her outward manner an apparent conviction of impending calamity. She evinced the same weakness on being told on a subsequent evening that Walpole was in a majority of only 17. Such a small majority she felt was a defeat, and on this occasion she again burst into tears, and for the first time expressed a fear that the court must give way. The sovereign was at the same time as strong within her as the woman, and when she heard of the subordinate holders of government posts voting against the minister or declining to vote with him, she bitterly denounced them, exclaiming that they who refused to march with their leader were as guilty as they who openly deserted, and that both merited condign punishment. The king on this occasion was as excited as his consort, but he manifested his feelings in a different way. He made Lord Hervey repeat the names of those who thwarted the views of the crown, and he grunted forth an angry commentary at each name. Lord John Cavendish, began Hervey. A fool, snorted the king. Lord Charles Cavendish. Half mad. Sir William Lowther. A whimsical fellow. Sir Thomas Prendergast. An Irish blockhead. Lord Tyrconnell. A puppy, said George, who never votes twice on the same side. On the other hand, the populace made their comment on the proceedings of the court. It was rendered in a highly popular way with much significancy. In the city of London, for instance, the mob hung an effigy of Sir Robert Walpole and a fat woman. The male figure was duly ticketed. The female effigy was well understood to mean the Queen. Her power would, after all, not have followed in its fall that of Walpole. Lord Hervey remarks that had he retired, Caroline would have placed before the king the names of a new ministry, and that the administration would not have hung together a moment after it outlived her liking. In the meantime, her indefatigability was great. At the suggestion, it is supposed, of Walpole, she sent for the Bishop of Salisbury. Dr. Hoadley, who repaired to the interview with his weak person and stately independence, if one may so speak, upheld by his crutched stick. His power must have been considered very great, and so must his caprice, for he was frequently sent for by Caroline, remonstrated with for supposed rebellion, or urged to exert all his good offices in support of the crown. It is difficult to believe that the lengthy speeches reported by Hervey were actually delivered by Queen and Bishop. There is nothing longer in Livy, and we are not told that anyone took them down. Subsequently, however, they may be true. The Queen was insinuating, complimentary, suggestive, and audacious. The bishop, all duty, submission, and promise, as far as his consistency and principles could be engaged. But after all, the immense mountain of anxiety and stratagem was reared in vain. For Walpole withdrew his bill, and Caroline felt that England was but nominally a monarchy. End of section 15, chapter 3, The Marriage of Princess Anne. Read by Robert H. Cherny, Kissimmee, Florida, May 2025.